Okay, welcome to day 2 at Cumbernauld, round 6 of the BMX National Series. As you can probably see, or at least hear, practice is going on in the background, just about to finish. We go live racing in a few minutes' time. Dust has settled from yesterday, rained in as well overnight, but the track's drying out quite nicely. Fingers crossed that the weather stays with us today. It's certainly less windy than it was yesterday, and the pro section might be on for elite today. Obviously, it doesn't affect the challenge line and riders. They'll be doing the same thing. So, yeah, looking forward to getting going in the next few minutes. So stay tuned.
Yes, good to see you. Yeah? Yeah. Nah, you'd be right. Are we on? Right, looks like we're on.
I'll start, it's fine.
Right, here we go. First race of the day, 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Have we got a pen knocking around anywhere by any chance? Lewis normally has a pen. Right, it's all right. I'll tell you what I'm thinking in a minute. Right, so 9 to 12-year-old cruisers, Paige Cathcart, Cunnison, Jamie Turblanche, Bram Heaver, Adam Arnold. Adam had a roll round on the floor yesterday, scratched his new goggles, made a right mess of it apparently. Hunter Mallion, missed a 1,000th of a second. Frankie Griffin as well. Yeah. And as they take it towards the line, Fluent taking the win. That was Frankie Griffin. Hunter Mallion coming through as well. As we move on to Moto 2, Jack Swales, Xavi Fox Cooper, Percy Large, Toby Duff, Max Livingston, and Benedict Marco. Benedict in 2. That's Bruntwood, Xavi Fox Cooper leading it out. Percy's in there in about, 4th or 5th, battling away with Max Livingston as they go in and out of the corner. And Toby Duff's in there as well. Jack Swales doing it for Fast Signatures. He's there in 3. Race 3, more 9 to 12 cruisers. Charlie Labratz, Taylor Hoare, Aaron Hickman, Oisin King, Oliver Arnold and Billy Cheeseman. Billy in there in 4th at the moment. And the 667, Oisin in there in 2. Aaron Hickman in 3, I think. Charlie Labratz also in there as well, but it looks like Smiley's Flight Club bringing it to the line. That's going to be Oliver Arnold, your E7. Race 4, Daniel Borrachini. Daniel's in there in, where is he? 4th, I think, maybe. And as they head down towards that final corner, Freddie Walworth doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, going through in 2, chasing down Jack Walford to the line. So Jack and Freddie going 1 and 2. Who's going to pick up the 3? Looked like it was the Scottish rider. That would have been Daniel Borrachini. He's wearing his Titans jersey. That's what caught me out. Race 5, Toby Sturgis, Eric McSwitty. McSwitty in there in 2. Alfie Sim doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. He's there in 4. Being tracked down by the 145 of Theo Cam. Tate Kitson leading it out. Addison Milburn in there as well. And Toby Sturgis. Race 6, Andrews Georgeson, Cathcart Cunnison, Westwood, Little Cotty. He's not that little anymore, actually. He's in there in that top spot. Hadley Harding, George Labras in there, going through. And Cooper Westwood, he's in there in 4. That looks like Labras in 5. Little Cotty leading it out. GT rider in there in 2. That's going to be Hadley Harding. And couldn't quite pick up the rider in 3. I think it might have been... Nah, missed it. Anyway, never mind. Isaac Caulfield and Logan Young going 1 and 2 in race number 7. Robin Mattern Alonso trying to work his way around Logan. And we've got Mitchell Archer in there, Jacob Bourne, Owen Miller and Newton Hindley. Race 8, Lewis Barnes. Good to see him on track. He's there in 5. Zach Chapman and Joe Penton-Volk in this one. Sean Brown, Birmingham National Race Team, out in front. Zachary Tier in there in 3. So as they head towards the line, it is going to be Sean Brown picking up the win from Zach Chapman. Rider in 4, that was Joe Penton-Volk. Race 9, Joe Little, Evolved Bicycle Motocross in that 4th spot. Thomas Doran leading it out, battling away with Stanley Palmer. That'll be a John O'Haradine in there in 3. Got Thomas Duran in the mix as well. As they head towards the line, it's going to be Stanley Palmer, Thomas Duran, John O'Haradine, Joe Little. Race 10, Louis Kaimap in there in 2. Had a nice chat with Chris this morning. He's been travelling the world, following the BMX scene while simultaneously trying to run a business at the same time. So big shout for Chris Mapp and Mixos Group for all your recruitment needs. He hasn't even paid me to say that. Jensen Ledgewood Bar in there, William Alfie Harrison going through, JTL Simpson Davis, Chat Labras and Harry Pritchard. Aidan True, Caden Roberts, Colby Hall, Thomas Miller, Louis Pinder, Bradley Davison and Theo Robbins. Thomas out in front. Aiden's in there in about, what, 5th spot at the minute. Battling away. Bradley Davison in the mix. Scrapping with Louis Pinder. Caden Roberts doing it for DC Cycles. Crossing that line in 2. As Alex Brooks leads out race number 12. Matt McHugh in 5th. He's chasing down the Braintree rider, Joshua Cates, in and out of that final turn. Pete Watson in 3rd spot, Brooks taking the win. Callum Daly in there as well, and Tyler Chadwick. Race 13, Josh Sparrow, Joe Walbridge, Luca Manzio in Putland, Harvey Fryer, Jack Needham, and Ashley Walker. Harvey Fryer in there in 3. Jack Needham doing it for Team Bunnies. Luca Manzi out of DC Cycles there in that 2nd position. Josh Sparrow doing it for Nuneaton on that 594 plates. Race 14. The 1X, the 8 and the 664. Vincent Esselmont, the 80s Rocky O'Brien. Luke Davies-Hayes battling away with Jack Wiggins out of Retro Racing. Kean Brown in there in 5. Percy Large in 6. Connor Blythe also in there as well. Race 15, Kyle Hill, Lewis Longley, Bradley George, Daniel Wilson out in front. Jack Mowat's doing it for Retro Racing as well. Don't forget to check out his YouTube channel. Keeps that fairly regularly updated. He's in there in 5. Battling with Zach Green, Connor Hedges. Connor's going to be a guest on the BMX Commentator podcast. He's in there in 3. So I know people like the training content, so me and Connor have hatched a little plan. As we move on to 1729 Cruiser, Lily Chiziwa. Out in front, Hannah Drew. She won't be far away. She's in there in 3. Battling with Annalise Cadman-Carpenter, Isla Radcliffe in the top 4. Grace Burge and Trinity Cam pushing hard as well. It's going to go Lily, Annalise, Isla, Hannah in that order. Race 18, Anya Mattern, Alonso, Taylor Lee Moen. Amy Willett's in there as well. Oh, hang on, I've gone one too far, sorry. Jessica Taylor, Isla Young, Jamie Elwood. Amy in there in 2, chasing down... who's she chasing? Molly Nice from BMX United. So Molly and Amy are going to go 1 and 2. Jamie's going to pick up the 3. Alice Taylor going through as well. As we move on to race 18. That is Taylor Lee Moen, Olivia Firth, Anya Mattern, Alonso. Yetska Hemstock in 4, Daisy Brook in 5, Erin Jackson in 6. As we move on to the 21-year-old Cruiser ladies. Yeah, it's fine, I'll finish this page. Michelle Stupple and SJN, world number 2. In there, Nikki Sitch in 3. The template of Teresa Chalice in 4, Annie Chiziwa in 5, Kirsty Freer in 6, and Grace Turner in 7. More 21-year-old Cruiser ladies, Rebecca Goal, Fwan Clements, Lisa Tarling, Anita Wong, following Lee Pendleton into the turn. Claire Albert in there as well. But Becca Goal is out in front. Lee Pendleton and Anita Wong, look at them right there together going into the turn. Chasing Becca to the line. Ross Bradley, Ryan Jones, Martin Brown, Agris Eliadzans, Stu Laurie and Ash Richardson. Smiley out in front. The 9 plates, who's that in 2? Ah, yes, Mr. Eliadzans. He passed me actually on the motorway on Thursday driving up. I was out at work, I was on my way home, and he went past, I think, in the car. Identified by the bikes that were on the roof. I'm pretty sure it was him anyway. Race 22, Chris Hayes, Chris Millar. Jack Hudson, Nathan Abbott, Dan Popel and John Lillingston. Lillingston and Popel going 1 and 2. Hudson's in there in 4. Chris Miller in 5. Brunty in there in 6. That's Chris Hayes. That's put Nathan Abbott in that 3rd spot. Race 23, Craig Cording, Rob Harris, Matt Swales, Kingsley Mears. I think we should make Kingsley ride a unicycle. So we'll do that, see how he gets on. Rich Stevenson in there in 4th. Matt Swales, where is he? He's in there in 2. Rob Harris out of Milton Keynes, I think, in 3. Craig Cording doing it for Pro Start. I think he's knocking on a bit now, Craig, because he's gone onto a cruiser. He's on the old man bike, loves it though. Race 24, Andy McCoy, doing it for the Head Angle YouTube channel. He's in there in 1, 3, 4 even, I don't know, he's somewhere. It's too early on a Sunday morning. Groves out in front, Andy's in there in 3. That's Matthew Eaton in 2. And Chris Coleman going through as well. So it's going to go Groves, Eaton, McCoy, Coleman. Race 24, I will hand you on to Lewis for race 25. Looks like he's presenting the Oscars behind that.
Yeah, I've changed view for today. Right, 45, 49-year-old cruisers. Watson, LeBras, Stark, Too Good, Elkindi and Jackson. That is, of course, your European number 7, Fraser Watson. Out front for BMX Winner Photography on his home track. Anthony LeBras in there in that 2 spot, being pushed down the final straight by Derby BMX's very own Simon Too Good. Loves a race report, does Simon. Always loves to see his race reports after a weekend. He's in there taking that top 3 finish as Norbert Marco leads out race 26 into turn number 2. Stuart Little, David Stokes, the 2 evolved lads going through in 2 and 3. Dave should have gone to Nando's again last night, so I'm told. He's supposed to know what that means, if you can hear me down that last straight. With a big Nige Smith in there inside the top 4. 50 to 54-year-old cruisers, Stephen Hassel going at 1 and 2 with the 1, 2, 4 into that 2nd corner. That is Brett Archibald out of the Titans. Gary Carver in the mix in there inside the top 3, riding out of MCR. But it is Mongoose Factory out front, having the high-low move stuck on him in that final turn. But he says, thank you very much, I'm going to take that moto win. Stephen Hassel out front. Hilly out on track then, your European champion, Pure Bikes. Heading on through that 2nd straight, doing it for Norwich Flyers. Bent is in the mix as well, on the 4 plate, Alan Olsley. Alan's Factory Supercross team manager, bringing it on through that 3rd straight. Has he got gears on this bike, Rich? Or is it just on his 20-inch? Yeah. On his cruiser as well? All right, okay. Gears on both his cruiser and his 20-inch. John Bentley, so he's changing the face of BMX as we know it. As the 7 plate leads out race number 54, Kevin Sykes riding out of Ipswich, Pete Butler, Daz O'Brien, Stephen Notman all in the mix as well, and it's Daz in there in that 2 spots. Bringing it into that final turn, sorted race gear inside the top 3, that is Pete Butler. Looks like Rab Racing in the mix as well, Mark Cottrell. He's going to pick up a top 5 finish as they bring it down the final straight, but Kevin Sykes, your race winner. 55 plus cruisers, now out on track. Not quite sure what happened in the final yesterday. I think there was a bit of something going off after the finish line, but it is the McRock Radio Race team out front, heading into that final corner. Here on his home track, was having a cracking day yesterday. He's going to take the win in moto number 1 for the 55 plus cruiser guys, with Chris Madron in there behind him, Keith Brown, Stephen Noble and Simon Watson all in that moto as well. Brent Featherstone, Ellie Featherstone BMX coaching, leading this one through. Ice Bikes UK, Billy Stupple on the 4 plate in there in that 2 spots, riding for Gosport BMX track. David Knowles in the mix inside the top 3, bringing it down that 3rd straight, and that looks like Jonathan Charlesworth in 4, riding for Doncaster BMX Club, and Steve Needham in 5. Good to see Steve back on his bike. Riding out of Team Bunnies as the Pocket Rockets hit the track, 6 and unders Bridle, Jamira, Ross Foster, Dodd, Chalkos and Tomlinson. It's all about Oliver Bridle, yesterday's winner, heading into turn number 2. Riding for Exeter Eagles, he's got Lewin Jamira, crucial racing in there behind him. Riding for Preston, Benji Ross Foster, Aaron Olsley on the 994. He's in the mix in there in 3, looking for a way past Jamira down this third straight. He's looking up the inside, can he make it happen? I think he might, he's getting tight. Elbows are bashing, the 6 and unders are getting busy. Looking like we've got Henry Dodd in there in 4. Chalkos in there in 6 with Tomlinson in 5. But your race winner going to be Oliver Bridle out of Exeter. 7-year-olds out on track then. Oscar rather fast in this one. Riding out of Manchester on the 511 plate. That's him in there in 3. Chasing down Albie Blight and Finley Kerr. Kerr leading the race in and out of that final corner. Looking like he's going to pick up this race win. Albie Blight on the 700 plate. Going to take that 2 spot, the top 3, rounded out by rather fast. I think that was Arlo Payne in there inside the top 4. Rider down on the 2nd straight in race number 34. That's not Rapid Roman again, is it? Roman out on track. No, Roman's up in there in that 2 spot at the moment. Chasing down the Moto 1365 rider, Logan Aceto, who is leading out race number 34. That looks like Frankie Jones. LCC race team in there in about 4. I haven't seen his mum's race report for the last couple of races. I don't know if I've missed it. As the fallen rider takes to his feet. That might have been Teddy Gorman, I think, that hit the deck. No, no, it was Finley Thomas, actually. Let's hope that Finley's okay. He walked away, which was good to see. Yeah, I don't see enough factory dad race reports these days. No. Not as much as it used to. I think they all discuss it between themselves, that's what it is. As the 7-year-old girls head towards turn number 1, Mabel Pine. Orla Dewis, Maggie Devine, Verity K and Hattie McGoldrick in this one. Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Looking up the inside, she's going to pick up a top 4 spot as they head into turn number 2. Just in front of her, looks like we have got the sorted race gear rider. That is Maggie Devine on the 1 plate, on the 366 plate, sorry. In and out of turn number 2, she's chasing down your fast signatures rider. That is Orla Dewis. And your race leader, Mabel Pine, your British champion. Verity K out of the Brunty Massive in there in 5, but it is going to be Mabel Pine picking up that moto win. Second rack of 7-year-old girls now on track. That is the 278 leading this one out. Abigail Henning out of Preston Pirates. Izzy Moore, Matilda Hewitt, Tia Worthington, Flick Brentnell and Jagger Hines all in this one. All racing out of turn at number 2. I think that's Matilda Hewitt in there in 3, repping that Irish jersey. Yeah, it's got to be. A few noises coming out of the first straight. They're just winding up for the day. Cheering on Matilda Hewitt down that final straight, but Abigail Henning going to be a race winner. As the 8-year-old girls charge into turn number 1. Your British champion are leading this one out, Phoebe Millar. Braintree and Moto 1365 being chased down by Lauren Snell and the rider out of Cumbernauld, that is Ellie Robertson on the 945 plate, her clubmate in there as well, Evie Hume inside the top 5 as they go into that second turn. In and out they go. It is all about Millar and Snell out front. Gosport in there in 4. That is Megan Keller on the 174 plate. Madison Stupple in at 5 as they head for the final turn. Grace Ledgerwood Bar in 6. But down the final straight, it's all about your British champion, Phoebe Millar, taking another moto win. 8-year-old boys, LCC leading this one out, Oakley Hill. Crashed yesterday in his semi-final. Was going for a cracker of a move in that first corner. Right up the inside of everyone. Didn't quite make it pay off though. Front wheel washed out, but he's up there showing us what he can do in this moto. He's leading it out. He's got Benedict Oscar Marco, in there in that 2 spot for DC Cycles. Marco under a bit of pressure as they bring it down to the line. That's Miller McAlpine going to take that top 3 finish. Henry Sullivan leads out race number 39. Your British champion, doing it for Bristol BMX Club. He's being chased down by Jake Avis and the rider out of the Brunty Massive, Alexander Gilbert. On the 261 plate, that looks like Seth Robinson in the mix as well inside the top 4. Making moves in that final turn. The Centurions rider just under a bit of pressure out of that final corner. That was Carter Kennedy. He's going to be shuffled back to about 5 or 6. And Tristan Garbachik picks up his top 5 finish. More 8-year-olds on track in race 40. Callum Wood out of decoy, leads this one out, but they are queuing up next to him as they head towards the final turn. Dominic Zapanos has been doing that move all weekend long. Had an absolute killer third straight. He's going to pick up the one spot out of that final turn, riding out of Hot Shot Racing. Wood tied to the line with Hatch. Who's going to get that 2 spots? Your race winner was Zapanos, and Hatch took the 2 spot on the line. That one was very close between Hatch and Wood. But Southwest riders going well in that one. Antek Perebny with Ethan the Great White going into that final turn. Looking for a high-low is the Great White. Chasing the Birmingham NRT rider all the way down to the line, but it's going to be Perebny taking that moto win. 9-year-old girls out on track then. Eliza Powell, Rosie Geddes, Florence Kay, Roxy Rowlands and Beth Worley all in this. Rosie Geddes up there at the front of the pack at the moment. Chasing down your race leader, that is Eliza Powell on at the 003 plate. The 2 Brunty girls, Florence Kay, Roxy Rowlands going well in 3 and 4. Beth Worley on her home track in there in 5. But down the final straight, it's all about Eliza Powell. 4 riders in race number 43. Led out by your European number 4. Betty Wills, of course, out of Bournemouth BMX Club. Cara Cross, Molly Tomlinson, Charlie Hargreaves all in there as well. Betty Wills, though, the girl to catch in this one. Looking like Cara Cross in there in 2 good for Gosport NRT. That is Molly Tomlinson out of Manchester in there for 3. Charlie Hargreaves out of the mid-lanks. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching going to round out the top 4. 9-year-old boys on a track then. Looking like Rex Ford is leading this one out. We've got Thomas Giles and Tobias Groves in there in 2 and 3 as they go into that second corner. Rex Ford, they're riding out of Braintree BMX Club. Giles all over the back wheel of him, heading to the final turn. Rocco Westwood, Divide Branch UK, inside the top 4. Had a crash yesterday in his semi-final, I think it was. He's back up on track though, chasing down a top 3 finish. Can he get it as he heads to the line? I think he's going to lay off the gas and save his energy for his second moto. Ethan Shaw, Charlie Dowsey, George Spencer, Jack Kitchen, Luca Chong, Alistair Kane and Elliot Worley all in race 45. This one's absolutely stacked. Dowsing chasing down your British champion. Crucial Racing in there in 2. Birmingham National Race Team out front, Rusty Racing in 3. That is, of course, George Spencer picking it up down the final straight. Under a bit of pressure from the rider on the EV1 bike. That's Jack Kitching pushing all the way to the line. Who got the 3 spot? I think Spencer just about hung on to it. Ollie Bird out of CGR out on track, race number 46. I thought there was something going off there. I thought they were motos I had to remember or something like that. Right, okay, so Casey's just written down 3 moto numbers on the board. And what is it, Rich?
It's the full number of his favourite takeaway.
Yeah, got to be.
That's what it is.
What we're talking, Casey, what is it?
Leicester's Quality Kebabs, apparently. Phone number 118236354.
Please don't ring that number. It's not an actual number. There's definitely going to be someone that rings that. 100%.
And if you ring it in Glasgow, I don't want to know what you might get.
Hendrix Hines taking the win in Moto 47. I'm going to hand you over to Rich.
Oh,
who did we miss?
Who did we miss? We missed a birthday, did we?
Missed a birthday. Jack Haynes. It was his birthday. Sorry, I was too busy talking about kebab houses. Jack Haynes, happy birthday, mate. It's his birthday today. Got another birthday today. Where is he? I'm just going to have a quick look, see if I can see him.
You carry on, I'll do commentary, it's fine.
Where is he?
Maisie Egan, yesterday's winner of the 10-year-old girls. Well done, Maisie. That was a cracking lap yesterday. Battle with Trixie Trays. And in the moto before, it was Sophie Bailey, Grace Hudak taking the win. Amber Tucker and Holly Richardson were in there as well. Normal service will sometime be resumed. Mia Kiss, Bonnie Dudley, Maisie Surtees, Aria Rosalie and Ophelia Shepherd in moto number 49. As we move on to the 10-year-old boys. Moray Watson, Sebastian Hewitt, Preston Newmarsh Powell, probably somewhere in the top 3 in moto number 50. And that is your top 3. That looks like Edward Cordery in 4. Got Wilson Eaton, Josiah Berg and Harris Robertson in there as well. Moray Watson taking the win. That'll be Preston in there in 3. Arlo Steinmetz leading out moto number 51. He's got the rider out of Scotland right there with him. That's Jamie Robertson. Jamie mentioned me in his Instagram post. Thank you, Jamie. I did see that, mate. Oliver Ritchie's battling away. The 3 of them are together. Isaac Jones, Sam Snell, Harvey Simpson. Ronnie Walwork doing it for the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching Massive. He's in there in 6 and pushing hard. And Harvey Simpson in 7. Race 52, Teddy Jones, Finley Munro. The Land Shark, Ronnie Wood in this one as well. Jack Swales, Thomas Henning, Jaden O'Connell, Clayton Southall and Isaac Moore. Teddy Jones on the 7 out in front. It is the LCC boys going 1 and 2. I need to nip round for a pancake. They do cracking pancakes over at LCC. Jack Swales out of Gosport. He's in there in 4. Finn Monroe going through, I think, in 3. As they cross the line, yeah, Finn got the 3. It was the LCC boys going 1 and 2. Connor Hemphill, Arthur Claydon, Benny Jackson. Benny out in front. Connor Hemphill in 2. That's Hugo Dayton in 3. The Exeter rider Arthur Claydon in 4. And who've we got in 5? That's Joey Tompkins going through in 5. As we move on to race 54, Freddie Ray Orland. Like I said, Dad's birthday today. He's watching on the sidelines. Rex Beasley, Leo Bradley, Joseph McAvoy, Albert Turner, Oscar Hall and Joshua Coates. All in Moto 54, but look at the battle out front. Beasley and Orland to the line. Well done, boys. Joseph McAvoy in 3. As we move on to the 11-year-old girls, Grace Gerard, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Sammy Hughes, Lainey Cordin, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, Elizabeth Graham and Lily Mae Gould. Grace is in there in that second spot, chasing, I think it's Samia. Out in front in the Island jersey. Grace pushing her to the line. Elizabeth Lola Poole in there in 3. Samia just held on to it, but it was a photo finish, I think, between Samia and Grace. Literally a whisker between them. Lauren Keller, Seren Pritchard, Lucy Stevenson, Elsie Blight, Amelia Martin, another one of our Irish contingents. She had a tumble yesterday. She's in there in 3. But it looks like Seren's going to get to the line with Lauren. They're going to go 1 and 2. Seren just taking it, but not by much. Race 57, Iris Hyder, Millie Ross, Poppy May Kirby, Mara McCarran, Sadie McSwitty, Hannah Mackey and Tyler Davenport. That's Miss McSwitty in 4. Iris Hyder leading it out. Millie Ross in 2. Poppy May Kirby in 3. That's Mara McCarran just coming through, I think, for a 4th. So getting nice and close. Sadie ended up in 5. As we move on to the 11-year-old boys. Leighton Hardy, Nitai Jamira, Isaac Lasenda Smith. Isaac going well. As the Rab Racing bunch all sit on those little benches, they all look so comfortable, don't they? Good morning, Rab Racing. Hope you're all okay. Leon Waite, Louis Swales, Albert Aliazdans, Max Bojang in there as well. As we move on to race 59, Jacob Jameson. Had a nice chat with Jacob and his dad this morning. He's there in 3. Chasing down Bram Heaver and Joe Rook. He went across the line 1 and 2. Tom Allen in 4. Billy Cheeseman 5. Freddie and Dawson 6 and 7. And Henry Ballantyne in there in 8. Moto 60, Leo Rowland, Sam Riches. Going 1 and 2. Harley Bowler in there in 3. That'll be riders going through. Huey Hall in there as well. And Oliver Taylor. Louis Cheffy picking up a 5. Oliver in 6, Lucas in 7. Race 61, Archie Bell and Akeem Brazier. Zach Everly in there in that second position, chasing down Archie Bell. My mate Zach Worthington in there as well in about 5, doing it for Preston Pirates. Logan Waterhouse in the mix as well. Race 62, James Bibby, Marcus Mullen, Jack Devine, Lucas Belton, Niall Elkindi, Jet Thompson, Emil Challenger and Theo Davis. Your E4, James Bibby out in front, Marcus Mullen in there in 2. Lucas Belton, I think, in there in 3, possibly. Might even be Emil. It was Emil in there in 3, Lucas 4, Niall in 5, Jack Devine in 7. As we move on to Moto 63, more 11-year-old boys: Archie Crocker-White, Harry Swales, Charlie Cotton, Seth Byrne, Jacob Aston in there for Midlands BMX Club. Doing good things. Finlay Shaw and Callum Keane out of Cumbernauld as well, being cheered on by the local contingent. But Archie out in front, going well. Charlie Cotton from Knowsley, he's in there in 4, pushing hard. That's Gosport's Harry Swales in there in 3, chasing Seth Byrne to the line. "12-year-old girls on track now." There we go. Esme Ward, Dakota Tucker, Anushka Jones, Holly Diver, Georgia Surtees, Millie Granger, and Bella Rutherford in there as well. Newly mounted on sorted race gear for the rest of the season. As we move to Moto 65, Emma Kiss, Brooke Fawcett, Nora Sirets, Martha Cotton, Molly Fumey Carroll, and Clara Salmond out of Andover. Emma and Brooke going 1 and 2. That's Nora in there in 3, I think. Good job I got it right, because Dad stood in front of me. As we move on to race 66, that'll be, who've we got? Ruby Warren, Emily Eaton, Nair O'Connell in there in 3. That's Allegra True in 4. Ms. Gerard, Isabella in 5, and Amara 5 in 6. Right, 12-year-old boys are on. I'm going to hand you over to Lewis, just because I know my rider's on his way up very shortly.
Not a problem. That is looking like Ethan Rogers out front. And I was speaking to his dad this morning, and his dad was telling me that, you know, the Gladiators is returning. The Giant from the Gladiators put out a shout out for Ethan this morning to say well done for yesterday's racing, and trying to get people to tune into BMX Race Hub to watch live today. So thank you very much to the Giant. Very much appreciated. Ethan took the win in his first moto of the day. Thomas Honeywell in that 2 spot. As we move on to race 68, Charlie Wilcox leads it out. Looks like Tom Palmer in there in that 2 spot. Josh Jepson going to round out the top 3 with Harley Steele in a solid 4th spot. Max McNulty out on track. Team Bunnies worked his way underneath Joe Douglas in that first corner, and he now leads the race. So McNulty, Douglas 1 and 2, running away from the rest of the pack. Hunter Malion, Van der Malion shall we say, he's inside the top 3 heading into the final turn. Bodie Markley out of Concept Maybo, he's inside the top 4, going to bring it down that final straight. Yesterday's winner, European number 3, Harry Donald, BMXHype.com, heading into the turn at number 2. Harry Tyres in there with him as well, Sullivan Collis. James Roy Pipe in the mix as well, inside the top 4. Heading towards that final turn, Henry Potts in 5. Look at the battle on for that 2 spot, Tyres and Collis. Collis putting Tyres under pressure, but Tyres going to hang on to that 2nd spot. James Miller out on track, GT Factory then, heading into that 2nd corner. He's got the 9 plate in there with him. That is, of course, Oliver Arnold out of Smiley's Flight Club. Ralph Sowerby doing it for Decoy in the mix as well. Lawrence Bojang picking up a top 4 spot for Brixton BMX Club is ahead for that final turn. Looking like the front 4 are safe and clear, but it's all about Miller out front. Going to take the moto win. Pretty sure he picked up a podium spot yesterday. Sure he'll be happy with that one. 13-year-old girls, Jalala Patel in there in that 2 spots. Doing it for Pekka BMX Club. Chasing down your race leader. That is Lexi Cairns out of Allen's Factory Supercross. Got to be Libby Copping in there in 3. Anastasia Muhar in a 4. Ellie Moore in there for 5. Aaron Nuneaton. For your race winner, Lexi Cairns. Yesterday's winner in race number 73, Rerun Janolino. Doing it for Team Bunnies, heading into that 2nd corner. Her first ever national win in her first ever season of national racing. So well done to Rin. She's chasing out the race leader though, that is Katie Millar. Your European number 7 heading into that final corner. Millar and Janolino having their own little battle out front. Them two ladies going to go 1 and 2, Simone Cleve rounding out them top 3 spots. Milo Weller in race number 74, he's in the mix inside the top 3. Nate Hamilton though is your race leader, riding out our Smiley's Flight Club, looking up Birmingham NRT in there as well. That's Pro Star BMX, got to be Freddie Parkinson, racing up an age group, he's inside the top 4. Shaw that was made his move in that final turn, he's going to move from 3 to 2, which shuffles Weller back to that 3 spots. Ned Guppy chasing down Elvis Lawrence into that second corner, but he's got Oliver Tyres right there on his right-hand shoulder. Tyres looking like he went for a high-low move in that second turn. Didn't quite manage to make it pay off, but them 3 guys having their own little battle out front. Here comes Guppy underneath Lawrence in the final turn. Wasn't quite close enough. Lawrence managed to hang on to it. That let Tyres come through and pick up a top 2 finish. Guppy in there for 3. We are looking at Toby Lynch out front doing it for Sorted Race Gear. 16 of Robin Matter Alonso in the mix inside that top 3 spot, looking like he went round the outside in that second corner. Yes, he did, made it stick. Shuffled Edward Miller back to that 3 spots. Harry Bailey, he's in there in 4. Riding for Telford Flyers and Smiley's Flight Club. Good to see Telford Flyers back on the map again. We are looking at race 77, not quite sure what happened in the first turn. Nathaniel Eames though, he's in there in that 3 spot, doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Ben Millington and Newton Hindley in there in 2 and 3. That looks like the 447 of Leo Cranston that hit the deck. William Knowles went down as well. And I think that was Thomas O'Brien. Eames throws in a high-low in that final turn. Works his way from 3 to 2. Dad's over the moon with that one. Great start to his Sunday. Well done, Nathaniel. Newton Hindley though, he's going to be your race winner in race 77. Right, we are moving on. Race 78. Sorry, I'm just listening to all sorts that's going off up here. That's got to be your world number 7. Made a Worlds in Euro final, did James Cottrell. He's out front for Rab Racing, under a bit of pressure from Brody Geddes. Down the final straight, but it's all about Cottrell taking the win in that one. Yesterday's winner, European number 2. Here comes Kobe Rayford round the outside, but it is Todd Smith-Notman leading this one through for the Northeast. Freddie Richardson in there as well, doing it for Braintree. Had a crash yesterday, but he's up there at the moment, chasing down the front 2 riders. Rayford as smooth as you like round the outside of Notman in that final turn. So Rayford going to take the race win. As we look at the 14-year-old girls, Amelia Everly out on track. The European number 5, here comes the national number 2 though, leading it through. Ailey Watson on her home track. Riding for BMX Winner Photography, hashtag 59 in there as well. That is of course Everly. Concept Mabo in the mix inside the top 3. Ava Wright out of Preston Pirates. Eliza French, Daisy Knowles in 4 and 5, but Ailey Watson going to take the race win. European number 4 out on track, Lottie Brown, leading it from Lottie McFarlane, heading into that second corner. Grace Burge, Ruby Walford, Orla Cooper and Macy Richardson, all in there as well. Of course, Orla's on track. I can hear Mum shouting as loud as possible on that first straight. It is going to be Brown though, Burge 1 and 2. As the 14-year-old boys head into turn number 2. Rufus Cotigny in this one for Bournemouth BMX Club. Harvey Tomlinson in there as well. In and out of that second corner, it is Tomlinson chasing down your race leader, doing it for Mongoose Factory. Looks like the Centurions rider in the middle of the pack. That is David Feely. He's in there at about 4th at the moment, chasing down that rider just in front of him. I think that could be Dalton Spirit. Ben Larkins, Tidy S. Bradley James, 1, 2, 3 in race number 83. Larkins Pure Bikes looking good into that final turn. Pretty sure he was on the podium yesterday, 2nd I believe. Tidy S. He's going to take that 2 spot for Factory Supercross. Moving on, race 84, Amos Guppy in this one, chasing down at the 4-plate of Luke Wilcox into turn number 2. That was the 10-plate going on past us into that second corner inside the top 3. Freddie Whistle, Tate Kitson in there as well. He's in that 4 spot. No, sorry, he's in 5. He's chasing down Enzo Shaw, who's in there in 4. Doing it for us. Cyclopod in and out of that final corner. But it's going to be Guppy taking the race win down to the stripe. Kai Bowen, world number 5 out on track. I think I got his world plate wrong yesterday in his final. I said world 6. That was last year. So 2 World Finals on the bounce. He's world number 5 this year though. Flying out of that second turn, doing it for State Strong, Clark and Kent. Heading for that final corner. Elijah Jamiro, Crucial Racing. Racing up an age group in there in that 2 spots. Was catching up with Dad yesterday. Good to see them this weekend. Him and his brother. Him and both of his brothers actually. Lewin's now racing as well. So that's fantastic to see. Race 86 heading into turn number 2. Heath Thomas, your national champion, leading it out. Freddie Franklin, Alex Dunkley in there as well. Oliver Sim out of the mid-lanks. Inside the top 3 at the minute, he's got Oliver James on his left-hand shoulder into that final corner. Looking for a way round. James threw in a high-low. Can he make his stick? Looks like he might make it happen. Yes, he will. Took a crash in his semi-final yesterday. He does not want a repeat today. He's looking to make that main as the 15 plate leads out race 87. Eden Boone, Norwich Flyers, and Warner BMX Race Team, I believe that is. Yes, it is. So Warren out front, Ram racing in 2. That is Lucas Seeley. Logan out on track. It's his dad's birthday today. I've been looking for Kirk all morning. I saw him earlier on, but I've not seen him since. So happy birthday to Kirk. God knows how old he is. Nothing that we can share that would be polite to him anyway. So happy birthday, Kirk. Well done, Logan. He took a 4th in that one, behind Emmy Seawood, Lucas Seeley and Ida Boone. 15-year-old girls. 15-year-old girls then on track. I missed one of them completely, sorry about that. That looks like the 2-plate lead in the next one out there, race 89, Megan Roy. Heading into turn number 2, Moto 1365. Well, just a reminder, guys, the raffle will be drawn after the quarterfinals. In the meantime, you can go up to the Centurion shop up near the stadium and get yourself some tickets. The main prize is a full GT cruiser bike.
That's not bad, is it, really?
That's not a bad shout at all. I did tell you yesterday that they always treat us right up here at Scotland.
We do.
So if you fancy your chances at a full GT cruiser, get yourself up to the Centurion shop. The prize, I'll get my words out at some point. The draw will be done after quarterfinals, but in the meantime, you can get up to the Centurion shop and get yourself some tickets. I'll hand you over to Rich for race 91. Noah Everly, Caden Dunn.
Right, okay, Noah Everly, Caden Dunn. Finley Collis in this one as well. Cameron Cox, Alex Mackey, Jack de Jong, the local guy, Jamie Hayward, and Theo Robbins. Stretched out like an accordion now as Noah Everly and Caden Dunn go 1 and 2. Finley Collis goes through in 3, and I've got a feeling that was Cameron Cox in 4. Race 92, Lucas Webster, Eli Smith, Sam Townsend, Joe Little in this one for the Evolved Bicycle Motocross team. Oliver Coppin, Bradley Davison, Thomas Kay, and Callum Fleming. Joe's in there in 5, Eli Smith leading it out. Lucas is going to go through in 2. And I've got a feeling that's Sampson in 3. Moto 93, Sean Brown, Birmingham National Race Team. Out in front, Scott McCallum in 2, Ollie Cotton in the mix as well. John O'Harradine and Alexander Ferns going through. Arnus Vicunius and William Alfie Harrison pushing hard. We love to see it. Race 94, Mason Lang, Matty Paulech, Joe Penton-Volk already on his 2nd lap of the day. Lewis Collins Nimmo had a good day yesterday. He's in there as well in 2 at the moment. Angus Graham, George Chapman, and Tom Shaw out of Bruntwood on that 896 plate. Mason Lang leading it into the corner. Lewis in there in 2. Brixton's Angus Graham back there in about 5 or 6, pushing hard though, chasing to the line. As we go to race 95, Cody Coker, Henry Rayner. Right there near the front, Zachary Tier going through as well, Malachi O'Reilly, Louis Pinder, Kasperi Reynolds, and Archie Lamb from the Evolves crew. Archie's in there in about 6 at the moment. Cody Coker taking it to the stripe. Rayner, I think, in there in 3. Zachary Tier going through as well. As we move on to the 16-year-olds, Tom Miller, Curtis Copeland, Dame Raymond Waddell, Finn Phillips out of Bournemouth. Aboard that mongoose out in front. Ellis Berry made his first national final in 5 years yesterday, did Ellis? Wants a bit more of it today. Just waiting to get free from the shackles of school. Ellis picking up a 6. Caden Roberts going through. Oh no, Caden did not start. Hope he's all right. Race 97, Thomas Dorr and JTL Simpson Davis. Jay's in there in 3. That'll be James Clitheroe. In there in 2. Lewis Cook inside the top 4. Zach Twitching as well. Sam Hambling, Oscar Pete and Callum Heath. Race 98, Reece Toole, Jamie Dummigan, Danica O'Hagan. Boys are battling. Danica in that second spot on the inside. Jamie Dummigan in about, what, 5? In that BC BMX jersey. Looking good, good, good. Bradley Goulding, Jack Shaw and Max Burgess in there too. Race 99, Jaden Fawcett and Finley Hoff. Elliot Brook in there as well. They are 1, 2 and 3. Zach Chapman in 4. Jack Cameron and Cameron McGrail going through from the Centurions. Elliot Albert out of Cornwall. The lone southerner in a group full of northerners. Not that that matters, it's just a fact. Where are we up to? Seb Hamblin, Owen Putland, Arne Esselmont, Ben Fitzsimmons, Putland and Esselmont going 1 and 2. We are on race 100. Yeah. All right, okay. Yeah. The battle of the baddest. Right, okay. All right, we got a big battle going on, the height battle in Moto 104. George Higley and Reese Hoggart. Who is the most Moto Phil? We are about to find out very shortly. Sorry, totally missed race 101 then. Right, 102, Jaden Seaward leading out, 102, Eddie Cannon's in there. The Cockney Hitman, you blow your legs off. Jaden Seaward, Eddie Cannons, Scurry Curry, Brandon Mallon, Joshua Cates, Harvey Milbank, Ian Brown and Sam Smith. Race 103, Scott Monroe Higgs and Lewis Fletcher. Won't be far from the front. There is Lewis Fletcher. Charlie Bigger inside the top 4. As we move to the battle of the Moto fillers, who's going to get it? Higley or Hoggart? It's going to be one or the other. Tyrese Bradshaw leading it out. That looks like the 14 in there in 2. That's going to be Joshua Izzard. Sean Tobin, Marcel Moore, Ashley Walker and Finley Randall in there as well. But we are looking for the battle of the Moto fillers. 4 and 5 at the minute. Higley, Hoggart. Somebody's going to be winning. Somebody's going to be crying into the special brew later on. We are about to find out who it is. Higley takes it. I think Reese Hoggart in 5. The Moto filler has been decided. Reese Hoggart, you are more Moto Phil than George Higley. Race 105, Callum Chard Maple. Ross Sharp, Adam Gilbert, Connor Hedges. Jack and Pete Watson in there as well, and Kyle Hill. Gilbert took the win. Callum Chard Maple in 2, Ross Sharp in 3. Race 106, Aaron Holloway, Connor Hudson, Finley Clark, Billy Luckhurst. All in this one, Suleiman Davis Hayes, Brazil and Dixon. Billy Luckhurst in there in 3. That looks like the Birmingham National Race Team rider Finley Clark, who's just going to try and sneak through for a win. I think he managed to pick it up at the line. Holloway, Hudson, Luckhurst following him in. 17 to 29 female, Taya Gaynor, Hannah Drew. Out there, Remy Godfrey. In that Stay Strong kit, she's in there in 3. That's going to be Megan Gerard in 4. Molly Simpson pushing hard, chasing down Alicia Linscott. Into that turn. Hannah Baker in there as well. Did I miss anybody? Chloe Tompkins. Sorry, Chloe. Didn't mean that. I always miss one. Terrible. Race 108, Emily Green, Olivia Firth, Amy Willets. Emily Clinch in there for the Evolved crew. She's there in that second spot. chasing down Emily Green to the line, so it's a battle of the Emilys going 1 and 2. Amy Willett's in there in 3, Rosie O'Brien in 4, Jamie Elwood in there as well, and Annabelle Charlton. Oh, and Jamie Hyam. Moto 109, Lily Chiziwa, Megan Kirby, Fumia Dramy Hepburn, Imogen Gibson and Molly Nice. Good to see Imogen on track. Tilly McCrum, Jetska Hempstock and Alice Taylor. Right, moto number 110, sorry. Our 21-year-old ladies, Rebecca Gold, Savannah Carver, Anita Wong, Annie Chiziwa, Fwon Clements, and Claire Alberts. So it's Becca in 1, Sav's in there in 2 aboard the OS20. I love an OS20. Still need to get mine out and ride it again. As we move on to the Masters of Disaster. Yeah, I'm good. Scott Beaumont of the 96 podcast. He was recording last night with Andy McCoy. So check that out when you get the chance. Billy Irwin in 2, Chris Granger out of Blackpool, and Darren Thompson out of Peterborough. Those are your 4 guys in Masters. And in the other moto, we've got 5 guys. John Lillingston, Martin Smiley Brown, 1 and 3. Separated by the 7 of Dale Scott. David James and Ryan Jones in there as well. It is Lillingston, Scott, Brown, 1, 2 and 3. Dale Scott in 4, Ryan Jones in 5. Veterans are up next. Danny T into the turn, battling with Adam Boudet and Matt Barnard. Oh, hang on, guys, throwing elbows already. It's Moto 1 in Veterans. Calm down. Hayden Taroa in there as well. Matthew Eaton and Lewis Allison. George Salmon, Zoltan Boudet, Mark Steele, Matthew Trincart and Big Nige Smith in there in moto number 114. As 113 comes to the line, Danny T and Matt Barnard going across. Boudet out front in moto 114. Trincart in 2. The 424, that is George Salmond in 3. Big Nige has started a new job. He's working 70 hours a week, fitting stair lifts apparently, so I'm reliably informed. The sad point being he's got no time to spend on his bike. But you know what Nigel's like, he gets in there anyway. As we move on to junior, is this, no, it's still 50 plus. Daz Reedy, Gary Carver, Julian Allen from the Flat Pedal Massive, Brett Knight, Dave Knowles, Daniel Kerry George and Neil Waddington. All in there. Reedy taking it to the line. Gaz Carver into Julian Allen. Is he going to hang on for 3 or will Brett Knight pip him at the stripe? Oh, he just held on to it. Race 116. Alan Hill, Brett Archibald. Battle of the Titans. John Bentley in this one as well. Bentley in that 4th position, chasing down Craig Nelly Nelson. 2 OS20s, 3rd and 4th. Stephen Fortune, Dominic Elliott, Mark Worley and Jonathan Charlesworth as well. As we move on to Junior Open, Xander Mavelvani Rai battling away there. Which way are they going today? They're going through the pro section. Harvey Fawcett, Miller Hughes, Louis Tay Edwards and Flynn Drelling-Courts. Somebody had to hit the brakes going through there. Xander out in front, that is Harvey Fawcett in 2. Danny in 3, Miller in 4. Louis Tay Edwards in 5. Crossing the line, Xander's going to pick up the win. As we move on to Superclass, full gate of 8. Heading down towards the turn, Callum Strickland picking up the whole shot. Joss Marnham absolutely flying, took the win yesterday. He's in there in 2, that is Mark Fletcher in 3. Dean Reeves, George Hunt, Harrison Collis, Harrison Bell and Casey Markley. Collis hits the deck going through the pro section. Harrison Bell in 5. But it looks like it's going to be Strickland, Martin and Fletcher. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3. Taking it to the line. Let's hope that Harrison Collis is all right. He rolls away. And we go back to the beginning for Moto 2. Oh, deep breaths.
Once again, then, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Harrison Collis.
And I've got other birthday shout-outs to do as well. Certainly got a big one to do later on. I'm just waiting for the gentleman concerned to get into his team tent. Right, sorry, carry on, Lewis.
No, not a problem. We love a birthday shout-out. We are back round then to the start of the Motos, round number 2. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Got to be Frankie Griffin, your European number 3, leading this one out. He's got Billy Cheeseman in there with him, doing it for Gosport National Race Team. Percy Lodge Tiger Race Team in there in 3, looking for a way round. Cheeseman into turn number 2. Taylor Hall, Toby Duff, and Paige Cathcart Goodison, all in this moto as well. The front 3 riders are looking like they're creating a bit of a gap now as they head into that final corner. But it's all about Frankie Griffin, Fluid Bicycle Motocross, taking that moto win. Race 120 on track. Bram Heaver in this one, in there in that 2 spot, chasing down the 148 plate. Jamie Tablanche, MK Evolution, looking good. Charlie LeBras doing it for Bradford. Bradford's finest in there inside at the top 4 at the moment. Got a couple of riders queuing up behind him though. Looks like Aaron Hickman it is, in there in 4. Charlie LeBras in there in about 6. That looks like Fast Signatures splitting them up at the moment. Max Livingston. No, sorry, Jack Swales. Max Livingston was inside the top 3, taking that 3rd spot. More 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Oliver Arnold, European number 7, out on track. Had a good old scrap in the final yesterday for that 1 spot. Riding out of Smiley's Flight Club, looking good down the final straight. Hunter van der Malion. Xavi Fox Cooper in there inside the top 3 for the Brunty. Massive 13-14-year-old cruisers now out on track. 1X on the plate. James Cottrell leading it through for Rab Racing. Eric McSwitty out of MCR in there as well. Addison Milburn inside the top 3 as they bring it around. McSwitty looking for a way round as they head for the final turn, and I think he's found it, so that shuffles Cottrell back to that 3 spot, to the 2 spot, then down the final straight. McSwitty, Cottrell, 1 and 2. That's how they're going to finish. Milburn rounds out your top 3. Ewan Hindley out on track, world number 6 from 2023 on his cruiser. Heading into turn number 2 on that 3-plate tutor for Andover and Team Air. Who's in there with him? Logan Young. Riding for DC Cycles, in and out of that final turn. MK Evolution in the mix. That's Theo Cam on the 145 plate. Alfie Sim, Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there for that 4th spot. Robin Matan Alonso out on track for Pekka BMX. And the Spanish contingent, he's leading this one out. Jake Georgeson picking up that 2 spot at the moment for Warm BMX. Cooper Westwood's in there as well for Divide Brand UK. Hard Knocks in the mix as well, looking for a way round. That was Freddie Woolwork. Isaac Caulfield though has made his move. Looks like he picked up that 2nd spot in behind Robin Matan Alonso, and that looks like Cooper McCrum heading into turn number 2 in that 2nd spot, chasing down your race leader. Got to be Tate Kitson out of Moto 1365. So then 2 guys running clear at the moment. Hadley Harding in there in 3, doing it for GT Factory. Warm BMX has Jacob Warren out of Gosport in there inside the top 4, looking for a way round. Harding down the final straight, but it's all about your race leader Kitson taking the Moto win. Aidan True in there in 3 at the moment in the 15 to 16-year-old cruisers, heading into that 2nd corner, looking like Louis Car Maps in there as well, doing it for BMXHub.com. He's in that 4th spot at the minute, looking for a way round Harry Pritchard, heading into that final turn. I think he's found it. Pritchard in there in 5, looks like Louis Pinder in there in 2, chasing down your race leader. That looked like Zach Chapman. Thomas Duran out on track on the outside of the 127. That's Thomas Millar heading into that 2nd corner out in front. So Millar, Duran, Sean Brown's in there as well inside the top 3, doing it for Birmingham National Race Team. The front 3 riders running away with it at the moment. CGR's in the mix as well. That is Jaden Tudor on the 173. He's in there in 5 at the minute, but Millar out front looking good. Caden Roberts leads out race number 128 in the 15 to 16-year-old cruisers, looking like Crank BMX coaching in the mix as well on the 3-plate. That is Joe Pentonvaux, Bradley Davison, Joe Little also in this one. That's Evolved Bicycle Motocross in the mix inside the top 4 at the minute, looking for a way round the outside. No Vincent Coburn today, I don't think. I think he might have crashed yesterday. Let's hope that he's okay. The 3rd spot going to go to Jalabras. JT Simpson Davies out front then, leading it through for the Jump Club. Stanley Palmer, last year's national champion, in there with him, looking for a way round. Jump Club in there in 3 as well. Got to be Zachary Tia. Was repping Crew 19 yesterday. Repping his club today. Jump Club down the final straight. Going to go through in 3rd with his club mate in there in front. 17, 29-year-old cruisers now then. Alex Brooks, good to see him back on his bike, doing it for Rab Racing, their team manager. His dog's been left at home this weekend with Mum Sue. Whilst he's out here racing. Body Scotland, he's going to take this moto win by the looks of it. 2 for 2 for him today. So far, Owen Putland and Lewis Fletcher battling it out for that 2 spot. Josh Cates out on track then, doing it for Braintree. Crashed yesterday, I think it was. Looking good today though. Looks like Rocky O'Brien in the mix. On that 8-plate, doing it for Redditch Premiers. Repping that Indonesia jersey. I don't know if I've ever seen Rocky without that jersey on since he got it. He's trying to find a way around Pete Watson in that final turn. Zach Green, looking good in there in 4 at the moment. Under a bit of pressure from Pro Star as they head down to the line. I think that could have been Lewis Longley taking that 5 spot across the finish. Connor Hedges out on track. Don't know if you've got Connor on Facebook, but he went to the Euro Champs. Ended up with his head in his hands in the stands. And one of the lovely people behind the camera live streaming caught him red-handed. He says it wasn't race-related, though.
Yeah, I saw that as well.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
It was semi-final disappointment, I think it was labelled as. But he said it wasn't actually about that, so let's hope not. On Esselmont, though, taking the moto, winning that one. I don't know if any of you saw that in practice either. On was throwing, like, can-cans, I think it is, and 360s into turn 2. Didn't affect his racing though, he took the win in his last one, so Conor Blythe out on track. Leading it through, Matt McHugh and Jack Mowat going to go 2 and 3 in that one. Sorry, we'll get back to some racing now. Olivia Firth, oh, something's happened. Yeah, my screen's gone. Second moto. I'm here somewhere. There we are. Right, I'm back online. The nearly damaged the white elephant. Where's Des McCrum? He's not here, is he? He didn't see that, did he? Des didn't see that, did he? So long as he didn't see it. Oh, he's over there. Can't do anything when he's out there. That's okay then. Wonderful. Right, 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser Lily Chisholm, British champ, leads it out from last year's national champion, Hannah Drew. So Chisholm, Drew, Taylor Lee Mohan in there in the 3. Amy Willets in 4, riding out of Cycle Park. And Retro Racing, looks like Anya Mata-Alonso's made her way through, though she's now inside the top 4. Taylor Lee Mohan's on a charge as well. She's gone from 3 to 2. She's chasing Chisholm down this final straight. Chisholm, Mohan to the line. Who's going to get it? That one's close. Transponders of truth tell us that Taylor Lee Mohan took the win in that one. That one was very tight. 3 100ths of a second in that one. Anna Radcliffe, Jetska Hemstock. Heading towards turn at number 3. Trinity Cam working away from 3 to 2. Heading into that final corner. Riding out of Urban Air BMX, but it is Divide. Branch UK out front. Anna Radcliffe going to rack up that moto win. 30 plus women's cruiser on track. Rebecca Gold, absolute bicycle motocross, leads this one out. No Coach Chizzy in this age group this weekend. I think she's picked up the 20 inch for the weekend. So we've got Rebecca out front, Anita Wong, Lee Pendleton, 1, 2, 3, Teresa Chalice in there as well, having a good old battle with Nicola Sitch, heading for that final turn. Sorry about that. So race 138, 30 plus women's cruiser. SJN, your world number 2, Hotshot Racing. Had a cracking day over in Rock Hill a couple of weeks back in the world champs. Picked up that 2nd spot on her cruiser. Well representing Hotshot. Kebab House Racing Team. That's wicked, thank you very much. There's not a better name for a race team than that. I'm sure you won that, won't you? Yeah, you can take them, mate. Thank you very much to Kebab House Racing Team, delivering some stickers for us up here at commentary. Sorry, I will get back to some racing at some point. We are looking at the 40 to 44-year-old cruisers. Kingsley Mears, yes we are, yesterday's winner. He was over the moon with yesterday's win, so well done to Kingsley. He's out front, last year's national champion. Riding for Pro Start BMX. Heading towards that final corner, he's got Matthew Eaton in there in 3. Richard Stevenson, though, in there in the 2 spots. Eaton looking for a way round. Matt Swales, it is, in there in 4. There was too many Matts in that one. It started to get confusing by the end. Right, the head angle YouTube out on track. Andy McCoy in there in that 3rd spot. But it is Andy Groves out front. Craig Cordin in there in that 2 spot, chasing him on through. Doing it for Pro Star BMX. Tygo Race Team, though, in there in 3 with Mr. McCoy. Riding on his 4-cross bike, I think that is. I don't want to get the bike names wrong, but I'm sure it's his 4-cross bike. Loves a 4-cross bike, does Andy. He's going to take the 3 spot in that one as the 45, 49-year-old cruiser's heading to turn 2. Fraser Watson, European number 7, out on track. Stuart Little in this one, doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross, but it is Norman Marco on the 5 plate, in there in 2, riding for DC Cycles. Watson, Marco, 1 and 2 down the final straight. Little's in there in 3, looking like Scott Main's going to round out the top 4. Smith, Stokes, Stark, Labras, Elkindy and Duff all out on track. Graham Stark, 8X on the plates. Thank you very much for our stickers, and Graham, very much appreciated. He's out front at the moment, having a good old battle with David Stokes. Riding for Evolved Bicycle Motocross, heading in and out of that final corner. Team here in Andover out front though. Big Nige Smith, he's going to round out the top 3 podium spots as they bring it down to the stripe. Stephen Hassel leads out race 145. Looks like Pete Butler in there with him. Jules Allen doing his race report from the Worlds. And I think he did for the Euros as well with Scott Beaumont on the 96 podcast. I don't think they've finished it yet, though, have they? Have they finished it? The Worlds Roundup with Jules Allen?
I think so, 3 parts.
Yeah, it's 3 parts. Yeah, that's right, yeah. So I did see it last night. I was just making sure I didn't get it wrong. More 50 to 54-year-old cruiser action. European champion out on track. Hilly heading into turn number 2. Brett Archibald in there with him. Gary Carver's in the mix with Daz O'Brien on the outside into turn number 2. In and out they go. Hilly leading it out. Pure Bike's looking good. O'Brien's made his move. He's now there inside the top 3. Looking like John Benters. In there in 4, riding out of Allen's Factory Supercross with Gary Carver in there inside the top 5. Race 147, Kevin Sykes in this one. He's in there in that 1 spot at the moment, leading them on through. Richard Ellis on the 6. In there in the 2 spot, riding out of Peter Profantum's the 11. In there in 3, that is Tim Porter out of Bradford Cottrell. Riding for Preston and Rad Racing in there inside the top 4, but it's all about Sykes out front. Ipswich BMX Club. Ipswich are having a flying weekend this weekend, so well done to all Ipswich riders. Absolutely killing it out there. It is going to be Sykes taking the win in that one. 55 plus cruisers, 2 gates for these guys. It is Raymond Reed out front. The McGrock, of course, riding on his home track, looking good out of that final turn. He's going to pick up this moto win by the looks of it. Billy Stubble, Brent Featherstone in there 2 and 3. All right, race 149 before I hand you over to Rich. And he's looking like the 11 plate of Chris Madron, Pure Bikes, going at 1 and 2 with the 5 plate of Keith Brown, David Knowles in there in 3, Simon Watson, Steve Needham in this one as well in the 55 plus cruiser lads. It's all about Madron though, headed down the 3rd straight. He's going to pick it up into the final turn. In and out he goes. Pretty sure he took yesterday's win as well. Madron having a flying weekend. And I'll hand you over to Rich for the 6 and unders.
6 and... Oh, hang on. Bit previous. Still cruisers on.
Where's that from?
I don't know.
I think that was the 40-40. 30-39 cruisers, that's what that is.
Keeping you on your toes.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway,
is.
It doesn't matter. They're over the line now.
We'll
carry on. 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Oliver Bridle, Lewin Jamira, Benji Ross Foster, Henry Dodd, Ionis Chalkos and Isaac Tomlinson. Our little superstars, look at them out there. That is Oliver out in front. I saw him yesterday going into the hotel, carrying his trophy, looking very happy. As any 6-year-old is when they've got a brand new silver trophy in their hand. I'd be stoked now, and I'm 50. Lewin Jamira, where is he? He's in there in 3, chasing Benji Ross Foster. My mate Henry Dodd out of Mid-Lancs. Whoop, whoop, Mid-Lancs massive. He's in there in 4. Whoop, whoop. You need a tray of drinks from Copper Vines in your hand, Sarah, when you do that. Do you know what I mean? Ionis Chalkos and Isaac Tomlinson going through as well. Sorry, that was a very in-standish joke then. There's only 2 people in the whole venue got that one. Me and Sarah. Oh, and Mrs. Eames as well. Right, where am I up to? 7-year-olds. Joseph Claydon. Roman Birdfield in this one. Has he stayed upright this time? I hope he has. There's my mate Oscar Rather Fast in there in 2. Going through. Yeah, Roman Birdfield did stay upright. Albie Blight, Finley Kerr, Ruby Pleasance Ford, Jude Shearer, Frankie Jones and Miller Dixon. All in there. And as they go into the turn and out, it is Albie Blight, followed by Oscar Rather Fast and Ruby Pleasance Ford. Is he going to get him at the line, Rudy? Ooh, yes he did, just stole it away from Oscar. God, all the way to the line, even in the 7-year-olds. 7-year-old girls, I think, on track now. Yep, that is Maggie Devine in there. Hattie McGoldrick, watched by Mum Charlotte, who's got a birthday tomorrow, I think. So Charlotte, happy birthday. She'll be like that, sitting in the corner now. Can't believe Rich said that. But I did. So Charlotte McGoldrick, happy birthday. Right, hang on. My screen's having a mad 5 minutes. Where are we up to? Mabel Pine, Abigail Henning and Matilda Hewitt, Tia Worthington, who is very stingy with the high fives at the moment. So I've had 2 this morning, so that's fine. I asked for a 3rd one. She's like, nah, Rich, you're having another high five. No more fist bumps, none of that rigmarole. Jagger Hines going through, Matilda Hewitt, Abigail Henning as well. As the, hang on, missed one. 8-year-old girls. Phoebe Miller, Ella Robertson, Lauren Snell, Megan Keller, Evie Hume, Madison Stubble, and Minnie LB, Grace Ledgerwood Barr. I hope Grandma's watching today. The Centurion watching the Centurions. So if Granny Ledgerwood Barr is watching on the live stream, hello to you. We don't have many 100-year-olds watching the live stream of the National Series, so we better give her a shout. 8-year-old boys now heading across the line. Jake Avis, Ethan White, Callum Wood was in that one. Oscar Marco. As Christian Garbachick and Elliot Hatch battle it out in the next moto. Elliot Hatch in 1, Christian in 2. Nathan Murray, Ned Wills, Jensen Me and Teddy Hayes. I have totally overdone the caffeine this morning. I've got the caffeine shakes and it's not good. Where are we up to now? Race 158, Henry Sullivan, Antek Perebny, they're going 1 and 2. That looks like Leo Britz in there in 3, with Seth Robinson in 4, Miller McAlpine in 5. And Felix Zucchina of Bristol Jets, he's in there in 6. As we move on and watch Emerson Tucker go through, he's got Alexander Gilbert to deal with and Dominic Zapanos out of the Hot Shot team. So Hot Shot well represented. Had a chat with team manager Matt Phillips, which was nice. And we've got Joseph O'Brien in there for Northeast BMX. Where's Joseph? He's in there in 5. Carter Kennedy and Lewis Rothwell out of the Preston Pirates. But it's Alexander, Dominic and Oakley going 1, 2 and 3. As we move on to the 9-year-old girls, Eliza Powell, Molly Tomlinson, Florence Kay and Roxy Rowlands in race 160. Race 161 is Betty Wills, Cara Cross, Charlie Hargreaves. They are coming down the second straight. Rosie Geddes in there as well, doing it for Cumbernauld. As Moto 161. Betty Wills leading it out. Cara's in there in 2. Charlie Hargreaves from the Hard Knocks BMX, or Hard Knocks Bike Coaching Massive. Where are we up to? 9-year-old boys. Ethan Shaw, Jacob Dent, Jack Belton, Ollie Bird, Jay James, Jackson Chapman, Davies, Elliot Worley and Theodore Dontus. Doing it for BMXHype.com and the Mixos Group. Race 163, Hendrix Hines, Rex Ford. Tobias Groves in there. Where's Tobias? Is he out front on the Mongoose? He won't be far away. He's there in 3 as they go across the line. George Spencer going through in 4 with Leo Ingham in 5. Race 164, Jesse Rose, Thomas Giles, Jack Kitchen, Eric Kincaid. I think he's one of our Irish contingent. Yeah, he's in there in the BC BMX Club jersey. Jacob Russell and Aston John Lee, I think, inside the top 4. Taking it to the line, race 165. Charlie Dowsing, Jack Haynes, Joseph Jewis. I think I'm overheating. That's what's up with me. Right, we did have a fall though. Who was that? That was Erin Toogood out of Derby. She's up and all right. Maisie Egan and Grace Hudak having a battle. As we move on to Moto 167. Sophie Bailey, Mia Kiss, Holly Richardson, Aria Rose Lee, Maisie Surtees, Bonnie Dudley, and India Bennett. In there, that looks like Sophie out in front. Mia's in there in about 3, I think. Holly Richardson in the mix as well. Where's Aria Rose Lee? I think she's there inside the top 4. She is, she's in that 4th spot. Maisie Surtees and Bonnie Dudley having a battle as well. Going well. But it's Sophie Bailey bringing it to the line. I think I'm overheated. Right, let's have a look in and out that final turn. Ronnie Wood and Benny Jackson having a battle in Moto 168. That's Arlo Steinmetz in there in 3. Jack Swales going through as well. Harvey Simpson pushing hard for TNT. Moto 169, Kylan Gordon, Joey Tompkins, Oliver Riches, Leo Bradley, Isaac Moore, Oscar Hall and Harris Robertson. Kylan doing it for Northeast BMX. He's in there in 3. Chasing down Joey Tompkins. Oliver Riches out in front. That might be Leo Bradley in there in 4. Moto 170, Finley Monroe and Connor Hemphill. Battling away. Teddy Jones won't be that far away either. Teddy's in there in 3. Finley in 2. Connor Hemphill out in front. Sebastian Hewitt. Wilson Eaton, Joseph McAvoy and Ronnie Walwork doing it for the Hard Knocks bike crew. Moto 171. Arthur Claydon, Murray Watson, Rex Beasley, Isaac Jones, Lucas Bergart, Sam Snell, Tom Henning and Joshua Coates. Arthur in there in 2. That'll be the rider out of Bournemouth, Lucas Bergart going through. Big battle going on there with Isaac Jones battling away with Sam Snell. Preston Newmarch Powell. Race 172. Out in front, that's Freddie Ray Orland in there in 3rd. Hugo Dayton just between them in that 2nd position. Edward Cordery going through in 5. He's got Jamie Robertson to deal with. And you've got Clayton Southart and Jaden O'Connell in there too. Right, 11-year-old girls, Lainey Cordin, Samia Hughes, Seren Pritchard. Samia on the inside. Seren's there in 4th, Lainey Cordin leading it out. Freya Harry's getting involved. That's a big old battle going on in Moto 173. 174 is next up. Grace Gerard, Poppy May Kirby, Sadie McSwitty, Amelia Martin, Lucy Stevenson, Elizabeth Graham and Iris Hyder. Iris in 1, Grace in 2, Poppy May Kirby in 3, Sadie McSwitty in there in 4, Amelia Martin in 5, Lucy Stevenson in there in 6. And the rider in there in 7 out of Cumbernauld is Elizabeth Graham. Race 175, Elizabeth Lola Poole out of Salted Race Gear. She's out in front. That is Millie Ross in 2, Lauren Keller in 3. Elsie Blight, I think, in there in 4. Mara McCarran in 5. Lily Mae Gould and Paige Cathcart Cunnison also in there. Millie Levens, and then I will hand you on to Lewis after the boys. It's all right, got a bit of time yet, Lewis. 6 more motos. Archie Bell, Jack Devine going 1 and 2. That'll be Sam Riches in there in 3. Niall Elkindy having a good go at it as well. As I watch Marcus Mullen head into turn number 2 with Louis Cheffy and Albert Aliadzans. not that far behind. Guys are pushing hard. Dawson Scott in there as well. Logan Waterhouse and Bram Heaver. That was Moto 177 as Marcus Mullen heads to the line. Moto 178. Leighton Harding and Harley Bowler. Going 1 and 2. Zach Everly in there in 3. Jet Thompson and Billy Cheeseman, both out of Gosport. Emil Challenger out of Brixton, and Jacob Aston. In and out of the final turn. Looks like Leighton's picked up the lead from Zach. And Harley's working his way through as well. As James Bibby leads out Moto 179. Joe Rook in there in 3. That'll be Itai Jamira between them in 2. Lucas Laurie and Seth Byrne in there. Oliver Taylor out of the MK crew. But it's Bibby, Jamira and Rook. That's your 1, 2, 3. Also number 180, Leo Rowlands, Isaac the Sender Smith, Lucas Belton, Jacob Jameson, my mate Zach Worthington in there, in 5. Henry Ballantyne going through as well for Blackpool, chasing down Callum Keane out of Cumbernauld. Moto 181. Archie Crocker White leading it out. The 16 plate in there in 2. That is Huey Hall. Tom Allen doing it for Cyclopark and Finlay Shaw out of Cumbernauld. Theo Davies from Midlanks. Max Bojang out of Brixton. So it's Archie taking the win from Huey. Oh, do you want to carry on? Girls, 12.
Right, just missed race 182. Emily Eaton there, your British champ, taking the moto win there. Race 183, 12-year-old girls, Emma Kiss, Dakota Tucker, Martha Cotton, Naira O'Connell, Isabella Gerard, Clara Salmon and Isabella Ratherfast. All on track, heading into that final turn. Emma Kiss, of course, leading this one out. On the 6 plate, Dakota Tucker in there behind her. Riding out of Pure Bicycles, Martha Cotton in there, running out your top 3 spots. Who's out on track in the next moto? We are looking at the 12-year-old girls still, Amara 5, out of the Centurions. No, we're not. Looks like we've held that moto. We are on to the 12-year-old boys. Harry Tyres leading it out, moto 1365. Got to be Harley Steele, Ipswich in there in that 2 spot as the European number 3 heads into turn number 2. Harry Donald leads it out. Tom Palmer's in there with him. Max McNulty, I saw heading into that corner as well, doing it for Team Bunnies. Max Vass in the mix inside the top 2 at the moment. So Vass has made his move from 3 to 2. It is Donald, Vass, Palmer, McNulty. 1, 2, 3, 4. That looks like it could be Stanley Farmer, I think, in there in 5, headed down to the stripe. But McNulty's going to hang on to that top 4 finish. Joe Douglas out of Norwich Flyers, repping his club jersey today. Leads out race 187, more towards high low. He's in the mix in that 2 spot as they bring it on round the 12 plate in there as well. Sullivan Collis out of Absolute, heading up the inside into that final turn. That's a factory dad that does race reports. Neil Collis does a race report after every race weekend. Love catching up on how the lads have done, so thanks for that, Neil. It's a great read after every national weekend. Race 188, James Miller out front by a country mile, heading into that final turn. GT Factory looking good. Last year's national number 2. That's going to be Hunter van der Malion in there in that 2 spot, bringing it all the way down to the finish. Ethan Rogers and Mabo UK out on track, race 189. Leading this one. Looks like we lost the rider in the turn. I think that was Ralph Sowerby. Yes, it was. Put your hands together for Ralph. He's back up to his feet. On his bike, finishing his lap. That looks like Thomas Honeywell in that 2 spots. But Ethan Rogers out front, took a podium yesterday, had a very steady, chilled day. Monitor himself all throughout the day. So well done to Ethan, taking that moto win. As we move on to the 13-year-old girls, that looks like the six-plate lead in this one through. That is Lexi Cairns out front, Jalala Patel, Libby Copping 2 and 3, Maddie the Baddie Dixon riding for Urban Air BMX. In and out of that final turn. But it's all about Cairns out front. Right, we are looking at race 191. Katie Millar leads it out. Your European number 7 looking good at the moment. Rin Giannolino in there in that 2 spot. Anastasia Muha in there as well. Riding for Warsaw Wheelies BMX Club. Heading through that 3rd straight, she's in 4. Chasing down Sidoni Cleve, who occupies that 3rd spot, heading for the final turn. Nuneaton's Ellie Moore in there in 5. But Millar, Giannolino battling it out down the final straight. Millar's going to take that moto win. 13-year-old boys, Nate Hamilton leads them away with the 42 of Noah Buttery, riding for LVG National Race Team. You can see them guys over on the last straight, a new team from what I understand. So congratulations on your setup, guys. He's in there in that 2 spot, heading into the final turn. Got DC Cycles in there behind him. That's going to be Elvis Lawrence taking that top 3 finish. Race number 193, then Edward Miller in this one. He leads this one through. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got the 35 plate picking it up. That is Adam Stevenson out of Barnesbury. Who's that in there in 4? Thomas O'Brien on the 43 plate, heading into that 2nd corner. I think it was. He's in there in 3, sorry. Who's in 4? Thomas Westmore at the back of the pack at the moment. Took a crash in practice. Went down quite hard in this 2nd turn. Let's hope that he's okay. As Brody Geddes leads out the next moto with the 447 of Leo Cranston in there behind him. Took a crash in his last moto. Good to see him back on track. Owen Miller, Caden Thompson all in there as well. Spencer Lynch, Milo Weller and Jake Georgeson. That is Weller inside the top 3. Working his way around the outside of Caden Thompson into that final turn. As we go back to the 12-year-old girls. The missed moto, Brooke Fast Fawcett leads this one out for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Got SAS Race Team Allegra True in there behind her, looking to close that gap down the 14 in 3. Looking like Georgia Surtees out of the Hawks. That looks like a Centurions rider on the inside into the turn. Got to be Amara 5 on the 17 plate, looking for a way round. She's in there at about 4 at the 5 at the moment, looking for a way through. That's got to be Gosport in there as well, Millie Granger. And it is Molly Fumi Carroll in there in 3 as they bring it out in 4, sorry, but she's had the move put on her out of that final turn. It is going to be the Centurions rider, 5 going through in that top 4 finish. Back to the 13-year-old boys we go then. Kobe Rayford, European number 2, out on track. Stay strong, C&K heading for the final turn. As smooth as you like, this kid is. One of my favourite riders, has to be. He's going to take that moto win. Toby Lynch in there in that 2 spot. We are moving on to race 196. Nathaniel Eames in this one in 5 at the moment, chasing down the 30 of Heath Osborne, heading for number 2. Todd Smith Notman in there as well. Oliver Tyers in the mix. Who's out front then as the exit turn 2? It is going to be Tyers, Notman, Richardson, Osborne, Eames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's Freddie Parkinson in 6. Oh, it's getting busy in the final turn. Parkinson threw it underneath Eames, came out in that 5 spot. Eames going to go through in 6. Race 197 then, James Cotty Cottrell, your world number 7. James Cottrell taking that moto win. 14-year-old girls, Amy Watson leads them out in race 198. Lottie McFarlane in there with a Concept Mabo. Inside the top 3, that is Ava Wright, sorry, in there in the top 4. Looks like she's battling it out with Lottie McFarlane, heading for that final turn. Ruby Walford has made her move then. She's in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Watson to the line. Right, going to round out your top 4 spots. Lottie Brown, Amelia Everly, been battling it out all day yesterday. They're doing the same today, but it is Lottie Brown who leads it out, the European number 4 and 5. In that order, in 1 and 2. Grace Burge on the 3 plate in 3. Ola Cooper. If you're ever hearing a shout from the first straight, it's either Ola's mum or Harley's mum. The volumes are incredible, ladies. Creation Cycles up on that first straight. Getting cheered on by family members, of course. As we look at Kai Bowen, your world number 5. Race number 200. He's going to pick up this moto win down the final straights. By what looks like a country mile. That looks like Cooper McCrum in there in 3. Chasing down Ewan Beat to that line. Tidy S out front, Rufus Cosinu in there in that 2 spot, chasing him on through. It looks like David Opre in there as well. Rounding out the top 3 as to go in and out of turn number 2, but it's all about Factory Supercross out front, racing up an age group. Was your 2023 world number 2. In his own age group, he's going to take this moto win down to the stripe. Tate Kitson out on track in race number 202, but he's in there in about 3 at the moment, scrapping it out with the rusted up racing rider. That's going to be Freddie Franklin as the 14 plate moves on through. Tate Kitson then in there in that 2 spot, but the race leader got to be Eden Boone on the 15, doing it for Warren BMX race team. Harvey Tomlinson's on a charge as well. He's working his way round the outside into the final corner, and he's made it stick. He's gone the hard way round 2 corners to go from about 5 to 2 in that moto. What a race that was from Harvey. Elijah Jamira in there in 5. Amos Guppy on track, doing it for Absolute. The 7 of Bradley James, followed by the 31 of Oliver James into that second turn. So then guys going 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Who's in 4? Looking like we've got the rider out of the middle. It's got to be Oliver Sim. Yes, it is Sim heading in and out of that final turn. Guppy though going to pick up that moto win. Ben Larkins, last year's national number 2, on track, leading it out from the national champ from 2023. That is Heath Thomas and Larkins, Thomas and Wilcox 1, 2, 3 in this one. Looks like we've got Thomas McGovern, Dalton Spirit and Mason Groves all on track in race number 204. In and out of that final turn, Larkins, Thomas, looking like that's how they're going to bring it down to the stripe. Wilcox rounding out your podium spots. Lucas Seeley, Rab Racing leads it from Freddie Edwhistle out of that first corner. Enzo Shaw's in the middle of the pack, and they're at about 4 at the moment. Who's that in front of him? Got to be the 19 plate heading for turn number 2. That is Eric McSwitty doing it for MCR in Manchester. Alex Dunkley, Jack Gordon, David Fairley, all out there as well. That looks like it could be Dunkley in 5, doing it for Eddie Featherstone, BMX coaching, but it's Seeley running away with it out of the final turn. Got Edwhistle trying to chase him down, but he's going to have to take that 2 spots. 15-year-old girls now out on track. That looks like Jess Marriott, your world number 4, leading it through. Jumping Jess, BMXHeart.com's very own. Riding for Peterborough Phantoms, that looks like Annalise Campbell-Copperty, your British champion, in there in that 2 spot, doing all she can to close that gap. Who's picking up 3? Looking like we've got, I think that's Betty Brewer. And they're inside the top 3. Yes, it is Betty. She's going to round out the podium spots in race 206. As Lexi Waite is chased down by the 8 plate, working her way up the inside. That is Sabina Ashman, shows she's worked her way from 3 to 2 down that second straight, just in front of Alexis McCartney, who now is under pressure from Laurie-Anne Carruthers, who works her way through as well. So it is going to be Waite leading it, Ashman, Carruthers, McCartney, 2, 3, 4, Radcliffe in 5. Megan Roy out on track, going 1 and 2 with last year's national champion. So it is the 1 and 2 from last year in 2 and 1 in this moto. Megan Roy, Ruby Moores battling it out at the moment. Who's in there in 3 and 4? Looking like we've got Cockrell and Elwood. Elwood's in there in 4, looking for a way around the Ice Spikes rider down the final straight. Who's going to get that top 3 finish? This one's going to go to the stripe. It's going to be Elwood with a last ditch to the stripe. Cockrell's going to have to settle for that top 4 finish. 15-year-old Open out on track. Then Joe Little's in this one, doing it for Preston. And Evolved Bicycle Motocross. He's in there in 3 at the moment, but your race leader is the 21 of Finley Collis. In and out of that final turn, who's out there in that 2 spots? Not quite sure, but it is Little in 3. Cashbury Reynolds in 4. It was George Chapman picking up that 2nd spot as they took it across the stripe. Broken Dez's machine again. I fixed it, Dez. Wherever he is, yeah, I've got it. I'm working it out. We're making it happen. Missed that moto though. Cody Coker, Noah Everly, 1 and 2. Lucas Webster leads out race number 211. But he's in there at about 3 at the moment because the moves have been made in turn number 1. That's Caden Dunn in there in that second spot, chasing down your race leader. Mason Lang looking good out of the middle ranks. So in and out of that second corner, Lang. Here comes Dunn doing it for GT Factory on the outside, looking for a high-low in the final turn. He's made it happen. Can he make it stick down the final straight? Lang and Dunn. Who's going to get it? Dunn's going to nick it at the stripe. Webster's going to round out the top 3 finish. Next up on track, Zachary Tiers in this one, and he's out front on the 10 plate. Who's that in there with him? The 39 plate picking it up as they come on round. Samson Townsend out of Bournemouth BMX Club. Bradley Davison in there as well on the 28 plate. I think he's inside the top 3. Joe Penson sorry, in there in 3. That's going to be Davison in 4, in and out of the final turn. Then Tia for Jump Club, and Crew 19 going to pick up that win. Eli Smith out on track, took a winner cycle park in the 15-year-olds. He wants a similar result this weekend. Who's in there with him looking like Lewis Collins? Nemo had an absolutely flying day yesterday. He got I think he made it to the main. Yes, he did. So Nemo in that final turn in that 2 spot, doing it for the Titans. It's going to be Smith and Nemo out front. Moving on to the 16-year-old boys, then we are looking at Finley Half leading this one out on the 2X plate, heading into that second turn. Reese Toole and Zach Twitching in there with him. Who's picking up the 2 spot though? Looks like it could be Lewis Cook. I was looking for a Centurions rider, but I couldn't see it. Oh, right. Well, I'm not being funny. We've had 4 different jerseys from you lot this weekend. Right, okay, so we're back to the normal National Series Centurions jersey today. Right, okay, I'll do what I can. Yeah, I got that. I figured that out a few races back. I got that bit. It's just I was looking for it and I was thinking, yeah, okay, no worries. Right, so the Centurions are out of the 10-year anniversary jersey today. Sorry about that, missed that one. James Clitheroe taking the win, European number 3. Thomas Durant leads out race 216 then in the 16-year-olds for CGR. Who's in there with him looking like Curtis Copeland for Birmingham NRT. SAS race team Samuel Hamling inside the top 3. They're getting a bit of a gap as the exit turn. Number 3 is Donica O'Hagan in there inside that top 4 finish. As we go in and out of turn number 1 with race 217, Finn Phillips out front looking good. He's got Thomas Millar in there within the 16 plate of Jaden Fawcett in there inside the top 3. Where's JTL Simpson Davies on the exit of turn number 2? He's inside the top 4, closing down Fawcett. Just came up a little bit short on the manual, so that's given Fawcett a little bit of wiggle room in and out of the final corner. Who's going to get that top 5? Looking like Niall O'Connell's going to take 5 with, I think that was Max Burgess in 6. 17 to 18-year-olds now out on track. Ruben Smith leads it out. Portland, Cates, Fitzsimmons, Mallon, Longley, Fletcher and Doyle. This one's full of big names in the BMX world. It is Ruben Smith though and Ben Fitzsimmons going 1 and 2 into that final turn. Owen Portland in 3. Looks like we lost the rider. That was Brandon Mallon. I think that's a Belfast jersey as well, the one that Rich loves so much. Looks like he's waving to his team tent, so he should be okay, I think. Let's hope that Brandon is okay. I think Liam Doyle got swallowed up in that action as well. Put your hands together for Brandon and Liam, ladies and gents. Race 219, locked and loaded up on the gates. Young, Green, Brown, Morris, Whitaker, Smith and Zvikatis heading for turn number 1. It is Curtis Zvikatis on the outside for Smiley's Flight Club, but your race leader looking like it's going to be Chain Young in and out of that first corner. Zach Green's in there at about 3 at the moment. Who's in behind him looking like Ian Brown out of Knowsley BMX on the 27X, but it is looking good for Young out front in and out of turn number 2 for the Hawks. Zvikatis under a bit of pressure from Green as ahead for the final turn. Looking like the front 3 are safe and clear though. It's going to be Che Young down to the stripe. Starts a finish win for him. George Gerard out on track. Hard Knocks bike coaching in and out of that first corner. Arne Esselman, as stylish as you like, throwing in a 360 to turn 2. He's just smiled at me as well. So he's flying into that second turn. I got my own little video of him. Was it Nat Can? Please don't ask me which one. Into turn number 2. Earlier on in practice. So he's going to pick up that 2 spot as Hard Knocks go 1 and 3 in that one. That was Jaden Seaward in there for that 3 spot. Joseph Scary Carey leads our race 2-2-1 through the second straight. SAS in there in 2 and 4 at the moment. That looks like the 27 in there in 4. Got to be Keenan Shuffer Cohen heading into that second turn for Hackney BMX Club, but it is all out front, looking good for Carey and Hamling. Scott Monroe Higgs in this one as well in about 5. That looks like Eddie the Hitman Cannons in there in 3. Yes, it is Cannons down the final straight, but out front going to be a race winner. That is Joseph Carey. Rochon, good to see him back on a BMX bike. Army Cycling Union heading into turn 2, and Adam Brazil as well. Dr. Brazil in there in that 3 spot as they head into that second corner. Camille Suleiman in there in 4. Sean Tobin in 2, so it is Sharp, Tobin, Brazil, Suleiman. 1, 2, 3, 4. That looks like George Higley. Battle of the Baddest. He's in there in 5 at the minute. Going to take that one down to the stripe. Race number 223, Tyrese Bradshaw, Mabo UK out on track. Looking good into turn 2, yesterday's winner. He wasn't doing flat sprints the other week. He's asked me to let everyone know that there was no flat sprints done by Tyrese recently. He's going to take that moto win though. Connor Hedges, Connor Hudson having their own little battle for that 2 spot. Who's going to get the 2 spot as they bring it down? It was Hudson, Hedges, Holloway in that order. Adam Gilbert leads out the next moto then with Callum Child Maple in there as well, doing it on the 1 plate for Tiverton, in and out of that second turn. Mixed Picks race team in there in 3 at the minute, chasing down Birmingham NRT. That is of course Finn Clark. Looked up the inside of Gilbert into that final turn, didn't go for it though, so it is Gilbert. Oh, Clark gets it all wrong, just couldn't adjust his body into that final straight. Let's hope that he's all right. He's going to get up and walk away. Good to see. Put your hands together for Finn, ladies and gents. As we move on to the 17 to 29-year-old women. Hannah Drew out front, Olivia Firth in there in that 2 spot. Looks like we've got Amy Willets inside the top 3, heading into that final turn. BMX United's Molly Nice in there in 4, but it's all about Drew out front. She's going to pick up that motor win for Pro Star BMX. Race 226 now out on track. Chloe Tompkins in this one on the inside, but your race leader going to be Emily Green on the 072, repping Crew 19 on the jersey. Who's that in there with a looking like Moto 1365? That is Tia Gaynor with the 21 in there in 3. That's Hannah Baker riding out of Manchester in sorted race gear. We've got Tilly McCrum in this one as well on her home track. Where is she? She's in there in 5 at the moment, chasing down the Green Machine rider. That is Megan Kirby in there in 4 out of the final turn. Green, Gaynor battling it out. Who's going to get it as they bring it to the stripe? Looking like Green's going to hang on to it. Gaynor will have to settle for second. Race number 227, Lily Chittlewood, Team Mabo UK out front. The 10 and 11 battling it out for that 2 spot. Emily Clinch hanging on to it on the outside as it went into the corner. Remy Godfrey inside the top 3. She's one of the 2 battlees. She's made her way from 3 to 2, looking for a way round Chisholm into that final turn as well, and I think she's found it, going the hard way round. What a last corner that is from Godfrey. Chisholm just comes up a little bit short, then Clinch is going to work her way from 3 to 2, and it's going to be Chisholm in at 3. 30 plus women on a track then. Rebecca Gold, your British champion, leading this one out. Savannah Carver out of Manchester in there in 2, the 2 plate in 3. That is Anita Wong out of the Hawks and GC Cycles. Fawn Clements on the 8 plate, doing it for Andover in there in 4. No, sorry, she's in 5 because Annie Coach Chizzy, she's in there in that 4 spot. Miss Cooper cheering Miss Chizzy on down that final straight. Annie's going to take that top 4 finish. Fawn Clements in there for 5. Claire Albert in 6. Masters moving on then. Martin Smiley Brown on the inside, heading for turn number 2. Him and Billy Irwin elbow to elbow. Who's going to get it as they go in and out of the corner? Looking like it is still neck and neck as it happens. Brown though on the inside got the advantage into that final corner. Billy Irwin's going to throw in his second high-low of the race. Enter down to the stripe. Brown's going to hang on to it. John Livingston, Scott Beaumont, David James and Ryan Jones, just the 4 riders in race number 230 as we near the end of the second set of motos. Don't forget guys, quarterfinals as soon as motos are finished. Still got another set to go yet, but make sure you're keeping an eye out on scores when you've finished your racing. All right then, all out on track, John Livingston, Scott Beaumont, 1 and 2. Going to be your British champ picking up that moto win. Vets out on track. We're getting busy out of the first corner. It is looking like the 4 plates. It's definitely not. It's the 3X of Matt Barnard. Birmingham and Stay Strong. Heading into that second corner. Who's in there with him? Hayden Tarora, Matthew Eaton. It is Tarora picking up that 2 spot. Eaton, Smith going 3 and 4. That looks like Ipswich's Lewis Allison on the 084 plate. In there in 5, but all out front with Matt Barnard. Danny T's in this one, leading it out of the first corner. Repping crucial BMX racing out front at the moment. Who's in there with him? The 947 got to be Matthew Trinkart. Out of the Titans, heading into that second corner. The Boudays are in there as well. Adam and Zoltan, who's got the advantages to bring it on through. Looking like that could be Zoltan, I think. Then Adam in there in 4. In and out of that final turn. George Salmon, sorry. He's in there in 5. Looking like we've nearly lost the rider down the final straights. Let's have a look at who got what. Danny T takes the win. Zoltan, Bouday, Trinkart, Bouday, Salmon, Steele in that order. Grand Vets then moving on through before we get to our pro set, guys. Grand Vets, Brett Archibald out front of the minute. Got Benson's in there with him. Gary Carver's in the mix inside the top 4. Just in there behind at Halo Wheels race team, Jules Allen, team manager. He's going to take that top 3 finish down to the line. Hilly's out on track, national champion, going 1 and 2 with Reedy. They were battling it out all day long yesterday. Just like the 09 Brits heading into that second turn. Who's in there with them? Craig Nelly Nelson, Mark Worley, Dominic Elliott and Brett Knight. Jonathan Charlesworth in there in 7, heading towards that final turn, but it is all about Hilly, Reedy, 1 and 2. Knight looked up the inside of Nelly in that final turn, didn't make the dive though, so he's going to have to settle for 4, but he's under pressure, back to the line. Who's going to get the 4 spot? I think that was Mark Worley that chased him all the way down to the stripe. Worley nicked it on the line. Brett Knight settles for 5. Junior men hit the track, then headed for turn number 1. Xander Mavawani rights on the inside. He was the only one to make it fully through the pro set in the last moto. He's going to lead it from Danny Jake Montfort, heading for turn number 2. Then 2 guys going airborne. Looking like we've got Miller Hughes and Louis Tay Edwards in there in 3 and 4. Heading into the final turn, then looking good for Danny J. Montfort. He's worked his way around the outside of Xander Mavawani right. Then 2 guys went 1 and 2 yesterday. Peckham BMX well represented out front in that one. Last moto on the second set. Here's the track. 8 of superclass men heading into the first turn. George Hunt's throwing elbows. He's come out on top, so Hunt leads it out. Monham's in there in that 2 spot. Where's Cal Strickland in the middle of the pack, and they're at about 4 at the moment on the outside of Harrison Bell. Into turn number 2, riding out of Pure Bikes. Who's picking it up on the exit of the corner? It's going to be Hunt. Marnham. Reeves has made his move. He's gone from about 5th to 3rd in that second corner. Who's in there with him? Strickland in behind him, putting the pressure on down the final straight. Who's going to get 3? Reeves is going to hang on to it, but George Hunt going to take a race win. We are back around to the start of the motos, ladies and gents. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Look at that, look, a few taps and we're there. This is wicked. Never been so spoiled. It'd be rude not to have some iron brew as well whilst we was in Scotland, wouldn't it? It'd be rude not to. That's your second set of motos done, ladies and gents. Will do. I was just about to do that as well. Yeah, no worries. Raffle tickets. Still available. Or are they done now? Raffle tickets have sold out. How many BMX races have you been to where you've heard that, ladies and gents? Right, raffle tickets are sold out, but the prizes, well, the draw will be after the quarterfinals. Someone's going to go home with a GT Cruiser full bike. Whole shot prizes as well for the day. A final will take home 50 quid. So there's the opportunity for a national win of 50 quid. Sponsored by Cavanna Homes, so thank you very much to Cavanna Homes for sponsoring that whole shot award. That will be the 9-year-old boys and the 14-year-old girls. So listen up, if you are in the 9-year-old boys or the 14-year-old girls, you are in with a shot at 50 quid later on today once you get to the final. Don't forget, of course, we've got our food vendors here this weekend. Cafe C for your burgers and hot dogs, wherever Des McCrum is. He's somewhere down that last straight a minute ago. He's walked off, he's had enough. And Mam's Thai Kitchen, catering for all of your BMX energy needs. And our traders up at Traders Row, we're going to call it this weekend. Traders Row instead of Traders Village. Let me try and get this right. Who have we got? We've got DC, Sorted, Crucial, B73, Pure. Definitely missed one there. There's only 5. There's 6, isn't there? 5? Wicked. If I've missed anyone, please let us know. I don't want to forget anyone. There's a lot to remember. We are awaiting the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers for the third rack of the Motos. They are lined up on the gates. Right, okay. Wonderful to know that. Right, so next weekend, it is Father's Day, of course, as you all know. No one will be at BMX racing next weekend. That's a lie. But B73 have catered for your needs, for all of our BMX rad dads out there. They've got their Father's Day gifts up at their stall. So if you're still short on a Father's Day present and you're busy between now and then, make sure you get over to B73. I have seen one of the designs, actually. It looks wicked. So for all of you factory dads out there, get them their Father's Day presents. As we get back into racing, we are looking at the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. The 28 plate leads it out. Adam Arnold out of Braintree BMX Club. Max Livingston, Ozin King, Taylor Hoare, Jack Swells, Paige Cathcart, Cunnison, all out on track as well. We are looking at, though, Arnold out front. Livingston's in there in 3, chasing down Ozin King out of Bournemouth BMX Club, repping his club jersey out of that final turn, but it's going to be Arnold taking it down the final straight and to the line. Hunter van der Malion's out on track on the 667 plate, heading into turn number 2. Xavi Fox Cooper's in there behind him. That looks like Billy Cheeseman, Aaron Hickman. Jamie Tablanche in there in 3. Toby Duff's out on track as well. Hickman in there in that 4 spot, chasing down that top 3 finish. That looks like Cheeseman in there in the 5. With Toby Duff in 6 out of the final turn, though, it's all about Hunter van der Malion taking the win. Frankie Griffin, European number 3, out on track, heading into turn number 2. He's got the E7 in there with him. Oliver Arnold heading into that second corner. Benedict Marco in this one as well on the 14 plate, doing it for DC Cycles, heading for that final turn. Who's in there in 4? Got to be Charlie Lebras. Bram Heaver at the back of the pack at the moment. I'm not quite sure what's happened to him. Percy Large, Tigo Race Team in there in 5, but your race winner is going to be Frankie Griffin. 13, 14-year-old cruisers now heading into that second turn. Eric McSwitty, Robin Matter Alonso, Cooper McCrum in there as well. It is them 3 riders out front heading for that second turn. Who's in 4? Got to be Jack Walford out of Manchester and Fluent Bicycle Motocross. But your race leader, McSwitty, under a bit of pressure from Alonso as they bring it down to the stripe. Who took that one? Eric McSwitty hung on to it with Alonso and McCrum 2 and 3. Logan Young out on track then in race 2, 4-1. Jacob Warren out of Warren BMX Race Team in and out of that first, second turn. It is Warren leading it out. He's got Young in there behind him. The other Warren rider in there as well. I think that's Jake Georgeson on the 268 plate on the exit of turn number 3. But out front, all about Jacob Warren taking the moto win. Race 2-4-2, Newton Hindley leads it into turn number 2. That looks like Max Surridge on the 16 plate, doing it for Redditch Premiers BMX Club into that second corner. Who's picking up 3 and 4 as they bring it on round? Looking like we've got the 145 working his way up the inside. That was Theo Cam out of MK Evolution. He's now inside the top 4, chasing down. I think that is Freddie Warwork. Yes, it is. It wasn't. It was Owen Miller, sorry Owen. Owen was in there for that 3 spot in race 2-4-2. As 2-4-3 exits turn at number 2, we've got James Cotty Cottrell in this one, chasing down Tate Kitson heading for that final turn. Isaac Caulfield in the mix inside the top 4, looking for a way around Hadley Harding out of that final turn, but it's all about Moto 1365 Race Team in race 2-4-3. 15, 16-year-old cruisers. We are looking at Thomas Duran, JTL Simpson Davies going at 1 and 2 on the exit of turn number 2. Who's in there in 3? Got to be Zach Chapman. Louis Pinder in the mix, doing it for Smiley's Flight Club in there in 4. Looking on, we've got Andover's Theo Robbins doing it for Team Air, Vincent Coburn. Not in this one, I think after his crash yesterday. But Thomas Duran out front taking the win. Jack Labras on track in race 245. He's in there in that second spot, chasing down the 5 plate of Zachary Tia, the 9 in the mix as well. That is Bradley Davison, Adam Runnymede Rockets, Louis Barnes. Good to see him back on his bike after his crash yesterday. He's in there in about 6 at the moment, heading for that final turn. But it is Zachary Tia and Labras bringing it down that final straight. Thomas Millar, race 246, going 1 and 2 with Stanley Palmer, heading for turn number 2. That is Sean Prowl, getting the skills to pay the bills down that second straight. Who's in there behind him? Got to be Joe Little on the 13 plate, doing it for Revolve Bicycle Motocross. But the battle is out front between Millar and Palmer, heading into the final turn. Who's going to hang on to it? I think it is going to be Palmer. Millar, down the final straight, and Palmer will have to settle for 2. It got busy in turn number 1. I think Joe Penson-Vogt came up a little bit short of Caden Roberts in turn number 1, and that's caused a bit of traffic heading into that second turn. Roberts leads it out there by a bit of a stretch heading out of that second corner. Joe Penson-Vogt in there in 2. Who's in 3? Got to be Colby Hall out of DC Cycles. So DC going 1 and 3 at the moment. Louis Kaimat, BMXHype.com in there inside the top 4 spot, bringing it down the final straight. But Roberts going to be a race winner. 17-29.
Right, 17.29, 249?
248.
248. Right, 248 on track now. Let's have a look who we've got in this one. That looks like Dan Wilson out there in front. Kyle Hill going through in 3. I can see Harvey Fryer in 5 as they go in and out of the turn. Wilson picking up the win. Next up, 249 is Yamamoto Jack Mowat. All right, Nathaniel, thanks for the correction on the pronunciation. Cheers for that, bud. Rocky O'Brien in there as well. Tyler Chadwick, Bradley George, Lewis Fletcher, Jack Needham and Arne Esselmont. Esselmont out in front. Fletcher in there in 2. That's O'Brien in 3. Mowat in 4. As race 250 heads down the hill, Esselmont takes the win in 249. Archie Large in there in about 6 in this one. Connor Hedges coming through. He's out in front. Joe Walbridge. Pete Watson in there in 2. So as they head towards that corner, I can see Luke Davis-Hayes in there as well. Doing it for mid-lengths into that final corner. I think with that final corner, right, Alex Brooks. Leading out moto number... whatever it is. Where am I up to? There we go. 251. So he's in there in 1. Jack Wiggins going through in 2. Can't quite catch who's in there in 3, but Lewis Longley going through in 4. Race 252, 17.29, female cruiser Lily Chiziwa and Anya Mattern Alonso. 1 and 2, Yetska Hemstock going through in 3, Grace Burge in 4. We've got Alice and Jessica Taylor in there as well. Pushing hard as they head towards the line. And in and out we go. It's Chiziwa, Mattern Alonso and Yetska Hemstock. Race 230, 253. Amy Willets was Amy. She's in there in 3. Battling with Annalise Cadman Carpenter, Olivia Firth out of Sorted Race Gear. One of our traders, and EMV Graphics and Signage for all your helmet wrapping needs. She's in there in 2. Hannah Drew, though, leading it out. Amy and Annalise having a battle. And who else have we not mentioned? Jamie Elwood out of Bristol coming through with Erin Jackson. Race 254. The 4 and the 5, that'll be Molly Nice and Taylor Lee Moen. Isla Young in there for DC Cycles. Isla Radcliffe out of Divide. She's in there in 2. Trinity Cam in the 4. And Daisy Brook doing it for Rab Racing in 5. As we move on to 255. Becca Goal and SJN. 1 and 2. Kirsty Freer, always smiling, doing it for Tygo in there in about, what, 5th spot at the minute? Yep, she's there in 5. Nikki Sitch and Lee Pendleton having a battle in that final turn. Rebecca takes it. Sarah in 2. Who's going to get the 3? Is it going to be Sarah? Is it going to be Leah? Ooh! Closer than close. As we move on and watch Michelle Stupple. I don't know why I call her Michelle. It's Michelle. Where are we up to? Claire Albert in there as well. Teresa Chalice going through in 3. Chasing down Anita Wong from DC Cycles, Queen of YouTube. So it's Stupple, Wong, Chalice. 1, 2 and 3. Fawn Clements in 4. Annie Shaziwa. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Nottingham Bunnies in the house, or Nottingham Outlaws, Bunnies, Cycles, etc. in the house. Moto 257. Dan Popel and John Lillingston going 1 and 2 out of the final turn. Mr. Ali Adzans is in there as well. In 2, stealing it away at the line. With Ryan Jones coming through in that 4th spot. Race 258. Martin Smiley Brown and Jack Hudson going 1 and 2. Ross Bradley in there. For Rusty Nut Racing. Ash Richardson. Ash confuses me now because he's on a cruiser and not on his 4-cross bike. That's how I used to pick Ash out. Now he's changed bikes. He's just like totally thrown me off guard. So thanks for that, Ash. Race 259. Rob Harris, Kingsley Mears, Craig Cordin and Chris Coleman. Kingsley in 1. Craig there in 3. That's Rob Harris in 2. And Chris Coleman in that 4th spot. Still think we should put Kingsley Mears on a unicycle. That'd be far too much fun. As we watch Moto 260, including the man from the Head Angle MTB YouTube channel, Andy McCoy. Malvern's commentator this year on Bank Holiday weekend, so he's not going to be at the Brits. And Andy Groves, Rich Stevenson, Matt Swales and Matthew Eaton. So it's Groves, Stevenson, Eaton, Swales, McCoy in that order. In and out of the final turn. As we move on to Moto 261. Norbert Marco, Abdul El Kindi, Dave Stokes. Are we talking Nando's or are we talking Monterey Jacks? It's Nando's power in there. 2nd spot at the moment, Simon Toogood. Doing it for Derby. He's there in, 5th at the minute. Chasing down Scott Main from BMX Widow Photography. Graham Stark, Teamer. In there in 3. Abdul El Kindi in, 5, 6 maybe? But all good, gentlemen, well done. Race 262. Fraser Watson out in front for BMX Widow Photography. Stuart Little, he's a man, not a mouse. Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in that 2nd place. Big Nige Smith in there in 3. That'll be Tony Labras in there in 4. So Bradford going 3 and 4. With the Kebab House guys, Philip Duff going through as well. And Scott Jackson from the MK crew. Race 263. Alan Hill, Tim Porter, Kevin Sykes. Sykes in 3, Pete Butler in 4. Jamie McFarlane in there for Peterborough. Stephen Hassel in that 2nd spot. Aboard that Mongoose, Dominic Elliott and Christos Chalkos as well. Race 264, 50 to 54 cruiser. Julian Allen, turn bar in his way. Woo! Gary Carver. Darren O'Brien, aka Kevin Bacon. Mark Cotty-Cottrell in there in 5? John Bentley. Apparently powered by a bacon butty with plenty of brown sauce. I have no idea what that's all about. Well, I do. I know what a bacon butty is. And I know what brown sauce is, but apparently loves a bit of brown sauce on his bacon sandwich. Thanks, Nathaniel. Right, we've had the GT Cruiser brought up here that we're going to draw the main prize for on the raffle.
That's your job.
After the quarterfinals. Apparently that's my job. Oh, hang on, 55 plus, the McRock, Raymond Reed, Stevie Nobles, Simon Watson. No comments. Carry on then, yeah. Cheers, Nathaniel, thanks. Anyway, the McRock taking the win. Stevie Noble, the Christophe Levesque of the Northeast. He's in there in 2. That looks like Dave Knowles in 3. As we move on to more 55 plus cruisers. We love the cruiser, guys. Stevie Needham, Brent Featherstone, Billy Stupple, Chris Madron, and Keith Brown. Chris Madron, the James Bond of the Northeast, he's in there in 1. Brent Featherstone in 2. Billy Stupple doing it for BMX Beat, he's in there in 3. Keith Brown in 4. Steve Needham in 5. As we move on to our little flyers, the 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Henry Dodd of Midlands just passing me. In there inside the top 4, Isaac Tomlinson out of Manchester, but they are all chasing. Oliver Bridle out of Exeter, he's looking for another trophy today. Lewin Jamira, a little bit of style in there in 2. Well done, Lewin. Benji Ross Foster in there in 3. Oh. Race 269. Joseph Clayton, Roman Birdfields. Logan Aceto, Arlo Payne. I have got it right this time. Arlo Payne. We can spot him from a mile away. As Oscar Ratherfast crosses the line as well. But we have not missed Arlo Payne. There we go. Race 270. This one contains Snack Boy, aka Lincoln Hargreaves. He's in there pushing hard. Teddy Gorman and Miller Dixon are in there. Rudy Pleasance Fords in there in 3. Frankie Jones going through in 4. Under pressure though from Finley Thomas, powered by Jelly Babies. Hattie McGoldrick. Here we go. Mabel Pine, Matilda Hewitt in there. Mabel's out in front. Maggie's in there in 2. Tia Worthington as well, out of Preston. And as they head towards the line, it's going to be Mabel, Maggie, Hattie McGoldrick in there in that 3rd position. Well done, Hats. We couldn't decide how old her mum was. We settled on 40 in the end. We went 35, 45. We'll just meet in the middle. We'll go for 40. It's fine. Charlotte will love that. Race 273. Abigail Henning going to the line. Right, I've lost where I'm up to now. I think this is actually 273. Yep. Right, as the young lady from Mixed Picks, Lauren Snell, crosses the line. Gosport going through in 3 and 5. As we move on to the boys, Xavier Darley, Lewis Rothwell in this one as well. He's in there in 4. Christian Garbachick, Joseph O'Brien, Teddy Hayes and Antek Porebny. Antek in 1, Christian in there in 2. Look at Lewis Rothwell battling for the 3. Doesn't quite get it, but it was a good effort. Also 275, Emerson Tucker, Ned Wills, Oscar Marco, Alistair North, Miller McAlpine, Alexander Gilbert and Leo Britz. It looks like Mr. Marco, I think he's out in front. Emerson's going really well in 2. And the man in 3rd is Alexander Gilbert out of the Brunty Massive. The Bromsey Massive have been really quiet this weekend. Haven't seen much of them. As we move on to 276, Ethan White, Seth Robinson, Callum Wood, Jensen Bean, Nathan Murray and Carter Kennedy out of Cumbernauld. Carter pushing hard there in about 6th. Seth Robinson in 2. That'll be Ethan the Great White out in front. And Decoy's Callum Wood going through in 3. Elliot Hatch getting involved in Moto 277 with Jake Avis, Dominic Zapanos out of Hot Shot, Felix Zucchina out of Bristol, Arthur Mason, Oakley Hill and Henry Sullivan. Oakley's in there in 5, Henry's leading it out, Dominic going through in 3. That'll be Jake Avis. In there in 2nd, is he going to get caught by Dominic at the line? No, he's not. 9-year-old girls up next, 278, Beth Worley. Charlie Hargreaves, pretty in pink, just passing me. Cara Cross and Florence Kay. It is Cara Cross out front. Florence is in there in 2, Charlie in 3. And Beth Worley in there in 4. So Gosport are going to take the winning Moto 278. Bruntwood 2, Midlands 3, Cumbernauld in 4. Moto 279. Eliza Powell, Betty Wills, Rosie Geddes, Molly Tomlinson and Roxy Rowlands. Betty out in front, Eliza going well in 2. Doing it for Crank BMX Coaching under the watchful eye of Tyler Chadwick. Rosie Geddes in 3, solid lap from Rosie. Molly in 4 and Roxy in 5. Race 280, Jack Belton, Aston, John Lee. Ethan Shaw, Luca Chalk. Haven't seen Luca this weekend either. He'll be flying as normal. Doing his usual thing. Tobias Groves, Alistair Kane, Hugo Ballantyne and Eric Kincaid. Eric out of Belfast City BMX Club. Pushing hard. Gaining that experience. 281 is Yumoto, Ollie Bird, Jackson Chapman Davis, Aneurin Marklew. Out of MK Evolution, that's Rex Ford in 2. Chasing down Ollie Bird. Seb Staines of Derby going through in 5 with Jacob Russell in 6. Looks like Rex is going to get it from Ollie. Late charge from birthday boy Jack Haynes. I think he picked up a 2 then. That's worth an extra piece of birthday cake, if nothing else. Good stuff. Race 282. Rocco Westwood out of Divide. Straight into that corner with George Spencer from Rusty Nut Racing. Those boys going 1 and 2. Jesse Rose out of Northeast BMX. Is he going to hang on for the 3? Ooh, that was tight as well. Fighting it out with Jake James from Mixed Picks. As Charlie Dowson leads out Moto 283. With Joseph Dewis, Thomas Giles, Jacob Dent. Hendrix Hines is in there as well. In his USA jersey in that 3rd spot. Theodore Dantus on the 014, pushing towards that line. Well done, Theodore. Race 284, your 10-year-old girls. Bonnie Dudley, Trixie Trays, Maisie Surtees, Grace Hudak, Amber Tucker, Sophie Bailey and Ophelia Shepherd. Bonnie doing it for Creation Cycles over on the 1st straight. Was that a whoop whoop then? Do we get another one? Oh, there we go. Slightly mixed the Prosecco, don't they, with caffeine? Can you imagine?
Honestly.
What they're like on a night out?
I really don't want to know what goes off over there.
Maisie Egan doing it for Alan's Factory Supercross, coming out the last turn. Aria Rosalie in 3. In fact, the 10-year-olds, you know, we need, no, hang on, we need the 11-year-old girls on, I think, before we make that little mention. Miss Bishop. We haven't mentioned Holly yet. I'm going to do that in a minute. I'll give her a little shout, a proper one. Right, moving on, 10-year-old boys. Benny Jackson, where is he? He's in there in 2, battling away with the 7 of Teddy Jones from LCC. Murray Watson's in there as well. He's in 2. Got 2 LCC guys in that one. So Ronnie Wood will be in there, the Land Shark. Am I looking at the right motor here? Am I? Right, okay. Right, 620. That's Jaden O'Connell, part of the Irish Connection. That's Arlo Steinmetz in there in 3. Chasing down Rex Beasley and Connor Hemphill out of GT and Blackpool. So Connor out in front. And we've got Harris Robertson in there as well, Joshua Coates. As Philly Monroe passes me in Moto 289. Joey Tompkins in there in that second spot. Preston Newmarsh Pow in 3. Ronnie Walwork doing it for the Hard Knocks bike coaching crew. Sam Snell for BRE Racing. As Moto 290. And Hugo Dayton goes past. Got Oscar Hall. Try that again, Rich. Oscar Hall. Manchester BMX. Anyway.
Andy looks like he's loving his life down there.
He does, doesn't he? Having a great time. He's thinking, why am I here? What am I doing? Anyway, 11-year-old girls, we have to give a big shout for Holly Bishop because Holly should be watching online. And I've been asked to mention her. She took a big tumble in Verona. Spanned herself a little bit, did Holly. Took a bit of a bang to the head. She wasn't feeling too great, but just wanted to know that all her mates in the 11-year-old girls age group just want to send her all the best and hope she's fitting well soon and back on a bike. So Holly, if you're watching, we look forward to seeing you back on your bike soon. Looks like we've got a raffle draw coming very shortly. Right, anyway, Elizabeth Lola Poole bringing it to the line in Moto 292. Lauren Keller in Moto 293. Mara McCarran, Sadie McSwitty. Sadie's in there in 5. Being chased down by Lily Mae Gould, I think, from Rusty Nut Racing. But it's GT's Lauren Keller bringing it to the line with Seren Pritchard in that second spot. Moto 294. Oliver Taylor, Dawson Scott, Max Bojang, Akeem Brazier, Lucas Belton, Niall El Kindi, and my mate Jacob Aston's in there as well. So good stuff, boys. As they go in and out of the turn. Let's have a look who we've got. Jack Devine heading towards me, I think. Yep, he's in there. Zach Everly as well. James Bibby out of ProStar MTB. Out in front, Leo Rowlands in 2. So all those Euro guys. Oh, big tumble in the corner. That was Archie Crocker White having a roll round on the deck. I hope he's okay. There's the 0-1 of Itai Jamira. Nathaniel referred to Lewin Jamira as the GOAT earlier on. The greatest of all time at the age of 6. That's pretty good, that. In fact, talking of birthdays, there's a special one now in the Crucial tent. Mr. Coppin, how are you, sir? Hello. I got told you've got a big birthday. Big 5-0, I believe. So Mr. Hugh Coppin, if you see him, he's like, I'm not 50. He said, I'm not even 49. But Mr. Hugh Coppin from Crucial, if you see him, shake his hand, wish him a happy birthday. Tell him he looks amazing. All the stuff that you want to hear when you're middle-aged. Or is it just me? Anyway, there we go. So Mr. Hugh Coppin, happy birthday, sir. He's tucking into his Thai from Mam's Thai Kitchen. Just try the chips, that's all I'm saying. They're really good. I've no idea where we're up to. Do you want to carry on, Lewis?
Right, that looked like 297. Yes. Right, sorry, just the racing will have to hang on a minute. I'm watching. There's nothing on Rich's hand. He's putting his hand into the draw bag. It's completely not see-through. Okay, so, do we announce this yet now? Right, the winner of the GT Cruiser is yellow ticket 676 to 680. So if you've got yellow tickets 676 to 680, you've just won yourself a Pro GT Cruiser. Congratulations. I'll pass that on to Mrs. McCrum before I get in trouble for losing something. Yeah, we'll get a picture of you with your new bike when you come up to collect. So head to the Centurions tent. I think Claire wants you to go to. Head to the Centurions tent, and they will direct you from there about where to go. And we will move swiftly on to the 12-year-old girls. Moto number 3 for these ladies. Race number 300. Amelie Eaton taking the moto, winning that one. I missed her last one as well. I do apologise, Amelie. Martha Cottam and Nora Syrick going through in 2 and 3. Race 301, Ruby Warren, Emma Kiss, Brooke Fawcett. Allegra True in there as well. Holly Diver, Naya O'Connell and Georgia Surtees. It is Warren out front heading into that final turn. Got Emma Kiss, Brooke Fawcett in there in 3. Being chased down by Holly Diver out of that final turn. It looks like Diver's going to have to take that top 4 finish for the Titans. Esme Ward, Warren BMX. Now I'm pretty sure, I might have this wrong, someone at Creation can tell me if I'm right or wrong, but haven't Evolve just done a giveaway and Esme Ward was the winner, I think? They're not listening. They're wondering about when they're next getting their Prosecco fixed. That's all right, guys. We'll come back to that in a bit. So Esme Ward out front, Dakota Tucker and Anushka Jones going through in 2 and 3. As we move on to the 12-year-old boys, that is Harry Tyers leading this one out. Oh, wow, wonderful. We've got our... Oh, okay. We've got a winner. We've got someone claiming a GT bike. And, of course, Richie's going to get himself in on the photo. Joe Douglas leading out race 304. We've got to do some racing today. We've got to focus on some racing. Yeah, so we're doing a podcast with you. No? So while we're at it, we'll plug the BMX Top Commentator podcast. Wherever you get your podcasts, it is available there. YouTube, Amazon, Spotify, Apple, and the 96 podcast. Yeah, the 96 podcast as well. Scott Beaumont. I think Scott's on Rich's podcast very, very shortly as well. Connor Hedges as well. He's just let me know. He let us all know earlier. He's on his podcast shortly. I also know of a few of the names that are going to be on there in the next coming weeks, okay? Some big names in BMX. Keep an eye out for it. It is wicked to hear. He's confirmed another guest this morning. Is there anything you're not doing? Anything at all? He's not doing DIY. Where's Angela? Could she confirm? He's not. He's definitely not doing DIY. Okay, so when he's supposed to be doing his DIY, he's getting a guest for your podcast then. Right, wonderful. That's how it's supposed to be. Yeah, more important. Okay, racing. We're here to look at some racing. James Miller, race 306. Leading this one out, Josh Jepson in there with him. That looks like Tom Palmer pushing his way through for a top 2 finish as they bring it down across the line. E3 on the plate, BMXHype.com. Harry Donald leads our race 307. Mark towards Idlow in there with him. Max Vass in the top 3 as well. He's worked his way round towards Idlow into that 2 spot. So it is Mark in there in 3 heading into the final turn, but it's all about BMX Hype out front. Going to be Harry Donald taking the win as they bring it down to the stripe. 13-year-old girls now on track. Lexi Cairns out front on the 8 plate, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. Heading for turn number 2, Crucial Racing. 10 on the plate, Libby Copping. She's in that 2 spot. Dad's birthday, Hugh. Happy 50th, Hugh. He's up there somewhere watching on. As his daughter's in there in that 2 spot at the moment. That is Anastasia Muhara in 3. Maddie the Baddie in 4 for Urban Air. Looking for a way round Anastasia. I believe they're both good friends off track, but they're battling it out for that 3 spot on track. Maddie, the baddie, looks like she's going to take advantage and get that top 3 finish. Race number 309, Katie Millar and Rain Janalino out on track. In and out of that second turn, it is Millar, Giannolino in that order. Patel's in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like Matilda Sacharu with Isla Young in 5, doing it for DC Cycles. But it is Moto 1 and Team Bunnies going at 1 and 2 in race 309. 13-year-old boys on track. E2 on the plate. Kobe Rayford going 1 and 2 with Oliver Tyres. Newton Hindley's in the mix as well. William Knowles out of the Bronte Massive picking it up on the 28 plate. He's in the... That's him in there in 5. Out of Crank BMX Coaching, heading down the final straight though, it is Rayford and Tyres. It's getting busy in turn number 1 in race number 311. Looks like we have got the 42 of Buttery leading it out, the 37 of Milo Weller in there in that 2 spot. Who's got 3? The 32 on the inside. That is Logan Young. Eames is in the mix as well in the middle of the pack. Who's got that 4 spot as they come on out? It looks like Billy Harrison is hanging on to it. He's got Eames in there in 5, heading for the final turn, but Buttery out front for LVG, our national race team, bringing it down the final straight. Who's going to get 2 and 3? Looking like Weller, Young in that order. Harrison's going to take that top 4 with Eames in 5. Elvis Lawrence in there out front in race 312. Who's in there behind him? Osborne, Miller, Warwork rounding out your top 4 as it stands. It looks like Warwork's had the move put on him from Blake Allison on the 41, who's moved into a top 4 spot. So it is Lawrence, Osborne, Miller down the final straight. That's how they're going to finish. Toby Lynch out on track. Toby Lynch on track, race 313. So Lynch into that final turn. Look at the high-low that he's performed on the rider out of East Anglia. I think that was Ben Millington that was the receiver of that. So it is Lynch, Millington, Alonso, 1, 2, 3. Nate Hamilton, it is Smiley's Flight Club leading this one out. His teammate Harry Bailey's in the mix as well, in about 4 at the moment. Isaac Shaw and Todd Smith-Notman, all the 2 riders splitting up the Smiley's Flight Club party, heading for the final turn. But Nate Hamilton, this kid has turned on the turbocharge this season. He's out front looking good. It's going to be him and Shaw going through in 1 and 2. Ned Guppy leads out race 315. That's Freddie Richardson in there behind him, heading for that second corner. The 447 of Leo Cranston in the mix as well inside the top 3. Thomas Westmore's in this one, doing it for Runnymede. Let's hope that he is okay after his crash earlier on. The 4 spot though is currently occupied by Oliver Taylor out of Blackpool on the 669. Out of the final turn, that looks like Cooper Westwood in there in 6, but down to the stripe. Ned Guppy, no questions asked of him. Ailey Watson chasing down your race leader. That's the European number 5, Amelia Reveley, hashtag 59, heading into turn number 2. The 4 plate of Ruby Walford doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. In there inside the top 3 as they're going in and out of turn number 2. It's Everly running away with it now, then creating a bit of a gap. That's got to be Burge inside the top 4, heading for the final turn. Looking for a way round. Walford out of the final corner. It is looking like Everly, Watson, Walford, Burge. All the Coopers obviously in that one as well. She's in 5. As Mum shouts her across the line. Lottie Brown, race 317, more 14-year-old girls in and out of that second corner. It is Brown out front, then your European number 4 being chased down by Lottie McFarlane on the 13 plate, doing it for Peterborough Phantoms in and out of the final turn. It's all about Brown this weekend so far in this age group. She's going to take another win to add to her tally. 14-year-old boys out on track, then Freddie Entwistle going 1 and 2 with Elijah Jamira into that second corner. Entwistle on a charge, riding out of Birmingham BMX Club. MEC Woods on track in this one as well. In there in 3, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Had an absolutely cracking week at the Worlds a few weeks back. She was on fire all day long, but it is going to be Entwistle and Jamira 1 and 2. Ben Larkins leads out race 319 for Pure Bicycles. Rufus Cosinu in there as well. Looks like Oliver James is on the outside looking in for a top 2 finishes to go in and out of that second corner. James not quite able to make the move. He's had the move put on him himself from Rab Racing's Lucas Seeley. Seeley's gone from 4 to 2 in that second corner by the looks of it. What a move that must have been. Not happy I missed that one, but he's going to take the 2 spot to Ben Larkins on the line. Heath Thomas tied yes 1 and 2 in race number 320. Ollie Kirby, Riley Binney, Jack Gould, Dylan Jones and Theo Cam all out on track as well. Dylan Jones, I think that's him in there in 4 at the minute. Absolutely flying this season. He's having an absolute corker, but out front we are looking at Heath Thomas, your national champion, taking the Moto win. World number 5 on track, Kai Bowen on a charge. He's got Bradley James and the 15 in there behind him. That is Eden Boone. Looks like we lost David Fairley out of the gate. Let's hope that he's okay. He's up to his feet, finishing his lap. Repping the 10-year anniversary Centurions jersey, but it's all about stay strong, Clark and Kent. Down that final straight, Kai Bowen taking that moto win. More 14-year-olds heading towards turn number 1. That's Cooper McCrum on the inside, heading for that first corner. Who's in there with him? Looking like the race leader is the 21. I think that's Oliver Sim out of the mid-lengths. Oliver Sim, Enzo Shaw and Cooper McCrum, 1, 2, 3 in and out of that second corner. Look at the battle that they've got for that 2 spot heading into the final turn. Here comes Shaw on the inside. McCrum throws in a high-low, perfectly executes his. He's going to go from 3 to 2 in behind Oliver Sim across the line. We are looking at race 3-2-3. That's Harvey Tomlinson being chased down by the 25 plate of Mason Groves, but they are all in behind. Amos Guppy on the 6 plate. Guppy out of absolute, leading it into that final turn. Tomlinson looking good in there for that 2 spot. Logan Winnison has finally putting it together today. His dad's birthday. About time you did that, Logan. Happy birthday to Dad. We are now watching the 15-year-old girls. 15-year-old girls, that's the one. I've clicked it. Right, Ruby Moores, Eleanor Curtis, Alexis McCartney, Sophie Carniston, Lucy Groundwater and Jessica Marriott. Not sure what happened to Jess out of the gate. She's in there in about 4 at the minute, scrapping away, chasing Alexis down this final straight. Here she comes. Ruby Moore's going to take that moto win. Jess Marriott picks up a 3rd on the line. Right, Megan Roy, Lexi Waite, 1 and 2. In race 3-2-5, in and out of that second corner, it is Roy, Waite, Elwood, Carruthers, 1, 2, 3, 4. This one's stacked full of big names in this age group out of that final turn. Megan Roy, Moto 1, 365 race team under pressure though from Allen's factory. That's going to be Waite nicking the 1 spot on the line, and that is why you pedal to the line, ladies and gents. We are looking at race 3-2-6. Sabina Rashman in this one, Imogen Cockrell, Anya Mata Alonso, Annalise Cadman-Carpenter, your British champion in this one as well. She's in there in that 2 spot being chased down by Cockrell, heading through the 3rd straight, but they are all in behind Sabina Rashman, riding out of Cardiff BMX track. And I believe Rustin at Racing, she's going to take this moto win in race 3-2-6. 15-year-old boys, Never Everly, hashtag 59. Eli Smith, Zachary Tia, Archie Lamb, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's looking good for the front 2 riders though. Everly hunting down that national win that Eli has picked up at these last Raka Nationals at Cycle Park. Everly was close yesterday, took a 2nd to Cody Coker, who is out on track now, leading out race 3-2-8. I was right earlier on. It was Esme that won the Evolve rims. Took a stab at it. I did see it somewhere. I took a stab at it. We got it right though. Right. Race number 329, Lucas Webster leads this one out for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, going 1 and 2 with John O'Harradine into that final corner. That looks like a Smiley's Flight Club rider getting busy in the final turn. Got to be Caspery Reynolds and Angus Graham battling it out for that 6 spots. As Caden Dunn heads into turn number 2 with Lewis Collins, Nemo in there behind him, doing it for the Titans. The Centurions have got a rider inside the top 3 as well. That's got to be Scott McCallum heading in and out of that second turn. Then where is Matty Poralek? He's in the mix in 5 at the minute, chasing down the rider just in front of him. I think that could be Malachi O'Reilly in and out of that final turn. Then looking good for Dunn and Nemo, bringing it down to the stripe. O'Reilly rounds out your top 4 with McCallum just in front of him in 3. Finley Collis on track in this one. He's in 4, chasing down Sean Brown on the 20 plate into that second turn. It is Collis and Lang out front though. No, sorry, it's not. It's Rayner and Lang out front, so Lang leads it out. Henry Rayner in there in 2, chasing him down the final straight. Sean Brown's going to round out them podium spots. That looks like Ollie Copping in 5. 16-year-old boys now on track. Thomas Duran in there in 3 at the minute. Curtis Copeland took a win. I believe it was the NCC at the start of the season. His first ever national win. He's in the mix out front at the moment. Jaden Fawcett and Thomas Duran in there with him. That's Elliot Brook in 4, doing it for Rab Racing, heading for the final turn. Jamie Dummigan out of Belfast City BMX Club. He's in there in 5, heading down to the stripe. That Copeland's going to round out that win. Finn Phillips out on track, then leading this one through. 4th, Mongoose Factory, who's in there with him. SAS Race Team, looking like they're picking up the spot. That is Samuel Hamling. It's got to be the Centurions. Lewis Cook, he's changed his jersey from yesterday to today, but he's in there in that 3rd spot at the minute. He's being chased down by Zach Chapman out of MCR, heading into the final turn. In and out they go. Phillips, he's going to be a race winner out of Mongoose Factory. Cook with a late charge to the line, but he's not going to get close enough for that 2 spots. James Clitheroe out on track. Junior Dr. Smoothie, European number 3, going 1 and 2 with Finn Hoff headed for turn number 2. Hoff just squeezed his front wheel in front of Clitheroe into the corner. They're both going to go 1 and 2 now. So for Hoff, Clitheroe in that order. Zach Twitchins in there in 3, doing it for Team Mindon Bournemouth. Who's that on his inside for Moto 1? Looking like we've got Thomas Millar working his way into a top 3 spot. Twitching in there in 4. Then that's how they're going to bring it across the line. JTL Simpson Davis leads out race 3-3-5, doing it for the Jump Club. Who's that in there with him? Looking at the 26 plate of Ellis Berry out of the middle ranks, heading into the 2nd corner. Dane Raymond Waddle in the mix as well inside the top 3. That could be him in there in that 3 spot. MCR's Reese Toole getting a bit busy down that 3rd straight, but he's managing to stick it up right in and out of that final corner. All about JTL Simpson Davis though, picking up that moto win. 17 to 18-year-olds now on track. Looking like Jaden Seawood went right the way round the outside. 2 SAS Race Team riders in this one. One of them just getting pushed slightly wide into the 2nd corner. That was Bastian Hamling. He's now worked his way into the 1 spot. Then has Jaden Seawood. Looking like the Moto 1 rider took advantage. That was Lewis Fletcher. He now picks up that 2 spot out of turn number 3. Looking like we've got the 2 SAS lads going on through. That's going to be Hamling and Cohen picking up them 3 and 4 spots. George Gerard out on track, then Hard Knocks by coaching, going to 1 and 3 with Ben Fitzsimmons, and it's the Hitman splitting them up in that 2 spot. Eddie Cannons and out of Braintree BMX Club, who's that in there with them in the top 4? Got to be Joseph Scary Carey heading for that final turn. In and out they go. Gerard, he's going to pick up that moto win. Cannons under pressure from Fitzsimmons, but he's going to be Cannons hanging on to 2. Ruben Smith out on track. Jump Club time, heading towards turn number 2. Who's that in there with him? Got to be Arne someone as stylish as you like. I think he was on his flats in practice earlier. No, he's picked up his clips for racing, so he's in his clips. Chasing down Ruben Smith out of that final turn, looking like Scott Monroe Higgs going to round out your top 3 spots in race 3-3-8. 3-3-9 into turn number 1, then got to be Josh Cates leading this one out. Owen Putland's in there with him, doing it for Peterborough Phantoms. Who's that in 3? Looking like Crew 19, picking it up on the 14 plate. That is Charlie Bigger. He's got a new helmet, that's why I don't recognise Charlie. We'll get used to it though. Alexander Stokes out of Preston in this one as well. Inside the top 6, heading for that final turn, doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. That's Thomas Wilson in there in 5, just in front of him, battling it out with Callum Daly, but it's going to be Cates down to the stripe. 19 to 29-year-olds, Callum Sharp Maple leads it out on the 1 plate, going 1 and 2 with Ross Sharp, heading for turn number 2. The 2 crucial lads in the mix in 3 and 5. That was Adam Brazil and Aaron Holloway in and out of the turn. I think it was looking like Luke Davies-Hayes splitting them up. Yes, it is. He's in there in that 4 spot, chasing down Brazil, who's looking to create a bit of a comfortable gap down this final straight, and I think he has. Callum Sharp Maple, though, taking the win. Tyrese Bradshaw, Connor Hedges 1 and 2 in race number 3-4-1, heading through the 2nd straight. That's got to be Finn Clark on the 5 plate, back up on his bike after his crash earlier on. He's going to be wanting to pick up some points, heading for these semi-finals later on. Bradshaw though, yesterday's winner, Mabo UK. Is it a comeback? Is it not? Who knows? He's going to take this moto win though down to the line as Clark makes his way past Hedges for a 2 spots. Billy Luckhurst out on track, 4 on the plate, Stay Strong C&K on the jerseys, heading for turn number 2. There's 17 in there behind him, that is Camille Suleiman, Pete Watson in the mix as well, Sean Tobin inside that top 4 spot as they bring it on round. Tobin though has been passed by the looks of it. I think that could be Ashley Walker, who now sits in that top 4 spot down the final straight. It's going to be Luckhurst, Suleiman, Watson in that order. 17 to 29-year-old women, Lily Chisholm, former world number 6, out front of 2023. Doing it for Mabo UK, she's going 1 and 2 with a 0.72 of Emily Green. Heading for turn number 2. Green has worked her way round the outside as smooth as you like. So it is Green, Chisholm in that order. Kirby's in this one. Godfrey inside there as well. In the mix, heading down that third straight. She's in that third spot, heading for the final turn. Kirby in there in 4, in the middle of... In the mix with a box of tricks. That's the one, isn't it? That's Neil's, yeah. She's in there in the mix with a box of tricks, picking up that top 4 finish. Alice Taylor, Tia Gaynor out of track. It was his birthday the other day, wasn't it, Neil? Happy birthday, Neil, if you're watching. Can't imagine that's how he's spending his weekend, though, these days. He'll be somewhere celebrating, I'm sure. Neil Stewart celebrating. What's new? We have got... Who's out front? Held on track then. I've missed the last one. I do apologise. We are looking at Hannah Baker out front. Going 1 and 2 with Imogen Gibson. Looks like we've missed one race. Race 344 is going to be held. Oh, what's this? Right, okay, there's a brand new pair of race shorts. Been found in the car park yesterday. Are they race shorts? They were bought from Sorted Race Gear, so if you bought a pair of black race shorts yesterday from Sorted and you got back to your hotel, 26-inch waist, not mine then, not mine. So if you've lost your shorts that you bought yesterday, then they are over here at commentary. And your debit card ends in 4293. So if that's you, okay, then your shorts are over here at commentary. We are looking at the Masters. John Lillingston leading it out. He's been out front all weekend long, having a cracking weekend. He's going 1 and 2 with Billy Irwin out of Urban Air BMX Race Team. Well represented this weekend on Urban Air. He's going to go through in that 2 spot. Scott Boom Boom Beaumont 96 podcast on the 2 plate out on track. Was recording his next episode with Andy McCoy the other day. So I'm looking forward to that one. Talking all things 4-cross, I should imagine. Maybe some BMX in there as well. But he's now running the 4-cross series as well. The British Cycling 4-cross series. So if you're interested in 4-cross, his gazebo is just after the finish line here this weekend. So if you've got any questions at all regarding 4-cross, get yourself over to that gazebo and get yourself involved. They are wicked events. I've been watching them all over social media recently. Tempted to make a trip out, maybe one day. But yes, Scott's doing a cracking job with that, so if you're interested at all whatsoever, get yourself over to his gazebo by the finish line to ask any questions you may have. That looked like Zoltan Bude taking the win in race 349. We're nearing the end of the Motos. Quarterfinalists to the pens, please. We've got a couple in there already. If you are in the quarterfinals, get yourselves to the pens, please. Thank you very much. Vets 40 plus, Danny T, Adam Bude, Matt Barnard, Matthew Eaton and Matthew Trincart. Trincart's on the inside, heading for that final turn. It is Barnard leading it out though. Barnard, Taylor, 1 and 2. Trincart in there in 3. Who's in 4? That's going to be Bude. Eaton in there in 5. That's how they're going to take it across the line. Grand Vets then out on track. Couple of gates for these lads. It is Darren Arini, 778 on the plate, going 1 and 2 with Craig Nelly Nelson, heading into that second turn. The Northern Bandits out front at the moment. Who's that in there in 3? Brett Knight, Crucial Racing. Looking good into that final turn. Good to see Brett on his bike after he had a nasty crash a few weeks ago, I believe. So he's out there racing well at the minute, taking that top 3 finish in the Grand Vets class. Alan Hill, your national champion. That's a 0-1 on his bike, actually. British champion. Leading this one out. Who's in there with him? John Benters. Got his gears on the back of his bike. He's flying into that final turn. Hilly, Benters, 1 and 2. Looks like that's going to be Brett Archibald rounding out the top 3. Junior men. No, it's not. We've gone back to the rerun from earlier on, the one that was held back. 17 to 29. Race number 344. Tia Gaynor, Rosie O'Brien, Amy Willits, Megan Gerard, Alicia Lynn Scott, Alice Taylor, Fumi Adoramia Hepburn, and Emily Clinch. It is Gaynor leading it out. Rosie O'Brien in there behind her. Megan Gerard inside the top 3. Emily Clinch getting busy in the middle of the pack. She's in there at about 5 in the minute, looking for a way past into a top 4 spot. Looking like she might find it down this final straight. Here comes Clinch tight on the line with Willits. But I believe that Clinch has just nicked it. Junior men up on the gate then, ladies and gents. We are going pro set racing. Junior men hit the track. Looking like Danny Jake Montfort's had a cracking gate out of the inside. Louis Tay Edwards is here as well. It's going to be Peckham 1 and 2 once again this weekend. Danny Jake Montfort going 1 and 2 with Xander Mavawani Wright, who's not in there in 3. Looking like Harvey Fawcett picking it up for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching on the 2-4-3 plate. Miller Hughes in there in 4. Louis Tay Edwards in at 5 as the exit turn number 2. Oh, Xander's blown a pedal through the 3rd straight. That drops him back to about 4. It's going to be a Grand Prix is this one, so that's going to affect him maybe as they bring it down to the final later on. But Danny Jake Montfort going to take that win. The last moto of the weekend, ladies and gents. We are looking at the Superclass men heading into turn number 1. Strickland's been shot out of a cannon. Marnon's come up short. It's going to be Strickland. Hunt heading for turn number 2. Who's going to lead it out of the corner? Mark Fletcher's in there in 3. Harrison Bell and Dean Reeves over the pro set as well. Heading out of the 2nd turn and down the 3rd straight. Strickland, Hunt, Fletcher, Bell, 1, 2, 3, 4. Reeves in there in 5. Collins in 6. Marnham 7 and Markley in 8. Cal Strickland, though, going to take the Superclass men win in the final moto of the weekend. We are ready to go quarter-final racing, ladies and gents. Quarter-finals making their way up to the start hill. Kicking it off with your 10-year-olds. It's wicked, no drama.
Quarter-final time. The sun.
Someone booked the sun.
Sunlight.
Which one of you Centurions was it? It's lovely, that is. Might bring my chair out here and just sit in it all day. What do we reckon?
Quarter-final time. Starting with the 10-year-olds. Lining up. All right, quarterfinals are go. Let's have a look. Hemphill, Orland, Beasley, Robertson, McAvoy all in this one. Gordon, Cordery and Walwork into the corner. Connor Hemphill leading it out. Freddie Ray Orland in there in 2. Who's got the 3 in the minute? Looks like Rex Beasley's in there in that 3rd spot. It's the 15 and the 25 battling for that final qualifying position. Kyle and Gordon and Joseph McAvoy. McAvoy's giving up a position to Jamie Robertson. He might have just left himself a little bit too much to do. Kyle and Gordon into the final turn. He's got that sport. Robertson's having a go. Look at him. Elbow to elbow. Who's going to get it at the line? Gordon's got that little bit more momentum. He takes that 4th.
Benny Jackson on track, your world number 8 leads out quarterfinal number 2. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got the 836 heading towards that 2nd corner. Arthur Claydon doing it for Exeter Eagles. That's got a big green machine in the mix as well. Oliver Richards heading into that 2nd corner in a qualifying spot. The 12 of Hugo Dayton doing it for Divide Brand UK. He's in the top 4, heading for a semi-final position into that final turn. The 417 in the mix as well. That's going to be Lucas Berghardt. He's in there in 5, chasing down Divide Brand UK, but it's going to be Dayton hanging on to that final qualifying spot.
Right, taking a look at the 3rd quarterfinal for the 10-year-olds. Oh, Ronnie Wood right underneath. 4th to nearly 2nd almost. He's in 3rd. He's got pressure though coming from Sebastian Hewitt. That's Preston Newmarsh-Powell in that 2 spot. Murray Watson leading it out. So Watson, Newmarsh-Powell, Wood, Hewitt. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. As they go into the final corner, there's a big gap to 5, and that's Samuel Snell. Looks like the front 4 are safe. Wood's going to make it in. It's Watson, Powell, Hewitt and Wood.
I'm not sure what Teddy Jones had for breakfast, but it must have been covered in hot sauce after that gate. He's leading our quarter-final number 4. He's got the 5 plate in there with him. The is Finley Monroe doing it for Alan's Factory Supercross. That's got to be BMXHub.com in there as well. Your British champion Joey Tompkins doing it for MK. In and out of turn number 2, the 11. Arlo Steinmetz in the qualifying spot. Who's in there in 5, the 6, 7, 1. Leo Bradley got a bit of work to do to take it to the semi-finals in that final turn. It's all about Teddy Jones though. Jones, Monroe, Tompkins, 1, 2, 3. Steinmetz rounding out your top 4.
Right, Bibby and Smith are going 1 and 2 in quarter-final number 5. These are the 11-year-olds. The 11 and the 17 are following. That's Harley Bowler and Akim Brazier. The 23 is Oliver Taylor from MK Evolution. He's on the outside looking in at the moment, trying to catch Brazier down that third straight. Bowler's looking good in the 3. Isaac the Sender Smith in 2. Bibby leading it out down the final straight. Here comes the rider from Milton Keynes. Is he going to pick it off of the line? Yes, he is. The 23 makes it in. Oliver Taylor.
Quarter-final number 6, the 11-year-olds are going to turn number 2. Archie Bell leads it out for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. GT Factory in there as well. Leighton Harding in and out of that second corner. It's looking like the 4-4-5 of Archie Croker White's in there in 3. Look at the battle for 4. Here comes the Brunty massively on way round the outside. Does it the hard way, but he goes from 5 to 4. He's going to take it through to the 11-year-old semi-finals.
11-year-old quarter-final number 3. And Marcus Mullen, he's on the outside looking in at the minute. The first straight did not go to plan. He's working his way up into 5. He's got to catch Louis Cheffy, who's in there in 4 at the moment. The 18 in 3. That belongs to Emil Challenger. As they go into the final turn, Mullen lining it up for a high-low. He's going to have to dive underneath. He's made his move. Is it going to be enough? Mullen and Cheffy to the line. Cheffy's got his nose in front. Cheffy just...
Zach Heavily went all the way around the outside of turn number 1 and he's ended up in that top 4 spot. It's led out by Roland, so in quarter-final number 8 in the 11-year-olds. Who's standing there behind him? Got to be Joe Rook on the 7 plate. Doing it for Stay Strong, C&K, Jack Devine, European number 4. In there in that 3 spot, it is Heavily. In there in 4. Who's the rider in 5? Chasing him on through. Looking like it is the 16 plate of Huey Hall. He's going to run out of time and room. Heavily takes it to the semis.
Right, quarter-final number 9. These are the 12-year-olds. Josh Jepson's in there in 4, rocking the new Crankalicious jersey. It's Harry Donald out there in front. Sullivan Collis in 2. Max Vass is in there in 3. Looks like Josh has given himself enough time and room to make it in that 4th spot. Jepson's going to go through. Donald takes the win. Collis in 2.
James Miller weren't born in a barn because he just slammed the door into turn number 1 and he now leads out the quarter-final into turn number 2. Who's in there with him looking like Tom Palmer for Preston Pirates, picking it up as they come on round the 54 in there in 3. Lawrence Beaujay out of Brixton BMX Club in. He's looking like Smiley's Fly Club are in 4 and 5 at the moment. Oliver Arnold and Charlie Craig. Has Craig got enough left for Arnold down the final straight? Arnold's going to take it through to the semi-finals.
Quarter-final number 11. That is Ethan Rogers out there in front. The 33 is getting involved, and that's Gilmore Green. He's battling with Harley Steele. Green and Steele in and out of turn number 2. Steele's looking for a way round. He's working his way down the outside. Thomas Honeywell's about to get swallowed up in the turn. In and out we go. Green, Steele. Look at the drag race. Who's going to get it at the line? Gilmore's got his nose out in front. He just gets it. Steele out in 5.
Quarter-final number 12 heads into turn number 2. Max McNulty's on the inside of the lot of them, and they are elbow bashing. Oh, 2 riders in the deck. More towards Ireland's been one of them. Who was the other rider? I think that was Harry Tyers has gone down. So 2 big hitters in the age group are out. That's Joe Douglas and leading it out from Max McNulty. Henry Potts in there in 3. Who's going to get that final qualifying spot? That's going to be Stanley Farmer.
Oh, Freddie Wallworks hit the deck in turn number 1. He's down on the ground. Let's hope he's all right. Oh, it's getting busy as they come out of the turn as well. That's Robin Matter and Alonso battling with Edward Miller for that 3rd spot. The minute into the final corner we go. Miller, is he going to go one better than yesterday? He's got pressure coming down the straight. Is he going to hold on? Yes, he is. Edward Miller makes it in front of Leo Cranston.
Quarterfinal number 14 up on the gates. 13-year-olds lined up, ready to go. Looks like we lost a rider in the turn. That was Freddie Warwood. Put your hands together for Freddie. He's up and riding away. Quarterfinal number 14 hits the track. Hindley, Notman heading for the turn. Who's that on the inside? Got to be Nate Hamilton. Brody Geddes looking to throw it under in the corner, and he manages it. Oh, he got busy in the corner. Eames came up short and got trapped in the traffic into the turn. Then Notman, Hamilton leading it through. Geddes in there in 3. That's Hindley in 4. Who's in 5? Noah Buttery doing it for LVG. Heading for the final corner. Who's going to get that final qualified spot? Hindley, Buttery, in and out they go. Down the final straight. Notman's leading it. Geddes has flown his way through into that 2 spot. It's going to be Hamilton for 3. Hindley in 4. Quarterfinal number 15 on track. Toby Lynch leading it out. Guppy's in there in that 2 spot. Cotty's in 3.
You can go see him if you want.
No, it's all right.
Sure.
Leave him. He'll be devastated.
In and out of that second corner, it is looking like Cottrell inside that top 3 spot. It is Guppy, Lynch, Cottrell. That looks like Millington in there in 4, headed down the final straight. That's going to be your top 4 finishers. Quarterfinal number 16 on track. Elvis Lawrence leads it from the 7 of Oliver Tyres, heading into turn number 2. That's Harry Bailey in 3, looking like Freddie Richardson in there in 4. Milo Weller looked underneath him, didn't quite make it happen. So it's all about the front 4 riders trying to build up a bit of a gap, but Weller's not letting Richardson go into the final turn. Has he got enough left for him down the final straight? Tyres just run away with it. Lawrence, Bailey safe and through. Richardson's going to take that final qualifying spot.
Right, quarterfinal number 17. Kai Bowen's leading it out. Freddie Whistle's in there as well, battling away. Who's in the 5 at the moment? It looks like Cooper McCrum. Oh! Freddie Whistle, the bike got away from him in the corner. Down he went, bangs the floor with frustration as he goes in and out of the turn. Cooper McCrum's in there in 4. Coming under pressure, he's going to hold it on. McCrum makes it in.
Guys, watch how you're going in that second turn. That race is going to be rerun. Pull it in, guys. We're going to rerun quarterfinal number 18. So we will rerun quarterfinal number 18, guys. So if you're in quarterfinal number 18, head straight to the back of the hill. We'll get that rerun probably at the end of the quarters. We have got quarterfinal number 19 up on the gates. Quarterfinal number 19 hits the track. These are your 14-year-olds. Larkins on the inside. He's going to pick up the whole shot into the turn. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got the 5 plate of Sealy picking it up as they come on round. The 840's in there in 5. That looks like the 23 of Widdowson in there behind him. That is David Maher. Maher in there in 5 at the minute, chasing down the 29 plate of Rufus Cosinue. Wilcox in there in 3, so it is Larkins, Sealy, 1 and 2, Wilcox in 3, Cosinue in there in 4, last in action, in and out they go. The front 4 are looking safe and clear, but Larkins takes the win.
Right, Heath Thomas tied the S in and out, turn number 1. Oliver Sim is in there for Midlands at the moment. He's looking for a spot in the semi-final. He's got the 22 right there next to him, and that is Elijah Jamira. So can Sim of Midlands hang on to it, make his way into the semi-final? The 18 in there in 3. That is Enzo Shaw. So it's Thomas, tidy S, Shaw. Oh, Oliver Sim left the door open, and Jamira went underneath him. Sim's out in 5. Disappointment for the mid-Lancs rider.
Quarter-final number 21, Cody Coker leads it into that second corner. Who's that in there with him? That is Zachary Tier doing it for the Jump Club. John O'Hara in a qualifying spot inside the top three. He's got the Evolved Bicycle Motocross rider in there with him. Looking like that is Joe Little heading into that final turn. He's going to take it through to the semi-final in front of Bradley Davison as things stand. It is going to be Evolved in there in that final qualifying spot. Unlucky for Davison in 5.
Quarter-final number 22, Caden Dunn, Lewis Collins, Nimmo 1 and 3 at the moment. Rider in there in 2, that is Henry Rayner, who's got that 4th spot at the minute. We are looking at the 19. The 19 belongs to George Chapman out of Decoy. Decoy are in a qualifying spot. Smiley's Flight Club chasing him down. That's Louis Pinder in there in 5 and looking for the 4. Chapman looks safe for the minute. Collins, Nimmo in there in 3 is going to be Dunn, Rayner, Collins, Nimmo and Chapman going through.
Quarter-final number 23 is led out by hashtag 59. That is Noah Reveley on the 7 plate, headed for turn number 2. The 17 and the 21 plate in there behind him. That is Webster and Collis bringing it on round 4. Absolute bicycle motocross in that second turn. Ollie Coppings in a qualifying spot. It's his dad's birthday. He's looking to give him a birthday present, headed for the final turn. Coppings doing it for Crucial. It's going to be Everly, Webster, Collis, Copping. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Quarter-final number 4 for the 15-year-olds. Oh, one rider's hit the deck coming out of the turn. I've got a feeling that might have been Cameron Cox who went down. Meanwhile, Eli Smith out there in front for Rab Racing. Fluent are in there in 2 with Mason Lang. That is Sean Brown in there in 3. Didn't quite catch the rider in 4, but it is Samson Townsend who's going to go through in that 4th spot.
The rerun up on the gate of quarter-final number 18.
Did you get food? People excited?
This is the rerun of quarter-final number 18. Amos Guppy does the same as what he did last time against an absolute blinding start, headed for turn number 1. Guppy leads it out. Bradley James throws it under in the turn and works his way into that 2 spot. Look at the elbow bashing with the 25 plate, bringing it on round. That's Mason Groves on the inside of James into the turn. Emmy Seaward's worked her way into a top 4 spot. She's got Harvey Tomlinson right there with her on her left-hand shoulder, heading for the final corner. Tomlinson has worked his way round the outside. Emmy Seaward's not done yet though. Last turn action. Seaward throws it under Tomlinson and she's made it stick. She's made it stick, so it's going to be Guppy, James, Groves, Seaward. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's your quarterfinals done and dusted. We are going semi-final racing at 22-2. So 140. 140. We are going semi-final racing, so about 30 to 35 minutes time, ladies and gents. Please make sure you are in the pens. Wait. Semi-final number 1 hits the track. The 9 to 12 cruisers head to turn number 1. Griffin's on the inside looking like he's going to pick up the whole shot in the turn. Here comes Xavi Fox. Cooper though throws in the inside. Cooper leads it. Here comes Griffin though he's not done yet. He's getting busy through the second straight. Oh! Griffin almost takes his left but manages to just about stay upright. He's not letting Cooper go anytime soon. Marco's in there in 3 to Blanche in 4. Here comes Griffin chasing down the race leader Xavi Fox. Cooper, Ozing King in there in 5. Got a bit of work to do to catch the Blanche down this final straight. Cooper gonna take the race win. It's gonna be Griffin for 2. Who's getting 3 and 4? Marco and to Blanche.
Oliver Arnold leads out semi-final number 2 for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Cheeseman's in there as well as they go towards the turn. Let's have a look as they go in and out. Worries Adam Arnold out of Braintree. They are all mixed up. Hunter Mallion's working his way in. We are looking at the 28. That is Arnold. He's in there in 4, but they are queuing up behind him, including Max Livingston trying to get in there as well. Arnold looking like he's going to hold on to it. He's clearly feeling good. Jumps across that double. He's in 4.
Tate Kidson and Robin Matter Alonso are taking semi-final number 3 by storm into that second corner. Cooper McCrum is in there inside the top 3. Who's picking up that final qualifying spot? Looking like we have got Jack Walford doing it for Fluent, heading for the final turn. Who's in 5? That's Logan Young by the looks of it, riding out of DC Cycles. But the front 4 are looking safe. Kidson, Alonso, McCrum and Young and Walford taking it through.
Semi-final 4, James Cottrell leading it out. McSwitty in there into the 5:01 of Jacob Warren. He's in position for a top 4, but he's got Caulfield all over the back of him. So Warren, Caulfield battling for that final qualifying spot. Newton Hindley in there in that 3rd position. Cotty's given up the lead to McSwitty, but he's safe in 2. Warren in the 4. Caulfield's coming back. Warren's going to hold it. Is Caulfield going to do it? Oh, not quite.
Stanley Palmer blew his gate, but he's just thrown it under in the first turn and come out in that top 3 spot. He's got Sean Brown squirming all over his back wheel, trying to find a way through. That is Louis Kime up in there in 5. Durando leads it out. Caden Robertson there behind him in that second spot. The front 4 are separating themselves out now. Mab gets it slightly wrong into the last turn, manages to stay upright though. He's going to take 5. Durand taking it through Roberts, Palmer and Brown.
15 and 16-year-old semi-final number 2 on their cruisers. We are looking at Thomas Millar leading it into the turn. J. Teal Simpson Davis in there in 2. Zach Chapman out of Manchester going through in 3, and that is Zachary Tier in there in 4. LeBras is pushing hard and wants in from that 5 spot. In and out the turn we go. It's going to be Millar, J. Teal Simpson Davis 1 and 2, Chapman in 3, Zachary Tier in 4.
On S1 the 360, King leads out semi-final number 7 in the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers heading into that second turn. Connor Hedges is on the inside working his way into a top 3 spot. That looks like Watson in there in 4. He's got Rocky O'Brien squirming all over his back wheel heading for the final turn. Portland occupies that second spot, so it's S1. Portland, Hedges, Watson, O'Brien's in there in 5. Oh, Rocky O'Brien gets it all wrong. Hits the deck. Wow, oh, wow.
Right, semi-final 2 on its way round. Alex Brooks out in front. Right, so Rocky O'Brien is okay. So that means that semi-final 8 is going to be rerun.
Alex Brooks, if you can hear me. Alex, you just drop your goggles, mate. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser, semi-final number 1, heading for the turn. Lily Chisholm's on the inside, gonna bring it in and out of that first corner. Who's that in there with her? Got to be Olivia Firth on the 2 plate. Sorry, bringing it on round for Salton Race Gear. So it's Mabo and Salton out front at the moment. Divide Brandt in there in 3. That's Isla Radcliffe bringing it on round. Who's in 4? Anya Mata Alonso for Peckham and Espana heading through the 3rd straight. Looking like the 6X is in there as well. Jetska Hemstock in there in 5. Got a little bit of work to do out of the final turn. Chisholm, Firth, Radcliffe, Alonso, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how they're taking it to the final.
17 to 29 female cruiser semi-final number 2. We've got Hannah Drew out in front. Taylor Lee Mowen's in there in 2. That looks like Trinity Cam in 4, but she's coming under pressure from Annalise Cadman Carpenter. Amy Willets out of Retro Racing looking good in 3. Cam's giving up that 4 spot to Cadman Carpenter. Molly Nice is in there in 5. Daisy Brooke in 6. As they go round the final turn, it's going to be Drew, Taylor Lee Mowen, Amy Willets and Annalise Cadman Carpenter.
There was a bucket load of elbows in turn number 1, and the Kevin Bacon of BMX hits the deck, and so did Bentley. That leaves Sykes in there in 2, chasing down your European champion, Alan Healy Hill. Healy leads in, Sykes in 2, Ballers in 3. That looks like Noble in there in 4. Put your hands together for Daz O'Brien, ladies and gents. He's back up to his feet. Last turn action, in and out they go. It is going to be Notman taking it through in 4, Baller in 3, Sykes in 2. Healy takes a race win. Bentley and O'Brien are all. Put your hands together for them, ladies and gents. They're going to walk away.
Right, 50 to 54 cruiser semi-final number 2 heading down the hill. Let's have a look. Stephen Hassel into the turn. Brett Archibald's in there as well. Brett Knight, Gary Carver. Carver's in there in 3. Brett Knight, there's a 3-way battle for the 4th spot at the minute. Rich Ellis is involved in it. Julian Allen's on the inside. He's been shuffled back into 5. Knight's in there in 6. Cotty in 7. Dominic Elliott in 8. But as they go in and out of the final turn, it is going to be Stephen Hassel, Brett Archibald, Gary Carver, Rich Ellis. That's going to be a top 4. Julian Allen out in 5.
The business end of the afternoon is here for the 8-year-olds into that first corner, and your British champ leads them out in their first semi-final. That is Henry Sullivan bringing it on through the 2nd straight. That's Jake Avis in there behind him. The 307 is of course Elliot Hatch heading for turn number 2. Dominic Zapanos in a qualifying spot inside the top 4, and we know he's the second half of the track specialist. Out of turn number 2, looks like he's trying to pull away a bit of a gap from the 754 of Seth Robinson, the 741, sorry, of Nathan Murray. He's now in there in 5. In and out of the final turn, Sullivan gonna hang on to it down the final straight. Avis, Hatch, Zapanos all through to the 8-year-old final.
Right, Emerson Tucker, my little mate, took a tumble going into turn number 1. He's up and all right though and rolling away. Ethan the Great White, where is he? He's in there in 2. Chasing Antek Perebny. Oscar Marco back there in about 5. Needs to pick it up to get the 4 because the 329 of Callum Wood is in there in front of him. In and out the final corner. Bruntier in there in 3. It's going to be Perebny, White, Gilbert and Wood going through.
Semi-final number 15 was neck and neck as he hit the bottom of the hill, and it looks like the first one to show was your British champion Ethan Shaw, leading it out for Birmingham NRT, the former world number 7 from 2023. He's in there in that 2 spot. Hendrix Hines bringing it on round into turn number 2. Looks like we've got Tobias Groves in this one where he's in 5 at the moment, chasing down Thomas Giles who's in 3, and that looks like the 838 of Jack Belton on the bubble at the moment inside the top 4, but he's under pressure from Groves in the final turn. Belton, Groves, Belton's hanging on to it. Groves isn't done yet. This one looks like it's going to go to the wire. Who's going to get it this tight to the line? Groves is going to nick it with a fast last straight.
Right, Dowson and Ford were 1 and 2, but George Spencer absolutely threw it in that first turn. He's done it again in turn number 2. He's holding on to that spot. Who's got the 4th at the minute? Looks like the birthday boy Jack Haynes is getting involved. Oh, big squeeze in the corner. It's getting very tight. Look at the elbows flying. Northeast BMX Jesse Rose just about holding on.
The The 29-year-old cruiser Rerun is on track. Brooks leading it from Wilson. That looks like Fletcher, I think, in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Jack Mowatt's on the bubble at the moment, but he's got Josh Case in there behind him. Last turn action, Brooks and Wilson are both safe and through to the final. Who's going to get 3 and 4? Looking like Mowatt's going to hang on to 4 with Fletcher in 3.
Semi-final number 1 for the 10-year-old boys into the turn. Connor Hemphill, in we go. Preston Newmarsh Pow is in there in 2, but there are 3 or 4 riders who can work their way in. The 20 getting involved. That is Freddie Ray Orland. He's looking for that 4th spot. He's behind Joey Tompkins, who's in there in 3. Benny Jackson, is he going to line up another super move in the final corner? He's trying to get involved. He's moved over. He's in there from 5 to 4 to 3. Orland's battling away with Tompkins. Look at the drag race down the straight. Tompkins and Orland to the line. Oh, so close.
Seb Hewitt joined the 1-foot bandit in turn number 1 in semi-final number 18. That is led through by Finley Munro. Munro in there in 1, Jones in 2. The LCC guys are going well in 2 and 3. Ronnie, the Landshot Woods in there in 3, but here comes Hewitt charging his way through the pack. Wood throws in a high-low in the final turn. The 2 lads are in 3 and 4. Here comes Dayton in 5. Has he got enough lift in the tank? Going to be Wood hanging on to that top 4 finish.
Right, Iris Hyder is leaving it out with Samia Hughes. Those young ladies are 1 and 2. That is Seren Pritchard in there in 3. It's all about the 4th spot, and Laney Cordin has got hold of it right now. Elsie Blight's on a back wheel as they head down that 3rd straight towards the final corner. Laney closes the door. Elsie's going to have to go around the outside. She's dived underneath in the turn and stolen it away. So Hyder, Hughes, Pritchard and Blight. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Laney's out in 5.
Paul Keller and Gerard were all neck and neck as they went through the 1st straight, and they are in 1, 2 and 3 in semi-final number 20. Number 2 for the 11-year-old girls, who's in the final qualifying spot. Here comes a 5-player, Millie Ross, around the outside, working her way into a qualifying spot. That's Poppy May Kirby that's just been dropped back to 5. Keller's leading it, pulls in 2. Gerard's going to round out the top 3 with the 5-player rounding out that top 4 spot. That is Millie Ross, of course.
Semi-final 21, the first for the 11-year-old boys. Somebody taking to the sky, and that was it. Jumeirah trying to get round Isaac the Sender Smith. Bibby's out there in that 4th spot, and we are looking at the 37 of Leon Wade, but he's got Harley Bowler on the back of him into the turn. Waite and Bowler battling for the 4. It's going to go Bibby, Smith, Jumeirah and Wade through.
Leah Rowlands leads out the 2nd semi for the 11-year-olds. Doing it for Concept Mabo, who's in there with him looking like GT Factories. Leighton Harding on the 2 plate. The 4-4-5 of Archie Croker White's in a qualifying spot. Here comes a 10 of Archie Bell. He wants to make the main. Look at the scrap between the 3 of them. Bell's on the inside. Divine's in there. Oh, here comes the Steve Strong rider. That was Rook. Bell down the final straight. Bell's hanging on to his Rook. Got enough left. Bell's going to hang on.
Right, moving on, 11-year-old girls. I think that's Dakota Tucker in there. Let's have a look as they head towards the 2nd turn. In and out we go. The 12-year-old girl, 12-year-old girls, sorry. 8 plate in there in 4 is Anushka Jones. So in and out we go. Emily Eaton out in the lead. She's checked out and gone. Esme Ward in 2. Dakota Tucker in 3. Looks like Anushka's just going to hold on to it from Holly Diver.
Emma Kiss on the 6 plate is chasing down your race leader. That is Ruby Warren on the 19 plate into that 2nd turn, riding for the Titans. So it's Warren and Kiss out front of them into the European number 2. That is Brooke Fast Forcing inside the top 3, being chased down by the 5 of Martha Cotton, doing it for MCR. But she's got Naira O'Connell in there in 5 in the final corner. Who's going to get it? Looking like Cotton's hanging on as it stands. Has O'Connell got enough left in the tank? It's going to be Cotton taking it through in 4.
Harry Donald leading out semi-final number 25. We are on with the 12-year-olds. Where is Sullivan Collis? He's in there in 5 at the minute. He's looking for the 4. Josh Jepson's getting involved in the turn. He's looking for a 3 to a 2. Battling away with the rider out of Norwich. That is Joe Douglas. Look at him queuing up into the corner. Collis has gone from 5 to 2. Jepson's in there in 3. Douglas in 4. Who's going to be the guy on the outside? It looks like it's going to be Vass. Vass goes out in 5. Josh Jepson makes the main.
Couple of elbows in turn one in the second 12-year-old semi-final. One of them was Ethan Rogers receiving it from Tom Palmer, but they're both slotted into 2 and 3 nicely as it came down the second straight. It is Wilcox leading it out and into the final turn. Here comes James Miller on the bubble, looking for a way through the front four, looking safe and clear. Rogers making his move on Wilcox down the last straight. Rogers, Wilcox, Palmer, Miller, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, 13-year-old boys, here we go. This class is absolutely stacked. We have got Rayford and Tom Smith, Notman 1 and 2. That is Lil Cotty in there in 3. Here comes Robin Mattern Alonso working his way past Isaac Shaw and Brody Geddes. It's not over in the final turn. Shaw's gone underneath. Mattern Alonso's going down the outside. Who's going to get the full spot on the line? Mattern Alonso.
Second 13-year-old semi-final is led through by the 7th plate of Oliver Tyres, heading for turn number 2. Guppy's in there behind him. Elvis Lawrence in a qualified spot in there in 3. Smiley's Fly Club currently going through in 4 and 5. The qualifier as it stands is Nate Hamilton chasing down Lawrence for the final turn. Harry Bailey's in 5. In and out they go. Tyres, Guppy, Lawrence, Hamilton, all spread out nicely. That's how they're going to take it in the 13-year-old second semi.
Semi-final number 29, your 14-year-olds. Kai Bowen out in front leading it out. Lucas Seeley in there in 4, battling away with Wilcox. There's a bit of a gap to the rider in 5, who is Elijah Jamira, but we know Jamira can make moves in turns and he's got the skills. Will it happen in this final corner? It's Bowen, Thomas, Jamira's gone underneath, threaded the needle. Seeley in 3, Jamira in 4, Wilcox in 5. Wow.
Semi-final number 30 hits the track. That's Larkins leading it from the 6 of Guppy into that second corner. Tiny S is in there in about 5 in a minute, but he's got Emmy Seymour throwing it underneath in the turn. Here comes the 7 of Bradley James. He's in there in 3. Chasing down your race leaders. Who's in 4? That's got to be Mason Groves out of Manchester. Down the final straight, Larkins, Guppy, James, Groves. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right. Okay. Yeah. 37 and 38 to go in last.
Right, semi-final number 31. These are the girls' 15s. Megan Roy, Sabina Ashman in this one. Ashman's in there in 4. Jessica Marriott on the W4 working her way into that 2 spot. That is the 6th plate, I think, of Sophie Elwood, who's in there in 3. It's blimey, Rich, come on, crack on. Anya Mattern Alonso, who's in that 5th spot. She's not got enough time left to catch Sabina Ashman, who's going to go through in 4th.
Ruby Moore's on track in there in the 2 spot, chasing down your race leader. That is, of course, Lexi Waite. Waite Moore's into that second corner, and Elise Cadman-Carpenter joins the front 2 riders and goes inboard into that second turn. Lorianne Carruthers is on the bubble in there in 4 at the moment, but she's got the 16 in there behind her. That is Isla Radcliffe chasing her into the final turn. Has Carruthers got it in the bag? I think she might have. Waite, Moore's, Carpenter. Looks like we've lost McCartney down the final straight, and Carruthers going to round out them top 4 spots.
Oh, big pile up in the turn. Joe Lills hit the deck for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. His semi-final is over as they go in and out of turn number 2. It is Everly out in front. Mason Lang in there in 2. Caden Dunn in 3. Finley Collis in 4. There's nobody else going to get anywhere near those 4 guys. John O'Harradine out in 5. Joe Little is up and okay, as is the 10 plate of Zachary Tia and Ollie Coppin.
Second semi-final for the 15-year-olds hits the track. One of the absolute riders on the inside is going to be led out by the fluid bicycle motocross. That is Cody Coker in the lead. The 17 of Webster chasing him down. Here comes the 5 of Eli Smith inside the top 3, heading for the turn. That's Eden Boone doing it for 1. BMX Racing in there in the mix, in and out of the corner. No, it's not. It's Henry Rayner. Henry Rayner then rounding out the top 4 spots as he head for the final turn. Coker, Smith, Webster. 1, 2, 3. Rayner's going to take that top 4 finish. That's how they're taking it.
Right, semi-final number 1 for the 16-year-old boys. Finley Hoff out in front. Curtis Copeland's in there. Where is Thomas Doran? He's in there in 4 of them, and he's being pursued by Lewis Cook. Ellis Berry's in there in 6. He's looking for another national final, but he's got his work to cut out to get it done. Hoff, Copeland, JTL Simpson Davis, Thomas Doran. Doran's under pressure from Cook. Is he going to hold it to the line? Yes, he is.
Got busy down the hill in semi-final number 36. Jaden Fawcett leads it out. Where is James Clitheroe? He's in the middle of the pack at about 5 or 6, heading into turn number 2. He's going to work his way into it. Oh, rider down. Clitheroe gets swallowed up with him. So did one of the MCR guys, Fawcett. Phillips, 1 and 2. Millar in there in 3. Who's going to get 4? Looking like we're going to have a battle out of the final turn. One of the MCR guys hanging on to it as it stands. I think they're going to take it through. That looks like the 24 plate of Zach Chapman having the final. The fallen riders were Reese Toole, Sam Hamling and James Clitheroe. Put your hands together for them, ladies and gents.
So they're holding
37 and 38 are going last, so we're on 39 now.
Come on then. Starting to get warm. I know. I might have to put it off after this. Talk after it. Woo. Then that breeze comes in, it's lovely.
Semi-final number 39, 37 and 38 are going last. So it is Tyrese Bradshaw into the turn. Billy Luckhurst in there as well. They're going 1 and 2. Luke Davies-Hayes gets pushed up the turn. Adam Brazil in there in 3, the 27. That belongs to Connor Hudson. He's in there in 4. Higley looking for a way through, trying to improve his hype game. He's in there in that 5th spot. Looks like he's got too much to do to catch Hudson. In and out the turn we go. Bradshaw, Luckhurst, Brazil, Hudson top 4.
Second semi-final for the 19 to 29-year-olds into the turn, and they are led out by the 1 plate of Callum Chard Maple. Ross Sharp threw it under in the corner and has worked his way into a top 3 spot. He's got Camille Suleiman in there behind him. That looks like Josh is on. Suleiman's outside. Holloway's in there in 2, so it's Maple, Holloway, Sharp, 1, 2, 3. Suleiman's hanging on to 4, but he's got it on there with him. Here comes Finn Clark into the turn. Clark throws it under. It's on. Oh, 3 of them in the deck. Oh my word, Watson takes 4. Absolute carnage.
All right, Emily Green.
We're going to pull it over, guys. We're going to pull it over. Put your hands together for Camille Suleiman, ladies and gents, and Finn Clark. Both riders all but walking away. It's Finn's second off of the weekend. We're just going to make sure that Josh is okay as well. When they're as big as this, going into that tight corner, 3 abreast. Put your hands together for Josh. He's on, ladies and gents. Great sportsmanship from the lads.
Right, 17 to 29, challenge female underway. We've got Emily Clinch in this one for Evolve Bicycle Motocross, who's in 3rd going into that turn. Taya Gaynor, though, leading it through. Here comes Lily Shaziwa. Emily's in there in 3. Olivia Firth, Sorted Race Gear and EMV Graphics and Signage in there in that 4th spot at the moment. Hannah Baker, her teammate, is in there in 5. Rosie O'Brien in 6. Imogen Gibson in 7. Fumia Dreamy Hepburn in there in 8 as they go into the final turn. He's going to be Taya Gaynor, Lily Chaziwa, Emily Clinch, Olivia Firth, 1, 2, 3 and 4.
It's getting busy in the 17 to 18-year-old semi-final. Number 1, it's Smith, Portland, and Esselmont leading it into the turn. Jaden Seawood throwing in a high-low, and Esselmont on the exit of that second corner. Then front 4 are looking safe at the moment, but the 15 isn't done yet. Heading for that final turn. Here comes Sebastian Hamling. In and out he goes, looking like he's not quite going to get close enough. Seawood, Esselmont, Portland, Smith, all taking it through.
Right, Jaden Seawood picking up the whole shot here in race number 37. 3X. Have I got the right one? No, I've not. It's George Gerard. Do apologise. Right team, wrong rider. Ben Fitzsimmons in there into the 5X. He's going in there. That belongs to Lewis Fletcher. Fletcher in and out of the turn in that third spot. Who's going to pick up the fourth as they go to the line? The 764 of Eddie Cannons. Is he going to do it? Oh! Transponders of Truth, tell us what happened next.
We're just going to have a brief break before we go into the rerun. So there's another semi-final yet to come. The 19 to 29-year-old women, their rerun will be up very, very shortly, so just bear with us. And then we'll give you a time guesstimation for the finals.
Right, rerun semi-final number 41, the 17 to 29-year-old females heading down the hill towards the turn. Emily Green getting involved. Remy Godfrey's in there as well. Worked her way into that third spot. Amy Willets in there in 4. Who's got that second spot? It's the 19, and that is Megan Kirby. Willets is under pressure from Gerard as they go into the turn. Hannah Drew's in there as well. Oh! Elbows flying. Amy Willets hits the deck. Gerard gets held up. Hannah Drew's worked her way into that 4th spot. In and out we go. It's going to be Emily Green, Megan Kirby, Remy Godfrey, and Hannah Drew going in. Megan Gerard out in 5, and Amy Willets wondering what might have been.
Quite good, this comms. Works. Okay, here we are inside line with Rich and Lewis. Well, it's warmer today. It's less windy today. Day 2 of the National Series here. The track's running faster, I reckon, as well today. It seems to be. Yeah, so what's really stood out for you today, Rich?
I think the racing today has been super tight, especially in the later rounds, and it's the third and fourth straights and the last corner that's been a real kind of an eye-opener for us, because myself and Lewis have noticed as commentators that anybody who leaves any semblance of a gap in that final corner, and you're just going to get done. It's a real kind of evener, and we've seen people's positions change by maybe 2, possibly even 3, and it's all down to that last corner, and there's plenty going on the third straight as well. It's really getting mixed up. Yeah,
I agree with that. And I think one of the riders was saying to me that with the on-off on the table, it actually makes tracking across the straight quite difficult. So hence some people leaving gaps maybe because they're having to think even harder about that rhythm section.
Yeah, I mean, the third straight's really technical. It looks like a relatively simple straight, but obviously when you start riding it at them sort of speeds that some of these guys are going, obviously there's a lot of riding going off. There's a lot of skill involved with that straight, and then obviously you've got to start thinking about race lines and other riders coming around you along the track. So yeah, it's a really technical third straight.
Yeah, it's a great track here, and it's perceptively, rather the opposite. It gives you the impression of a short track because it flows well, but it's actually quite a long way round.
Yeah, it is a long way round. There's a lot of pedalling on those first and second straights. Your legs get full of lactic acid as you get to the third one, and then you've got to negotiate your way through quite a technical rhythm section and deal with the last straight. So it's more challenging here than it looks at Cumbernauld, but that's the way the track's been built, and it makes for some excellent racing.
Yeah, word for Emmy Seawood. In fact, in the last corner in the quarter-final, I don't know it quite worked in the end, but she had a proper move on there with strong elbows, because we've done a bit of a feature on Emmy this time. So yeah, she's going well.
I mean, even yesterday, she made a move, I think it was in the quarter-final yesterday, where she went from, I think it was 5th to 3rd in that last turn, something ridiculous like that. Yeah, she's really quick. Obviously racing with the boys can be a little bit more difficult. Obviously some of them are growing a little bit quicker than maybe Emmy would, even quicker than each other, so she's doing really well, holding her own, obviously making moves, has a really good first straight on her. She's really competitive, and obviously she's had a great season so far already.
Yeah, for sure, with the E2 and the W3, really good run again. Yeah, so halfway through, just over halfway through now, I suppose technically. We've got a couple of national weekends coming up, pretty intense, and then we're into the gap for the Olympics in the summer. So what's your top tip for the Olympics then, Rich?
I think it'll just be, as intense as the Olympics always is. It's kind of almost a different kind of race because, all the eyes of the world are upon the Olympians and that kind of stuff, and it doesn't seem to have the same feel or the same vibe as a World Cup. It's very different, but by the same token, some things are not going to change. First rider across the line wins a gold medal, so the actual mechanics of it stay the same, even if the feel is slightly different. But we're hoping that whoever our GB riders are who go, obviously Beth's going to be going, but whoever our male representative with, whoever they get confirmed as the pick, I hope they do a really good job of it, and but they're definitely going to have the work cut out against the French and the Dutch.
Yeah, they were looking good in that lovely French barn a few months ago when they had the test event there. So yeah, fingers crossed for that. All right, well, thanks guys. Great racing again, as always, on this fantastic track as part of the National Series. So yeah, looking forward to the rest of the season.
So thank you very, very much to Mr. and Mrs. Tucker. We really appreciate it. So if you are in the 9-year-old boys or the 14-year-old girls, move your attention to the line in the first turn. That's the whole shot line. That's what you're aiming for. You could have a national win and be a 50 quid richer. Thank you very much. Hopefully there's someone going to monitor that, because we had a really, really close one yesterday. And just as we head into finals, Des McCrum has started to cheer up a little bit. He's perking up. Nine to 12-year-old cruiser B final hits the track, headed down towards turn number 1. Looking like Ozin King out of the inside. Doing it for Bournemouth BMX Club. He had a cracking gate. Who's that in there with him? Looking like it could be Charlie Labras out of Bradford BMX Club. Who's in there with him? The Bradford Bandits. Heading on through. That's Aaron Hickman in the middle of the pack. In there in 4. Percy Lodge has worked his way around the outside for Tygo Race Team. He's inside the top 4 now, chasing down. Jack Swales riding out of fast signatures. Heading for that final corner. Looks like Labras has made his move on King in that second turn. Somewhere along the line, he now leads your race. So it's going to be Labras, King, Swales, Large. 1, 2, 3, 4. Large with a late charge. Who's going to get this as they bring it down to the stripe? Large isn't quite going to get close enough. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers up on the gate for the A final. We have got Jamie Terblanche, Adam Arnold, Billy Cheeseman, Benedict Marco, Hunter Mallion, Frankie Griffin, Xavi Fox Cooper, and Oliver Arnold. Final number 2, the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are a go for round number 6 of the Lloyds Bank National Race Series for BMX. First turn action is going to be a European number 3 leading this one out. Griffin doing it for Fluent. Who's in there with him? Hunter van der Mallion picking it up as they come around. Xavi Fox Cooper, who had a cracking semi-final in there in 3. Looking underneath, Mallion in the turn. Didn't go for it. That looks like the Arnolds in there in 4 and 5. Got to be Adam in there in 4. Oliver's in 5. Last turn action. All about Griffin. Oliver Arnold throws it under, goes from 5 to 4. Griffin moving. Van der Malian, that's how they're going to bring it down to the stripe. Who's in there for 3? Xavi Fox Cooper.
Right, 13, 14-year-old cruisers B final heading down towards the turn. That is Logan Young battling away with a 145. That belongs to Theo Cam. Alfie Sim getting involved, working his way up into 5th now. Caulfield's on his back wheel in 6th. We've got Hadley Harding in there as well. Caden Elkindi, Max Surridge. In and out the final corner. It's going to be Logan Young battling to the line. Is he going to hold it? Yes, he is. Sim through for 5.
No problem. Yeah, 13, 14, final.
Sorry, we were just being told a little bit of information. There are still loads of raffle prizes to be claimed. If you want to double check your tickets, double check them and you can walk away with some nice goodies. Anyway, final for the 13-14 cruisers. We've got Jacob Warren, Jack Walford, Newton Hindley, Cooper McCrum, James Cottrell, Robin Mattern Alonso, Eric McSwitty and Tate Kitson. Oh, there was a pause. The 13, 14-year-old cruisers have left the gate, heading down the hill. Little Cotty battling into the turn. Here we go. Take Kitson as well. It's Kitson 1, Cotty in there in 2, Jacob 1 going through in 3. Who's got that 4th spot at the minute? We don't know, but Switty is in there. He's worked his way up. Newton Hindley getting involved as well, and Cooper McCrum. But out in front, it is Tate Kitson. Left himself a bit of a gap now. He's got some room and time. It's going to be Kitson, Cottrell, McSwitty. That's your 1, 2, 3. Is Ward going to get the 4? Not quite.
15 to 16-year-old cruiser B final out on track. Craig BMX coaching leading this one out on the 3 plate. Got to be Joe Penson-Vogt heading into that 2nd turn. Who's in there with him? Got to be LeBras, I think that is, in and out of the corner. Jack LeBras, yes it is for the Bandits, headed towards that final turn. Louis Pinder in there in 3. Who's in 4? Looking like Colby Hall out of DC Cycles, Southampton down the final straight. Davison's in there for 5, but Joe Penson-Vogt takes the B final win. 15, 16-year-old cruiser A final up on the gate. We have got Sean Brown, Zachary Tia, Zach Chapman, Stanley Palmer, Caden Roberts, JTL Simpson Davies, Thomas Millar and Thomas Duran. Final 6 hits the track. Duran's on the inside. Millar was right there with him out of the gate, but it's all Duran into the turn. He's leading it out. Who's out there with him? It is Millar picking it up as they come around. Chapman's worked his way into a podium spot. Palmer's not done yet, though. He's in 4. That's Davies in there in 5. 2nd turn action, Duran and Millar both. Thomas is going well as it stands. Has Millar got enough left in the tank for Duran as they head into the final turn? He's not quite close enough. Last straight track race then. Has Millar got it down the final straight? Duran's going to take it. Millar for 2. Chapman's going to hang on to 3.
Right, moving on, 17 to 29-year-old cruiser, the B final. Joshua Cates out in front. He's got the rider from DC Cycles. That's Luca Manzi right there with him as well. In and out the turn we go. Kyle Hill in there in 4th. Connor Blythe getting involved. Rocky O'Brien and Jack Mowat as well as they head in and out of that final turn. It's going to be Cates bringing it to the line. Cates is going to get it. Manzi's going to get the 3. And I think it was Connor Blythe picking up the 2. A final up next for 17 to 29 cruiser. Jack Wiggins, Pete Watson, Connor Hedges, Lewis Fletcher, Dan Wilson, Alex Brooks, Owen Putland and Arne Esselbont. Oh, there was a twitch on the gate there, right in the middle. It's not affected Brooks, though, as he heads towards turn number 1 to pick up the whole shot. Alex Brooks, Owen Putland. Oh, Dan Wilson's gone, and I think Mowat went as well. So 2 riders down in that first turn. Who's got the 3 at the minute? That is Connor Hedges in there in that 3rd spot. Pete Watson in 5. Esselbont knows it's done in 6. Still got riders down in turn 1, but Brooks in and out the final corner. Alex Brooks picks up another win on the cruiser. Pullen for the 2, Hedges for the 3, Lewis Fletcher for 4. Jack Wiggins is up and okay, and Daniel Wilson is picking himself up in that first turn.
Put your hands together for Dan Wilson one more time, ladies and gents, and Jack Wiggins. Good to see both riders walking away, sorry. Final number 9 hits the track, the 17 to 29-year-old women's B final on the cruisers heading for turn number 1. That looks like Molly Nice going to pick up the whole shot in the turn for BMX United. It's Nice out there in the 1 spot on the 4 plate. Who's in there with the 6X of Jetska Hemstock doing it for Ice Bikes. Urban is in 3 with Trinity Cam. That looks like Green Machine in there as well. Grace Burge in the 4. In and out of turn number 2. Nice, still leading it out. Has Hemstock got enough left for her as they head into the final corner? Hemstock, Cam, 2 and 3. Cam looks for a high-low, but it's all about Nice out front. She's going to take this B final win down to the stripe. Hemstock's going to hang on to 2. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser A final up on the gate. We've got Anya Matter Alonso, Isla Radcliffe, Annalise Cadman Carpenter, Amy Willets, Olivia Firth, Lily Chiswa, Taylor Lee Mohan, and Hannah Drew. Final 10 hits the track. The 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser. Look at the elbows between Chiswa and Drew into the turn. Chiswa leads it out then. In and out of the corner, your British champion and your national champion. Currently 1 and 2. Taylor Lee Mohan's in there in 3. Olivia Firth in there in 4. Who's in 5? That's Isla Radcliffe on the 5 plate. Carpenter's not done yet either. She looked up the inside and she's made it stick and moves from 6 to 5. But Chiswa, Mabo UK, out front looking good. Has Drew got enough left in and out of the final turn? Drew hunting down Chiswa. Who's going to get this one? Chiswa's going to hang on to it by the looks of it all the way to the stripe. Lily Chiswa takes the win. Hannah Drew, Taylor Lee Mohan 2 and 3.
Nikki Sitch, Fawn Clements, Teresa Chalice, Lee Pendleton, Anita Wong, Sarah J. Nichols, Michelle Stupple, and Rebecca Goal. 30-plus ladies cruiser heading down the hill. Stupple and Nichols going 1 and 2 towards the turn. Here comes Becca Goal on the inside. He's going to get interesting in the turn. Stupple leading it out. Goal in 2. Nichols in there in 3. Anita Wong in 4. Lee Pendleton in 5. Teresa Chalice in 6. Nikki Sitch in 7. Fawn Clements in 8. As they exit the second turn. Oh, Michelle Stupple made a mistake. It's allowed Becca Goal to go through into the final turn. Goal, Stupple, Nichols, 1, 2 and 3. Becca Goal's going to take the win. Doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Stupple in 2, Nichols in 3.
30 to 39-year-old cruisers A final up on the gate. We've got Ryan Jones, Ash Richardson, Jack Hudson, Nathan Abbott, Agrit Alazans, John Lillingston, Martin Brown and Daniel Popel. Final number 12, the 30 to 39-year-old cruiser. Bruiser's heading for the turn. Lillingston's been shot out of a cannon on the 1 plate. Who's there with him? Here comes the 0-1 of Popel. So it's Lillingston, Popel, Brown, 1, 2, 3. Hudson he's battling it out with the 702. Heading for that second corner. That's Nathan Abbott. Abbott looking like he's just made his move and worked his way around the outside. Hudson battling it out then with Allen's out of the turn, but it's all about the battle out front. Lillingston, Popel. Who's going to get it? Lillingston out of the last turn. Shot out of a cannon. He's going to take the win in the 30 to 39-year-old cruisers. Popel, Brown 2 and 3.
40 to 44.
Right, 40 to 44 cruiser up next. We have got Andy McCoy, Matt Swales, Craig Cordin, Rob Harris, Matthew Eaton, Rich Stevenson, Andy Groves, and Kingsley Mears. 40 to 44 cruiser. Go Kingsley Mears on the inside. Groves and Stevenson battling into the turn. Here comes Matthew Eaton as well. Riders diving underneath. Harris is getting involved. Craig Cordin in there in 6, but it's his Pro Start teammate Kingsley Mears out in front at the moment, almost unstoppable in this age group. He's ummed up an 8 bike length lead now over Groves into the final corner. Looks like Mears is going to pick up another win. Kingsley Mears at Pro Start takes it. Groves in 2, Stevenson in 3, Harris I think in there in 4, Craig Cordin rounding out the top 5.
45 to 49-year-old cruisers up on the gate for their 8th final. We have got Scott Main, Anthony LeBras, Nigel Smith, Graham Stark, David Stokes, Stuart Little, Norbert Marco and Fraser Watson. 45 to 49-year-old cruisers hit the track. Watson's out of lane 1, your European number 7 going to take the whole shot into the turn. Marco's in there in that 2 spot. Who's in 3 and 4? The Evolved guys going through as it stands. It is going to be the 15 picking it up. Little Stokes in there in 4. Big Nige Smith's in 5. But it is all about Fraser Watson, BMX winner photography. Check out that for a lead in an 8 final, ladies and gents. Fraser Watson charging away with it. Can anyone catch him? The answer is definitely no. Down this final straight, Watson's going to take it. Norbert Marco chasing it down the final straight, but he's under pressure himself. Marco's going to take 2. It is going to be Little for 3 and Stokes in 4.
Yeah, good result for the Evolved Bicycle Motocross guys as we look at the 50 to 54 cruiser B final. Darren O'Brien into the turn. Julian Allen's in there as well. John Bentley going through in 3. Cotty in 4. Those guys out front and clear. We've got Dominic Elliott, Tim Porter, Brett Knight and Tim Drew in there as well. In and out of the turn. O'Brien, Allen and Bentley battling to the line. Allen hangs on for 2, Bentley for 3, Cotty for 4. 50 to 54, the A final lining up. Stephen Notman, Pete Butler, Kev Sykes, Rich Ellis, Gary Carver, Brett Archibald, Steve Hassel and Alan Hill. '50 to 54 cruiser. Hilly, the European champion on the inside. He's got company from Stephen Hassel. All rider diving underneath as well as they come in and out of turn number 1. It is the 1-2-4 of Brett Archibald trying to get involved, keeping the hometown fans happy. In and out we go. Carver in there in 4. But it's still Alan Hill out in front. Kevin Sykes is in there in 5. It's going to be Hilly, Hassel 1 and 2, Archibald 3, Carver in 4, Sykes, Butler 5, 6, Notman in 8, and Rich Ellis.
55 plus cruiser A final up on the gate. We have got Simon Watson, Stephen Noble, Keith Brown, David Knowles, Billy Stupple, Brent Featherstone, Chris Madron and Raymond Reed. Kate goes down the 55 plus cruiser. Bruiser's headed for the turn. The McRocks had a great game, but here comes Madron from the outside. Pure Bicycles leading this one out. Madron, Reed, Featherstone, 1, 2, 3. Stupples in there in 4, battling it out with a 5 plate of Brown, heading for turn number 2. Here comes the McRock, jumping his way into that second corner. These guys going airborne is absolutely wicked. Here comes the McRock. Has he got enough in the tank for Madron, heading for the final turn? Madron, Reed, here comes Featherstone. Reed throws in a high-low drag race down the last straight. Who's going to get it? Madron, Reed to the line. This one's going to be close. I think Madron's going to hang on to it. Yes, he does. Reed, Featherstone in that order.
Wow. Half a bike in it at the finish line in 55 plus cruiser. Marco, Murray, Hill, Garbachick, Robinson, O'Brien, Brits and Tucker all in the 8-year-old B final. In and out of the turn we go. Looks like Oscar Marco is the man out front and in control. My little mate Emerson Tucker, he's in there in 5 at the minute with Garbachick on his back wheel. Oakley Hill's in there as well. But as they come in and out, Marco's going to get it. Northeast BMX, Joseph O'Brien in there in 2. And I've got a feeling Leo Britt stole the 3.
One rider hits the deck on the second straight in the 9-year-old B final. It looks like that was Jake James. Let's hope that he's okay. Belton, Westwood, 1 and 2. Lee in there in 3. That's Kitching in 4. Heading for the final turn, but it's all about Jack Belton. Out of Decoy BMX Club, in and out of that final corner. He's got this one wrapped up down the last straight. Divide Brand UK going well in that second spot. That's going to be Rocco Westwood with Aston John Lee rounding out your podium.
10-year-olds now heading down the hill. Hugo Dayton in this one as well. The B final into turn number 1. Kylan Gordon in there as well. But the man out in front looks like Murray Watson out of BMX Widow Photography. Dayton in 2. That is Freddie Ray Orland going through in 3. Kylan Gordon in 4. Trying to get involved as well. He's Rex Beasley from the Stay Strong C&K crew. He's back there in 7. But it's Watson, Dayton, Orland, Gordon. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Oliver Riches is in there in 5. Watson takes the win. Oh, 2 riders down on the final straight. Steinmetz rolls through for the 6.
11-year-old girls B final on track. Let's hope that them 2 fallen riders are all right. We've got the ladies coming out of turn number 2. Ladies, if you can hear me, just mind how you go on the exit of turn 3, please. Just watch how you go on the exit of turn 3. It's getting busy. 3 riders. Mara McCarran in there in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader. That is the 4 of Blaney Cornish. She's made a move though. McCarran's going to take the win. Caught in for 2. Who's going to get 3? That was Poppy May Kirby. No one contacts you about the Olympics then? I think what we'll do is... One of the fallen riders was Rex Beasley. The other one was Oliver Richards. He's back up to his feet.
me? Do you want me to do it? Yeah, go on.
11-year-old B final now on track. That's Harley Bowler in the middle of the pack, in there at about 5 at the minute. But it's all about the 7 plate leading this one out. That's Joe Rourke. Sorry, then the fallen rider. We got that right. No, it's okay. Right, Joe Rook then leading it out. Zach Everly in there in the 2-spot. Look at the move in the turn. That looked like it was Jack Devine throwing it underneath. He went from third to first. What a move that was from the European number 4, Rook. Everly in there in 2 and 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like a meal challenger out of Brixton. BMX Club is under a bit of pressure himself as they exit the turn. That's Samuel Richards chasing him down the final straight. Challenger's going to hang on to that top 4 as Devine takes the win.
Female 12, these are the B finalists. Holly Diver out in front, that is Naya O'Connell out of Preston in there in 2, and the rider in 3 out of Team Mind is Nora Syret. Syret in that 3rd spot under a little bit of pressure though from the rider from Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, that is Isabella Gerard, who's rounding out the top 4 with True in there in 5, but it's Diver in and out of the turn. Diver's going to pick it up the win. Naya O'Connell's going to get the 2. There's a big pile up in the next one in turn number 1.
That was absolutely chaotic. Looked like the top rider out of Green Machine, that was Thomas Honeywell, who went for the move and swallowed up a couple of riders with him as Max Bass leads out the final. Then that was busy in the turn for Max as well, but he's out front looking good at the moment. Who's in there with him? Oliver Arnold out of Smiley's Fly Club. Rustin and Racing in the mix as well. That's got to be Gilmore Green under pressure there from Max McNulty. He's going to pick off a final spot down the final straight. He's going to take the 3rd. On the line, the 55 was a fallen rider, Stanley Palmer, Henry Potts. Put your hands together for Stanley and Henry, ladies and gents.
Right, B final for the 13-year-olds heading down the hill. Let's have a look as they head towards the turn. Isaac Shaw right in the middle. Ed Miller getting involved as well as they go in and out of turn number 1. It is Harry Bailey out in front. Shaw in 2. Geddes in 3. Richardson in 4. Ed Miller's in there in 5. He's got Toby Lynch for company as they go in and out of that turn. Heading down the straight towards the final corner. It's still Bailey, Shaw, Geddes, Richardson. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Ed Miller's in there in 5 under pressure from Toby Lynch, but Bailey's going to get it. Shaw and Geddes your top 3.
Sounded like a few brakes got anchored on down the bottom of the hill in the 14-year-old B final. Tidy S is in there in that 2-spot in that very, very, very bright factory Supercross kit. He's chasing down the race leader though on the 4. That is Luke Wilcox. What a stacked B final this is, ladies and gents. Wilcox, DS, who's that in there in 3? Got to be Rufus Cosignou bringing it on down the final straight. Emmy Seawood, world number 3 in there in 4.
15-year-old girls B final. Anya Mattern Alonso in this one, but it looks like the local lady Alexis McCartney leading it out, trying to keep the home fans happy. Anya Mattern Alonso in 2. That is Isla Radcliffe out of Divide. She's in there in 3. Imogen Cockrell is there in about 5th and Big Game bounced around in the pack, but it's McCartney and Mattern Alonso 1 and 2 into the final corner. Alexis McCartney is going to pick up the win in the B final for the 15-year-old girls.
15-year-old boys B final now on track. That is Sean Brown leading it out. The 39 played in there behind him. Got to be Samson Townsend bringing it towards that 2nd turn. Who's in there in 4? Looking like we've got Zachary Tia in the mix. Lewis Collins, Nemo in there in 5. But splitting them up is the I think that was the 19 of George Chapman. He's in there in the 3 spot. Sorry about that. George Brown taking it down to the stripe. Looking like he's going to go through with Townsend and Chapman on the line.
Right, 16-year-old B final. Lewis Cook occupies in this one as well. James Clitheroe on the 2. Chasing down Cook into the corner. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching looking to make a move. That is SAS Racing in there in 3. That's going to be Sam Hamlin. Ellis Berry in there in 4. Cook and Clitheroe into the final turn. Cook's managed to hold it on. Clitheroe's chasing him down. Cook's going to get it. Cook from Clitheroe. Hamblin and Berry your top 4.
17 to 18-year-olds on track. Eddie the Hitman's in there in about 3 of the minute under a bit of pressure from SAS's Sebastian Hamling into the turn. Who's out front though? Scott Monroe Hicks taking it from Joseph Carey, headed for that final corner. It is Green Machine and Peterborough out front, looking good at the moment. Here comes Hamling in the final turn. That looks like it could be Josh Cates in there in about 5 as well, but it's all about Hicks taking it to the stripe.
19 to 29-year-olds, this is the penultimate B final. Leading it out at the minute is who's that? Connor Hedges. Connor Hedges out there in 1. Birmingham BMX Club's Finley Clark going through in 2. Tobin in 3. Camille Suleiman in there in 4. Joshua Izzard in 5. Luke Davies Hayes in 6. Higley and Hoggart having a high battle in 7 and 8. Looks like Hedges. Oh, he might have got pinned by Finlay Clark.
17 to 29-year-old women's a B final out on track. That is Hannah Baker leading it out the 4.07 in there in 2. Imogen Gibson doing it for her. Concept Mabo UK. Who's the BMX United rider? Going to be Molly Nice on the 26 plate. Inside the top 3, Megan Gerard. In there in 4 doing it for Rab Racing. But it's sorted race gear and Concept Mabo out front. Into that final turn. Baker under pressure from Gibson. Out of the corner. Who's going to get it down the final straight? Baker, Gibson, Baker, Gibson. Baker's going to hang on to it. Gibson in there for 2.
Right, first of the A finals lining up. This is Moto 4 for the 6 and unders. Lou and Jamira, Isaac Tomlinson, Oliver Bridle, Henry Dodd, Benji Ross Foster, and Ionis Chalkos. Right, 6 and unders are bringing the thunder in Moto number 4. Oliver Bridle taking to the sky, looking to add to his silverware collection. In and out of turn number 1. Benji Ross Foster in there in 2. Lou and Jamira going through in 3. Henry Dodd head down and pedalling in 4. That is the 4.86 of Isaac Tomlinson in 5. With Manchester's Ionis Chalkos in 6. But it's Oliver Bridle working his way in. Looks like Benji Ross Foster has kept hold of that second spot. He was battling with Jamira. Henry Dodd isn't done yet. He's in there in 4. It's going to be Oliver Bridle picking up another trophy. He's going to get it. Who's going to get the 2? Is it going to be Benji Ross Foster? Will it be Lou and Jamira? Oh! Henry Dodd in 4. Isaac Tomlinson in 5. Ionis Chalkos in 6.
7-year-old B final up on the gate. We have got Frankie Jones, Rudy Pleasantsford, Roman Birdfield, Logan Acito, Oscar Rather Fast, Teddy Gorman, Arlo Payne, and Albie Blight. Seven-year-old boys hit the track, rapid Roman, got a rapid gate, but it looks like Blight's on the inside, heading for turn number 1. Who's going to get it? Blight's in there in that 1 spot on the 700, doing it for Absolute. Who's that there glued to his side? Looking like it is the 656 of Arlo Payne, Adam Preston Pirates. Who's in 3? Logan Acito, Adam Moto 1365. Rapid Roman's here with him as well. Inside the top 4, but he's had moves put on him. In the corner by Oscar Rather Fast, Rutherford heading in and out of the second corner, then down the 3rd straight. Look at the scrap for the top 4. Into the turn. Rapid Roman's on the inside. Rather Fast tries the high low, but it's all about Albie Blight, your 7-year-old winner, taking it across the stride. Blight takes it. Payne for 2. The 3 spot going to Logan Acito. 7-year-old girls then up on the gate for the A final. We have got Verity Kay, Hattie McGoldrick, Matilda Hewitt, Izzy Moore, Maggie Devine, Orla Dewis, Abigail Henning, and Mabel Pine. The 7-year-old girls are a go, and the British champions on the inside. That is, of course, Mabel Pine. Heading for turn number 1. We've lost 2 perhaps on the 1st straight. Let's hope that she's okay. But it is looking like Exeter Eagles in and out of the 1st turn. Mabel Pine leads it out. Sorted race gear in there behind her. That is, of course, looking like Maggie Devine bringing it on through. Who's in there in 3? Got to be Ola Dewis out of Fast Signatures race team. That looks like Exeter in there in 4 as well. Into the corner. I think it might be Izzy Moore actually on the 104. Aaron and Eaton chasing them down through the straight. Now it starts at 378 of I think that could actually be me, Abigail Henning in there in 4. Yes, it is Henning in and out of the final turn. Then Pine is going to be your 7-year-old girls national winner, taking it across the stride. Who's going to get 2? Maggie Devine's going to wrap it up with Ola Dewis in there for 3. We're just going to make sure that Hattie McGoldrick's all right. She's got a TM right there with her.
was over at the finish line.
I think it's more bruised pride than anything at the minute. She's all right. She's all right, Charlotte.
Yeah. Okay.
Tell you, get her another pint and a kebab, she'll be fine. Stop at T-Bay on the way home, get some real ale down her. Oh, me little Exocet missile with pigtails. She is the superstar of Evolved Bicycle Motocross, is Hattie. She'll be fine. Right, moving on. 8-year-olds. Moto number 4 lining up. Let's give Hattie another big round of applause. I think she deserves it. She is super brave. She got a massive bruise on her chin from yesterday's crash. I said, how does the other guy look? She just side-eyed me and went, eh. All right, let's go. 8-year-olds anyway, lining up. We have got Ellie Robertson, Grace Ledgerwood-Barr, Lauren Snell, Madison Stupple, Megan Keller, Evie Hume, and Phoebe Miller. Eight-year-old girls, this is Moto number 4. It comes down to total points. Let's see who's going to pick up the win. The 0-1 of Phoebe Miller is leading it into the turn. Megan Keller is in there as well as they go in and out of turn number 1. Mixed Picks getting involved. That is Lauren Snell in there in 2. The Scottish rider in 3 is the 945, and that belongs to Ellie Robertson. Robertson under pressure from Gosport National Race Team's Megan Keller. In and out of the turn they go, but out front, checking out and gone, that is Phoebe Miller. Miller leads into the final turn. Lauren Snell in there in 2. Robertson under pressure in that final turn. But there's no doubt who's got the win. Phoebe Miller. Adamoto 1365. Lauren's going to get the 2. Who's going to get the 3? Oh, that's one for the transponders of truth. 8-year-old boys, the final lining up. We have got Callum Wood, Dominic Zapanos, Alexander Gilbert, Elliot Hatch, Ethan White, Jake Avis, Antek Perebny, and Henry Sullivan. Eight-year-old boys are go. Henry Sullivan, Antek Perebny on the inside. That is Dominic Zapanos on the outside. Elliot Hatch is in the middle as they go into the turn. Ethan the Great White getting involved as well on the inside of turn number 1. Alexander Gilbert out of the Brunwood National Race Team. He's in there in 5 at the minute, but it is Sullivan Perebny going 1 and 2. Is anybody going to catch the guy from Crucial? Perebny's giving it a good go. Elliot Hatch has worked his way into that 3rd spot, but he's under pressure from Zapanos as they come into the final corner. It's going to be Sullivan, Henry Sullivan of Crucial. He's going to take the win. Perebny for the 2. Hatch is going to hang on for the 3. Zapanos for 4.
9-year-old girls up on the gate for their A final lining up. Then we have got Beth Worley, Rosie Geddes, Charlie Hargreaves, Molly Tomlinson, Florence Kay, Cara Cross, Eliza Powell, and Betty Wills. Final 38, these are your 9-year-old girls, and it is the European number 4 on that EV1, heading for turn number 1, doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Betty Wills across that whole shot line. She leads this one out. Who's in there with her? Looking like we have got Eliza Powell on the 003. The 584's in there as well. Heading for the turn. That is Cara Cross doing it for Gosport National Race Team. And the 4th spot looking like that is occupied by Rosie Geddes on her home track. Heading back through the 3rd straight. Then look at that for a lead in the 9-year-old girls final. Betty Wills taking it to him in and out of that final corner. She's got this one wrapped up. Down the final straight, doing it for Plymouth Bicycle Motocross. Crank BMX coaching in there in 2 with Eliza Powell. Gospel NRT in 3 with Cara Cross. 9-year-old boys up on the gates. This is your whole shot class. So the first rider across that line in the first turn is going to be 50 quid richer. Thank you very much to Cavanna Homes for that. Right, 9-year-old boys, let's get you introduced. Jesse Rose, George Spencer, Tobias Groves, Thomas Giles, Rex Ford, Hendrix Hines, Ethan Shaw, and Charlie Dowsing.
Riders ready, watch the game.
9-year-old boys hit the track. Dowsing's on the inside. He wants that 50 quid. Good to see him. Cavanna Homes. Here comes Shaw. Right there behind him into the turn. Dowsing wins the whole shot prize. Shaw, Hines in there behind him. Ford's in there in 4. That looks like Giles in 5. But the battle's out front. Your British champions are done yet. It is crucial. And Birmingham 1 and 2 into the corner. Here comes Dowsing though. Flying out of the turn. Trying to pull away a bit of a gap between him and Shaw. Hendrix Hines isn't done yet either. He's in there in 3, creating a bit of a gap between him and Ford in 4. In and out of that final turn, Charlie Dowsing's going to rack himself up for another national win for Crucial Racing. He's 50 quid richer. It's going to be Shaw and Hines 2 and 3.
10-year-old girls up next. We have got Amber Tucker, Aria Rose Lee, Holly Richardson, Trixie Trays, Mia Kiss, Sophie Bailey, Grace Hudak, and the winner of yesterday's round, Maisie Egan. 10-year-old girls heading down the hill. Let's have a look who's going to be the first to rise. Maisie Egan, but she's got company from the European 7 of Grace Hudak into the turn. They go. Egan picking up the whole shot. Hudak's in there in 2. Smiley's Flight Club. Sophie Bailey in there in 3. Trixie Tracy's back in 4 with Mia Kiss in 5. The 8 plate that belongs to Holly Richardson. She's in there in 6. Aria Rosley having a battle as well with Amber Tucker. Look at the battle as they go down the straight. Maisie Egan just hanging on to it at the moment, but Hudak and Trace are right there and waiting in and out the corner, coming ever closer. Is Hudak going to catch Egan? Egan's going to hold it to the line. Maisie Egan makes it 2 from 2 for the weekend. She's going to be happy about that one. 10-year-old boys on the hill. Whew, deep breath. Right, we have got Ronnie Wood, Sebastian Hewitt, Joey Tompkins, Benny Jackson, Teddy Jones, Preston Newmarsh Powell, Finley Monroe, and Connor Hemphill. 10-year-old boys are go. This one's full of absolute bangers, and who's going to get it into turn number 1? Connor Hemphill takes the whole shot. Hemphill in there in 1. That looks like the 7 play of Teddy Jones right there behind him in 2. Benny Jackson, is he going to line up some more moves in 3? Finley Monroe in 4. Preston Newmarsh Powell in 5. Ronnie Woods battling away in about 7 at the minute. But as they head towards the final corner, out in front, GT BMX and Blackpool BMX Club. Connor Hemphill in and out the turn we go. Hemphill's gonna take the win. Teddy Jones is gonna get the 2. Who's gonna get the 3? Look like Finley Monroe.
The 11-year-old girls are locked and loaded on the gate for their A final. We've got Elsie Blind, Millie Ross, Saren Pritchard, Grace Gerard, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Samaya Hughes, Lauren Keller, and Iris Hyder. Here we go then, the 11-year-old girls are a go, heading for turn number 1. Who's on the inside looking like we have got Iris Hyder, your European number 3, doing it for Pure Bicycles. Hyder leads it out, Paul's in there in 2, Keller's in 3, who's picking up 4, that is Hughes, doing it for Ireland, heading for the turn of 5 plate of Millie Ross on the inside of her, heading into the corner, not quite going to make that happen then, so it is out front. Look at this gap that she's building. Hyder flying away with this one, European podium finalist from this year, heading into that final turn. Hyder, Paul, Keller, 1, 2, 3. Hughes throws it under in that final turn. Gerard's worked her way round the outside to get that 5 spot. It's going to be Ross in there for 4, but Iris Hyder takes the win. 11-year-old boys up on the gate for their A final. We have got Archie Bell, Archie Croker White, Leon Waite, Atai Jamira, Leighton Harding, Isaac Smith, Leo Rowlands, and James Bibby. The 11-year-old boys, this one is stacked with big names and they're only 11, heading for turn number 1. That is the European number 4, James Bibby, going to pick up the whole shot into the turn. Rowlands is glued to his back wheel though. Has he got enough for him out of the turn? It's Bibby, Rowlands, who's in there in 3 and 4, looking like we have got Isaac the Sender Smith in 4. Jamira goes airborne into the turn, who's in 3, looking like that could be Archie Bell. It is Bell picking it up. Here comes Jamira for a top 4 finish, heading through the straight. He's neck and neck with Smith into the turn. Rowlands looks on the inside of Bibby. Bibby, Rowlands, it's going to be in that order down the final straight. James Bibby takes the win. Leah Rowlands for 2 and Archie Bell in 3.
12-year-old girls.
12-year-old girls are up on the gate. We have got Martha Cottam, Anushka Jones, Dakota Tucker, Esme Ward, Brooke Fast Forsey, Emma Kiss, Ruby Warren and Emily Eaton.
Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
12-year-old girls are go. Let's have a look. Emily Eaton and Ruby Warren into the turn 1 and 2. Where is Brooke Fast Forsey? Inside the top 4 at the moment. Here comes Anushka Jones and Martha Cottam trying to get involved as well, but it is Eaton doing it for Pro Star BMX, in and out of that second turn, out in front, looking good. Oh, pile up in the turn, riders hitting the deck. Emma Kiss in there as well in that second spot. Brooke looks like she's going to pick up the 4. Ruby Warren coming through for a 2, but they aren't going to catch Emily Eaton of Pro Star. She's going to take the win.
That Dakota. It is, isn't it, Dakota in the turn?
Yes.
All right, Dakota Tucker, unfortunately, taking a tumble in that second turn. She's up and all right. She's waving. We're just going to look after DT, make sure she's all right. Right, we're just keeping an eye on DT, making sure she's all right. Up on the gate, we have got the 12-year-old boys. They are lining up. Harry Donald, Ethan Rogers, Charlie Wilcox, Tom Palmer, Sullivan Collis, James Miller, Joe Douglas, and Josh Jepson. They're all patiently waiting on top of the gates. And Dakota Tucker just picking herself up. There might be some bumps and bruises tomorrow on that long journey back to the southwest. We're just going to double check, make sure she's all right. We are just going to look after her, make sure she's okay. Just double check with the aid of our medical team. See what the state of play is. She made a tough stuff, is Dakota. As we move on to the 12-year-old boys lining up on top of the gate, we have got Josh Jepson, Joe Douglas, James Miller, Sullivan Collis, Tom Palmer, Charlie Wilcox, Ethan Rogers, and Harry Donald.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the game.
12-year-old boys leave the gate. Tom Palmer's right in the middle of the pack at the moment, getting a little bit of a squeeze as Harry Donald leads it into turn number 1. It is Donald, Miller, 1 and 2. Ethan Rogers in there in 3. Tom Palmer, he's been absolutely on fire this weekend. He's in there in 4 at the moment. Team Mine going into place number 5. That is Charlie Wilcox, who's in there. Douglas is in 6. Jepson in 8 as they head down towards that final turn. Donald under pressure though as they come in and out of it. I think he might have done enough to hang on. Harry Donald, BMXHype.com, he's going to take it. Millar in 2, Rogers in 3, Tom Palmer with a strong 4th place. Charlie Wilcox rounding out the top 5.
13-year-old girls up on the gate for their A final. We have got Maddie the Paddy Dixon, Anastasia Muhar, Sidoni Cleve, Libby Copping, Jalala Patel, Rinjanalino, Alexi Keynes, and Katie Millar. Your 13-year-old girls hit the track for their A final. Rinjanalino's out of lane number 3, but it's Millar on the inside. Last year's national number 2, riding for Moto 1365. Millar, Janalino, Kearns, 1, 2, 3. Here comes Jalala Patel though, moving her way up the inside, going from 4 to 3. Kearns is still there on her right-hand shoulder into the turn. Libby Copping's not done yet. She wants a piece of the top 4 pie, and she's got some as it stands. Heading towards our final turn. Kearns shuffled back to 5, but it is Millar. Janalino out front looking good, in and out they go down the final straight. Millar gonna wrap this win up for Moto 1365 race team. Rin Janalino for Team Bunnings in 2, and Jalala Patel out of Peckham BMX for 3. 13-year-old boys up on the gate, lined up for their final. We have got Nate Hamilton, Robin Matter Alonso, Elvis Lawrence, James Cottrell, Todd Smith Notman, Ned Guppy, Kobe Rayford, and Oliver Tyers.
Start. Riders ready, watch the game.
13-year-old boys hit the track. Rayford's had a great gate, heading for turn number 1. Tyres on his inside. Who's that working his way right round the outside of the lot of them? Nate Hamilton, he's in there in 2, chasing down Rayford like he is prey. Heading for turn number 2 then. Rayford, Hamilton, Tyres, Guppy, 1, 2, 3, 4. That looks like Lawrence in there in 5. This age group is super stacked, and look at them out front. That is all about Rayford. Stay strong, Clark and Ken. Your European number 2 for a reason. In and out of the turn. It looked like Guppy went on the inside, tried to make it happen. On Tyres, didn't quite make it stick. Rayford, Hamilton, Tyres, 1, 2, 3.
14-year-old girls are up next. We have got Daisy Knowles, Ava Wright, Grace Burge, Ruby Walford, Lottie McFarlane, Amelia Everly, Ailey Watson, and Lottie Brown. Oh, the whole shot. Sorry. Right, 14-year-old girls, this is the second of the whole shot awards. There is 50 quid up for grabs. Looks like Hayley Wilson's heading into the first turn. Is she going to get it? Yes, she is. Hayley Watson out of Cumbernauld picks up the 50 quid from Cavanna Holmes. We are looking at Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Lottie Brown in there in 2. Amelia Everly in 3. Who's got the 4 at the minute? I've got a feeling that is Grace Burge in that 4th spot. Ava Wright in there in 6. And we've got Bideford, Exeter, I've lost it. Lottie McFarlane, in there in 5. Lottie Brown's going to get the win. She takes it. Everly in 2.
I'm just dancing.
Never mind. Doesn't happen very often, does it?
14-year-old boys up next. Elijah Jamira, Mason Groves, Lucas Seeley, Bradley James, Amos Guppy, Ben Larkins, Heath Thomas and Kai Bowen. Fourteen-year-old boys. Kai Bowen took the win yesterday. Is he going to do it again today? He's in the lead heading towards turn number 1. Heath Thomas in there as well. Oh, Ben Larkins in there in 3. Lucas Seeley in 4. Heading down the straight. Bradley James going through in 5. Seeley's worked his way into the 3 now. Heath Thomas still there in 2. But the man out in front doing it for Stay Strong, Clark and Ken. It is Kai Bowen into the final turn. Has Heath Thomas got anything for him? I think he's left himself too much to do. It's going to be Kai Bowen making it 2 from 2 for the weekend. Heath Thomas, Lucas Seeley, Ben Larkins, your top 4.
15-year-old girls lining up on the gate for what is set to be a banger of a final. We have got Laurie Ann Carruthers, Sabina Ashman, Annalise Cabin-Carpenter, Sophie Elwood, Jess Marion, Megan Roy, Ruby Moores and Lexi Waite. The 15-year-old girls are a go, and Megan Roy shot out of a cannon, works her way across Moores. Waits there with her though, here comes Moores up the inside into the turn. Moores goes into second, chasing down your race leader. That is a 1X of Lexi Waite, Elwood, Moores, 1, 2, 3. Ashman's working her way up the inside, she's in there in about 4 or 5. That looks like Roy's working her way round the outside of Ashman to get that top 4 spot. So it's Waite out front, Moores in there in 3, Elwood in 2, last turn action. Allen's Factory Supercross going to take this 15-year-old girls a final win. Lexi Waite takes it, Sophie Elwood for 2, Ruby Moores in 3.
Next, 16s. 16s. Is that what we're up to? Yeah, we are, aren't we? 15s. 15. Go on, you go.
15.
Been a long weekend.
Up on the gate for the A final, we have got Finley Collis, Henry Rayner, Lucas Webster, Caden Dunn, Mason Lang, Eli Smith, Cody Coker and Noah Everly. 15-year-old boys hit the track. Webster's on the inside. He's been shot out of the cannon. Didn't quite get it right though through the first jump. That last let Coker come across. Coker leads it out. Webster's in there with him, who's in 3 and 4. Mason Lang's getting caught up in traffic. Everly's working his way right round the outside the hard way. And I think he's managed to go from 3 to 2. He's now chasing down Cody Coker. Coker, Everly, Webster, Dunn, 1, 2, 3, 4. Lang's in there in 5. Smith in 6. Last turn action. It's all about Cody Coker. Flew it past Motocross, taking the win in that one. Noah Everly for 2, and that was of course Lucas Webster 3.
16-year-old boys. Up next we have got Zach Chapman and Thomas Miller, Jaden Fawcett, JTL Simpson Davis, Finn Phillips, Thomas Doran, Curtis Copeland and Finley Hoff. 16-year-old boys, oh go, this is going to be an absolute banger of a final. Finley Hoff on the inside, Thomas Doran right there next to him. Here comes Jaden Fawcett on the outside, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching as they go in and out of turn number 1. Hoff's opened himself a little bit of a gap now. Curtis Copeland is shopping down the inside, looking for a way past Fawcett. Has he got it? Yes, he has. Oh, Fawcett's gone, taking Tony Twist with him, in and out the final turn. It's going to be Finley Hoff, Thomas Doran going 1 and 2. Curtis Copeland gets the 3. Finn Phillips, JTL Simpson Davis. Jaden Fawcett went down in that second turn. Wow, wow, wow.
17 to 18-year-olds up on the gate for their A final. We have got Che Young, Jaden Seward, Lewis Fletcher, Ben Fitzsimmons, Arne Esselmont, Owen Putland, George Gerard and Ruben Smith. 17 to 18-year-olds, Origo Fletcher slipped it out of the gate. Pullen's had a great gate. Gerard's on the inside. Smith's right there with him on his left shoulder into the turn. Fitzsimmons throws it under. It is Gerard, Fitzsimmons, Smith, all in thereabouts. Owen Pullen's worked his way round into a top 3 spot. Turn 2 action. Here comes Fitzsimmons on the inside. Works his way under. Seawood went under as well. Threw in a high low. He's come up short though and lost control down the 3rd straight. But it's all about George Gerard out of that final turn. Going to rack up a win for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Ruben Smith being chased to the line by Fitzsimmons. Smith hangs on for 2. Fitzsimmons in 3.
Right, next up, 19 to 29-year-olds on top of the gate. We have got Pete Watson, Ross Sharp, Aaron Holloway, Connor Hudson, Adam Brazil, Callum Chard-Maple, Billy Luckhurst, and Ty Reese Rachaw. 19 to 29-year-olds heading down the hill. Adam Brazil got squeezed as soon as they got out of the gate. Looks like Radshaw's going to lead it into the turn. Billy Luckhurst in there as well. Inside the top 3, all Ross Sharp's out of his pedal. That looks like Callum Chard-Maple in there in 2. So Radshaw, Callum Chard-Maple, Billy Luckhurst. That is your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Looks like Crucial BMX are in there in 4. And that will be Aaron Holloway. But as they go in and out of the turn, Tyrese Radshaw racking up another win. Callum Chard-Maple in 2, Luckhurst in 3, Holloway, Hudson, Brazil, Watson and Sharp.
17 to 29-year-old women up on the gate for their A final. We have got Hannah Drew, Remy Godfrey, Megan Kirby, Olivia Firth, Emily Clinch, Emily Green, Lily Chiswa and Tia Gaynor. The 17 to 29-year-old women are a go. Looking like Gain has been shut down by Green, heading for turn number 1. Chiswa's right there with Green into the turn. Who's going to get it there? Elbow to elbow. Looks like Chiswa's just about managed to stay upright. Chiswa in there in that 2 spot, then chasing down Green. Gainer's working her way around the outside into a top 2 spot. Godfrey's in there in 4. In and out of that second corner. It is Green, Gaynor, 1 and 2. Chiswa, Godfrey, 3 and 4. Clinch in 5. Here comes Tia Gaynor around the outside. Gaynor goes from 2 to 1 in that final turn. So Tia Gaynor going to be a race winner for Moto 1, 365. Emily Green for 2, Lily Chiswa in 3.
Right, Moto 4 for the 30-plus female challenge class. We've got Claire Albert, Fwong Clements, Rebecca Gold, Annie Chiziwa, Anita Wong, and Savannah Carver. Oh, look like Becca Gold went a little bit wonky out of the gate. Just lost a bit of balance. She's not holding her up, though. She's going to lead it into turn number 1. Sav's going to work her way into 2. Anita Wong in 3. That is Chiziwa in 4. Fwong Clements in 5. Claire Albert in 6. Rebecca Gold leading it into turn number 2. She's had all 3 of the previous Motos. Looks like she's going to rack up the overall win. Savannah Carver aboard that OS 20. Heading into that final corner. In that second spot, Anita Wong in there in 3. But it's going to be Becca Gold taking the win for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Sav Carver in the 2, Anita in the 3, Fwong Clements in the 4, Annie Chiziwa in 5, Claire Albert in 6.
Masters up on the gate for their A final. We have got Darren Thompson, Dale Scott, Christopher Granger, Martin Smiley Brown, David James, Billy Irwin, Scott Boom Boom Beaumont, and John Lillingston. Final 57 hits the track. These are your masters, Lillingston and Beaumont heading to the turn. Lillingston looking like he's going to pick up the whole shot. Who's there with him? It is Beaumont. And that 3 spot is David James out of Exeter. He's got Billy Irwin right there with him on his back wheel heading for turn number 2. Beaumont on the outside of Lillingston into the corner. Who's going to get it? Here comes James. He looks on the inside of Beaumont. Didn't make his stick. Brown's not done yet either. He's in there in 5, chasing down Irwin for the final turn. Lillingston, Beaumont, James, 1, 2, 3. Has Irwin got enough left in the tank? I don't think he has. Boom, boom, Beaumont's come up short. James is going to nick the 2 spot. Beaumont for 3.
All right, veterans, here we go. We have got Big Nige Smith. We've got Adam Boudet, George Salmond, Hayden Taroa, Matthew Trincart, Danny Taylor, Zoltan Bude, and on 2 hours of sleep, Matt Barnard. Right, veterans, here we go, heading down the hill. Bude on the inside, Matt Barnard's in there as well. Here comes Danny T from the outside. Oh, Trincart underneath. 4th to 2nd in the blink of an eye. Taroa's hanging onto it on the outside, battling with Matt Barnard as they head towards the second turn. In and out we go. He's got the potential for carnage in the final corner. But out from Zoltan Bude on that mongoose, in and out of the turn. Trincart's pulled it straight out of the textbook for that 2 spot. Bude's going to get it. Barnard's pushing hard. Couldn't quite make it stick. Danny T in 4.
Grand Vets on the gate for their A final. We have got Brett Knight, Jules Allen, Gary Carver, Craig Nelly Nelson, John Venters, Brett Archibald, Darren Reedy, and Alan Hill. Looks like Craig Nelson lost a little bit of balance on the gate, but it's not managed to phase him heading for the turn. He's in there behind Hilly. Here comes Reedy on the inside. Hilly leads it out, then Reedy's in there in 2. Who's in 3? That's Brett Archibald on the 1, 2, 4 plate. Craig Nelly Nelson's in there in 4. Allen's in 5. Nice round the outside in 6. Carver 7, Bentley in 8. Turn number 2. In and out they go. Hilly, a national champion, heading for that final corner. Pure Bicycle's finest. Alan Hill, European champion on his cruiser. National win number 5,429,621. He takes it. Reedy for 2. And the top 3 is going to be rounded out by Brett Archibald.
All right, 2 more finals left to go. If you have hired a transponder, can you make sure that you hand it in, please? Please. Hand in your hired transponders. The club would like them back. We don't want to have to send out the attack dogs to try and track you down. So if you've got a hired transponder, please hand it in. Thank you. 2 finals left. The first of these is the Junior Open. We have got Miller Hughes, Flint Drilling Corps, Louis Tay Edwards, Xander Mavalvani Wright, Harvey Fawcett, and Danny Jake Monforte. Well, so far for these guys, I've got no idea how the points stack up, but we'll just take a look at the lap anyway. Danny J. Monforte into the turn, Harvey Fawcett in there as well. Oh, Xander Manny Wright in there in that second spot. Miller Hughes in 4, Louis Tay Edwards in 5. Big battle out from Danny J. Monforte, just holding off the attentions of Xander Manny Wright as he stands right now. Fawcett's about 5 bike lengths back. He's in there in 3, but it is Peckham BMX Club out in front. Danny J. Monforte, Xander Manny Wright for the 2. Fawcett, Hughes and Louis Tay Edwards. All right, final of the weekend coming up, but as tradition dictates, we have to do a few thank yous. First up, the guys and the girls in the black polo shirts, green trousers. They pick you up when you fall down, patch you up, make sure you're okay, send you off to A&E if absolutely necessary. They do a fantastic job under pressured circumstances. We cannot run a race without them. Please make some noise for our medical team. Next up, guys and girls in the blue polo shirts, blue jackets, blue zip-ups, blue everything. Again, a very, very difficult job. They make sure that these races happen. It's fabulous, the effort that they put in. Please make some noise for our commissars and our our admin team. And last but not least, we cannot forget our horse club. I and many others love coming this far north every single year. We have an amazing track. We have everything that we could ever ask for in terms of being looked after as a team here. And they do a superb job. They are so welcoming. They've even booked the weather for us this year. Please make some noise for our host club, Cumbernauld Centurions. Right, the final of the weekend, lining up on the 209 plate out of Preston, Mark Fletcher. For Stay Strong, Clark and Kent on the 426, Callum Strickland. On the 537 for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Harrison Collis. On the 141 for Ice Bikes UK Factory Team, George Hunt. For Concept Maimbo on the 139, Casey Markley. On the 605 out of the Titans, doing it for Pure, Harrison Bell. On the 068 for Birmingham, took the win yesterday, it's Joss Marnham. And on the 212 out of Peckham for Jump Club S&M Source, you will see him at the Olympics in Paris, it's Dean Reeves. The final, the Superclass. Here we go. Right, last race, here we go. These are the Superclass heading down the hill. Marnham, Reeves and Strickland into the turn. Oh, 1-2 riders going down. Harrison Bell hits the deck yet again. Callum Strickland out there in 1. Marnham in 2. Who's got the 3? It's Dean Reeves. He's tracking him down the straight. Is he going to be able to pick him off? No, it is George Hunt out of Ice Bikes. Mark Fletcher in there in 4, but Callum Strickland doing it for Stay Strong, taking the win. Marnham for 2, Hunt for 3, Fletcher for 4. Wee-wah, woo-wah. All right, folks. Harrison Bell takes the applause from his compatriots. Right, we are done. So, 2 weeks' time, we will be in Manchester at Plattfields. Enjoy yourselves, guys, in the 2 weeks in between. We know there's a big block of racing coming. We'll see you at 2 weeks in Manchester. The Plattfields of Dreams. Wherever you are headed, as I always say, wherever you are headed, please have a safe journey home. We will see you next time. Don't forget to hand in your transponders. Take away your rubbish. It would really help the Horse Club out. Thank you very much. See you next time.